Chapter 1202. Senior, please have mercy on me. I have failed to recognize you. I will teach my grandson a lesson when I return. At the end of the day, Mang Feng was an expert with sharp eyes. He was different from Mang Yuan, who was an idiot. From the moment the Moon Lady made her move, he realized that he was no match for this woman. After all this time, the person he looked down on the most turned out to be his biggest opponent. Old man. You don't deserve to call yourself old man in front of me. Furthermore, you have no right to interfere with who I want to teach a lesson to. Even if I kill your grandson today, he deserves it. If you dare to plead for him, I will make the Black Python clan disappear from the mystic world. The Moon Lady leaned against the wall and spoke in an indifferent tone. She didn't even look at Mang Feng. These harsh and domineering words made Mang Feng's face turn pale. Since the establishment of the Black Python clan, Mang Feng had never been wronged like this. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Why are you looking at me? Go and retrieve the herbs. Bring back as much as you took. You only have 15 minutes. After this time, I don't mind making your entire family disappear. The Moon Lady's voice was still indifferent, and her expression was as calm as water. Even though Mang Feng's expression was ugly, she didn't give him any face. You are indeed an expert, but you are too arrogant to humiliate me like this. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Mang Feng was a domineering person after all. He had been a tyrant in the city of Sin for a long time. The Moon Maiden's words had already caused him to lose his cool and his rationality. He couldn't tolerate this anymore. His face was as cold as ice, and the faint shadow of a black python appeared behind him. This old man was going to make a move. You don't know your place. Hearing Mang Feng's words, Ling Xiao shook his head. It was fine to offend him, but to offend the Moon Lady, wasn't that asking for death? The Moon Lady lifted her head and looked at Mang Feng. Then, she opened her red lips and said, "Are you serious?" That's right. Even if you are a dragon, you have to be careful in the city of Sin. Since Mang Feng had already said those words, he wasn't afraid of offending the Moon Lady. Very good. The Moon Maiden sneered. She raised her hand and aimed it at Mang Yuan, who was nailed to the ceiling. Stop. Seeing that the Moon Lady was about to attack, Mang Tempest roared and dashed forward, grabbing at the back of the Moon Lady's head. He was trying to stop the Moon Lady from attacking his grandson. The Moon Maiden maintained her calm expression and raised her jade-like hand. While Python Feng was still in the middle of his attack, Python Yuan's head was already separated from his body. Then, the Moon Lady turned around again and gently slapped Python Wind's chest. This speed was simply unfathomable. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He was usually known for his speed, but when he saw Moon Maiden attack, he was extremely envious. Boom. Although the Moon Lady's hand was very light, Python Wind was in a very difficult situation. The internal energy that had been surging was forcefully slapped back into his body. It exploded in his body. For a time, Mang Feng was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. It was only because Mang Feng's body was tough enough that he was only injured. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces. Python Yuntu, who was standing behind Mang Feng, was dumbfounded. With just a casual attack, Mang Yuan's head was separated from his body. Even Mang Feng was severely injured. Just how powerful was this woman? His body began to tremble violently like a sieve. Father, are you all right? After a long while, Python Yuntu finally realized and helped Mang Feng up. However, his eyes were fixed on the Moon Lady, afraid that she would attack again. However, the Moon Lady had no intention of attacking again. She just sat there and leaned against Ling Xiao like an obedient little lamb. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. A yin-yang realm expert. Mang Feng did not even have time to look at his grandson who had been killed. He looked at the Moon Lady in horror. There were definitely no more than 12 of such powerful existences in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. He was injured without even seeing how the other party attacked. Compared to the physical pain, he was more afraid in the depths of his heart. His death is your responsibility. The Moon Maiden glanced at Mang Feng indifferently, and said, I don't think I need to repeat myself. 2 minutes of the 15 minutes have already passed. If the medicinal herbs don't appear here by the time is up, I will kill you even if I have to kill my way to the Black Python clan. There was no hatred in Mang Feng's heart at this time. All he felt was fear. He even hated his grandson, Mang Yuan. How could he have offended such a terrifying person? Yuntu, go and bring the medicinal herbs here. Quick! Mang Feng shouted at Python Yuntu. Yes, father. Python Yuntu also understood that the woman was definitely not joking. With such powerful strength, if she really wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. He turned and hurried out of the room. Looking at the embarrassed look of this family, Princess Yun Yue felt very refreshed in her heart. She had already warned these people not to offend Ling Xiao, but they did not listen. She had heard of the Moon Lady's strength before, but she had never had the chance to see it with her own eyes. Today, she suddenly felt that the Moon Lady might be more terrifying than the rumors said. What method did Ling Xiao use to make such a tyrannical existence his girlfriend? Princess Yun Yue could not understand. She felt that this was a little unbelievable. Mang Feng, why don't you deal with your grandson's body? Are you waiting for me to do it for you? She looked at Mang Feng and said, I'll do it. Mang Feng still felt like he was dreaming, but this dream was a nightmare. It was because of his impulsiveness and recklessness that his grandson was killed and he himself was injured as well. There were many people in this world that could not be offended. If you offended such people, even if you were wronged, you could only endure it. There was no other way. Strength was everything. By the way, Yun Yue, your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has such a big network. Why don't you help me find something that can remove the ancient seal in my body? The Moon Lady suddenly asked Yun Yue. In the past, because she had long lost her pursuit in life, she did not care much about the improvement of her strength. She also did not have much motivation to remove the seal in her body. But it was different now. She had Ling Xiao. She hoped that her strength could continue to improve. At the very least, she wanted to restore her cultivation to that of the ancient times. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. Although she knew that with Ling Xiao's aptitude, he would soon reach her level of cultivation or even surpass her level of cultivation. But she still wanted to help her man as much as possible. This was her only goal in life now. Chapter 1203. The power to remove the primordial seal. Hearing this, Yun Yue felt a little troubled. However, this was the Moon Maiden's request, so she naturally had to do her best. To be honest, that kind of thing is really hard to find. However, don't worry. I have information on all the medicines and mysterious items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Please wait a moment. I'll help you check if there is such a thing. Thank you. It's best if you can find it. If you can't, then forget it. After all, that kind of mysterious item is not often encountered. The Moon Maiden did not make things difficult for Yun Yue. After all, she could also see that Yun Yue was on Ling Xiao's side. Yun Yue smiled and then temporarily left to search for information. Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum sat there drinking tea and chatting. The broken table had long been replaced, and the smell of blood at the scene was gone. After a while, Yun Yue returned with an apologetic smile on her face. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've checked the direction of the goods that came in from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but I couldn't find the treasure that can remove the primordial seal. The Moon Maiden was obviously a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, It's okay. Ling Xiao grabbed her hand and comforted her. Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. With Yun Yue's help, that kind of treasure will be found sooner or later. Little guy, I don't need you to comfort me. The Moon Maiden flicked Ling Xiao's forehead and smiled very brightly. To her, Ling Xiao's concern was more important than any treasure. Looking at the two of them, Yun Yue secretly made up her mind. After returning to the Heavenly Dragon auction house, she would contact the people of the trading company to see if she could find such an item in other continents. After all, the closer one was to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen, the more rare and strange treasures there would be. This had become a general rule. As she was thinking, she heard messy footsteps not far away. Less than a quarter of an hour. This group of people is quite fast. Ling Xiao chuckled. It was good to be powerful. If the Moon Maiden did not help today, Python Wind would definitely not be so obedient. Senior, these are the herbs. We have preserved them very well and did not dare to waste them at all. Mang Feng looked at the Moon Lady with trepidation as he placed all the herbs on the table. He was very glad that he didn't sell these medicinal herbs to others. Otherwise, he might really have to run for his life today. If this woman really wanted to attack him, even the first head of the Black Python clan wouldn't be able to help him. Yun Ye, please take a look. Are there enough medicinal herbs? Are there any damaged ones? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yun Ye opened the box containing the medicinal herbs and counted them carefully. When she found that there was no problem with the quantity and quality, she nodded and said, "Don't worry, there's no problem. It's the batch of medicinal herbs I lost. I'll pick out the ones you need for you later." "Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Sister Moon Maiden, what do you think we should do with the Black Python clan?" Ling Xiao asked the Moon Maiden. "You deal with it." The Moon Maiden couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. "Alright, Mang Feng, go back and tell your first head that I intend for everyone to coexist peacefully. However, if someone insists on provoking me, I won't be careless." Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "Go back. I don't need you here." Mang Feng felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at this moment, he couldn't do anything about it. With the Moon Maiden around, he didn't dare to touch Ling Xiao at all. He could only endure the humiliation and go back. He would definitely report the matter regarding the Moon Maiden to the first head, Mang Wu. Mang Wu should have an idea as to what to do. "Alright, Princess Yun Ye, we can't delay your work. You do what you need to do. We'll go and rest first. If there's anything, just let us know. We're all friends." Ling Xiao stood up. He had been busy for a long time today. He wanted to go back and practice the shadow sword. After all, he had just gotten the sword and hadn't fully mastered it yet. Just as he stood up, someone came to look for Yun Ye. "Princess Yun Ye, Fluttering Snow of the Divine Phoenix Empire is here to look for you." Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. When he was in the Divine Phoenix capital, he didn't get along well with Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. "Why is she looking for me? She actually came to the City of Sin?" Yun Ye was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, even if Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire wanted to look for her, she should have waited until she returned to the Divine Phoenix capital. Why did she come here? It must be something important. "Princess Yun Ye, you can go and do your work. Don't mind us. Just let your maid take us to our rooms," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Then I'll be rude." Yun Ye smiled apologetically. Then, she ordered her maid to take Ling Xiao and the other two to their rooms. She went to meet Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. Actually, she was also quite curious about Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. After all, Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire was not an ordinary woman. Her true identity was related to a certain big shot of the everlasting joy Immortal Island. Ling Xiao returned to his room and sat down to ponder the usage of the shadow sword. After using the soft sword, the power and ruthlessness of his moves had obviously increased. However, because of the changes in his moves, it was very difficult to control most of the time. Therefore, he had to practice it again. When Ling Xiao finished practicing all the sword moves and was about to rest for a while, there was a knock on the door. "Young hero Ling, it's me, Yun Ye." Ling Xiao opened the door curiously and welcomed Yun Ye in. He asked, "Has the guest left?" "Yes." Princess Yun Ye nodded and said, "But there's something I should talk to you about. It might be related to the Moon Maiden." "Oh, then I'd like to hear it. Could it be that the treasure that Sister Moon Maiden wants has been found?" Ling Xiao asked. Young hero Ling is really smart. "That's right, there is indeed news." Princess Yun Ye nodded and said, "Don't tell me that thing is related to Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "You can even guess that?" Yun Yue asked in surprise. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's not a strange thing. You couldn't find anything after investigating for a long time. In the end, after seeing fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire, you said that there was news. Then this thing must be related to fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire." "Yes, it is indeed related to fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire." Yun Yue nodded and said, "As far as I know, there is a kind of flower on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island that blooms once every 300 years. It's called the Everlasting Joy Flower. This flower is very magical. If its petals are used to refine medicine, they can be refined into a very outstanding spice. And if a sachet made of this spice is worn for a long time, it can constantly remove the power of the ancient seal. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire. So, the rumors I heard before are true. This fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire is really related to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island." Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would actually confirm something here. Chapter 1204. Yes, she does have something to do with the Tranquil Celestial Island. She came to me this time to ask for help. Princess Yun Yue replied. "I don't understand. What does the Tranquil flower have to do with her asking for help? Is she willing to use the Tranquil flower as a reward? But the problem is that the flower doesn't mean much to you, right?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "That's not it." Yun Yue explained, "It's like this. An elder of the Phoenix Cries Piaro Shui in the Tranquil Celestial Island fought with the masters of the Blackwater Celestial Island and was seriously injured. His injury is very strange. We have found many pharmacists, but they can't cure the injury. Every time it rains, he will feel unbearable pain all over his body. It's better to die. Even a master of the yin-yang realm can't resist it. What I mean is, young hero Ling, your medical skills are superb. Why don't you give it a try? If you can save his life, then the Tranquil flower is nothing. Even the hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs I promised you before will be no problem. Don't tell me that the master you were looking for is this elder of the Phoenix Cries Piaro Shui." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "It's true. It's just that I didn't know before. If the Phoenix Cries Piaro Shui didn't come to me this time, I would have been kept in the dark." Yun Yue explained. "I see. But Princess Yun Yue, have you thought about it? Although my medical skills are good, I'm only a high-level yellow-level pharmacist. I believe that there should be top-level yellow-level pharmacists on the Tranquil Celestial Island, or even yellow-level super-pharmacists. But they can't cure the elder's injury?" Ling Xiao asked. "They really can't solve it. It can be said that they are helpless because the biggest problem with this injury is that they can't find the cause. If they have a strong analytical ability and find the real cause, then the treatment will be much easier." Yun Yue explained. "So you came to me?" Ling Xiao thought that Princess Yun Yue really thought highly of him. Although he, Ling Xiao, was better than ordinary pharmacists, he probably couldn't solve the problem that even yellow-level super-pharmacists couldn't solve. "That's right. That's why I'm here to look for young hero Ling. This is also an opportunity for you. What did the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island not have? They came to the City of Sin because they want to see if there are any alchemists who stand out in this year's alchemy competition. They are just trying their luck." Princess Yun Yue nodded and said, "This old man has an extraordinary status in the Tranquil Celestial Island, so the Tranquil Celestial Island is willing to pay any price for him, including the Tranquil flower. You can even take the opportunity to extort them and get some good stuff." "That's fine. I understand. The reason why Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui are looking for you is probably because you have a wide network of connections. So, they hope that you can help them find a powerful alchemist." Ling Xiao suddenly understood. "That's not the only reason." Yun Yue smiled and said, "Young hero Ling, don't forget, when we were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, everyone knew that I knew an alchemist who could refine perfect medicinal pills. It was precisely because of this that Feng Ming and Piaro Shui came to find me. Hehe, since that's the case, I'll give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed." Ling Xiao had to get the Tranquil flower for the Moon Lady. As for other treasures, he didn't care much about them. It's not enough to just give it a try. It's best if you succeed. Otherwise, you might as well disguise yourself. This way, even if you fail, you won't become enemies with the Tranquil Celestial Island, Yunye reminded him. Yunye reminded him, the everlasting joy immortal island is not an ordinary place. The people there are high and mighty. They think that they control the world, so their temper is very bad. If you do anything wrong, they will probably kill you on the spot. Disguise myself. Why would I disguise myself? I'm going to treat a patient openly, not steal. If that old man doesn't believe me, then I won't save him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He didn't believe that the experts of the Tranquil Celestial Island would be so cowardly and discerning. Even if Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui didn't want him to save the patient, that old man would definitely do it. Moreover, he wasn't just saving the Tranquil flower. He also wanted the old man of the Tranquil Celestial Island to owe him a huge favor. If he had to disguise himself, then what was the point? Are you really confident? Yunye asked worriedly. Don't worry, of course I'm confident. Ling Xiao nodded. His confidence didn't only come from his mountain and river martial soul, but also from the existence of a Yuan Venerate. If a Yuan Venerate couldn't treat the old man of the Tranquil Celestial Island, then there was probably no other alchemist in the world that could do it. Ling Xiao had always been swift and decisive when it came to handling matters. Since he had decided to look for Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui, there was no need to hesitate. Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui are currently staying in the Black Python clan's residence in Sin City. You must be careful when you go there. This is my recommendation letter. Yunye handed the recommendation letter to Ling Xiao and reminded him, that place can be said to be a dangerous place for you. You must be careful. If you really can't do it, just run away. I know that your movement technique is very powerful. Ling Xiao took the recommendation letter and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Princess Yunye. I understand. After leaving Princess Yunye's residence, Ling Xiao followed the map that Yunye had given him and arrived at the Black Python clan's headquarters. It was actually very easy to find this place. Apart from the Black Wind Tower, this was the tallest and most luxurious building in Sin City. Ling Xiao didn't know that after he left, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum had quietly followed him without him noticing. These two probably wanted to protect him in secret. When Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Black Python clan's residence, he was surprised to find that there were already many alchemists gathered there. Among them, there was no lack of high-level and mid-level yellow-grade alchemists. There were even top-level yellow-grade alchemists and super yellow-grade alchemists. Ling Xiao reckoned that these alchemists were probably powerful alchemists from the Five Immortal Island. They all wore their alchemist badges on their chests, so their alchemist grades could be clearly identified. After all, alchemists' grades were also a symbol of status and identity. Ling Xiao didn't have this habit. He didn't like to announce that he was a high-level yellow-grade alchemist unless it was necessary. The street in front of the Black Python clan's entrance was filled with people, all of whom were powerful martialists. However, these people looked at the alchemists with reverence and admiration. Although the alchemists' cultivation might not be as good as theirs, they were still worthy of respect. This was because in the mystic world, alchemists were a magical and noble profession. There was no doubt about this. Even the guards at the entrance of the Black Python clan, who were usually fierce, were respectful when facing these alchemists. They didn't dare to neglect them, let alone provoke them. The consequences of provoking these people were no different from poking a hornet's nest. Chapter 1205. The head of the Black Python clan had given the order to gather all the pharmacists in the city of Sin to diagnose the old man's illness. At the very least, they had to be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist. As long as they were qualified, the guards would let them in. Of course, even if they weren't qualified enough, the guards wouldn't chase them away recklessly. They would only persuade them to leave. Who knew if these pharmacists would be highly sought after in the future? They couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao was at the back of the line, waiting for these people to examine him. Other than the guards of the Black Python clan, there was also an old man who was drinking tea. The old man was around 50 years old and was wearing the standard uniform of the Tranquil Immortal Island. The symbol of the Tranquil immortal island was the tranquil flower, which was very easy to recognize. Ling Xiao guessed that this person was probably sent by the Phoenix Cry, Pro Shui, or the expert from the Tranquil immortal island to select the pharmacists. After a long time, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn. A guard walked up and looked at Ling Xiao's chest. Seeing that there was no badge, he couldn't help but frown. However, his attitude was quite good. "Young hero, we need a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist today. Did you come to the wrong place?" Ling Xiao smiled and took out his pharmacist certificate. He handed it to the guard and said, "This is my pharmacist certificate. Take a look and you will know." The pharmacist certificate was the key to proving one's identity. The badge could be forged, but the pharmacist certificate couldn't be forged. Even if it was forged, it could be identified through the Pharmacist Association's database. "You are a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist." It was obvious that the guard didn't believe it. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a 16 or 17 years old young man. How could he be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist at such a young age? His first thought was that the pharmacist certificate was forged and that this person was trying to harm the expert. Therefore, his expression turned cold. He returned the certificate to Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, you should leave." "Leave? Didn't you hire a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist or above?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked the guard. "Kid, I'm giving you face, so I'm speaking politely. Don't push your luck. Do you really think you can sneak into our Black Python clan's estate by casually forging a certificate?" The guard finally revealed a slightly ferocious expression and spoke in a threatening tone. "Pa!" A loud slap resounded outside the Black Python clan's mansion. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the guard in front of him and said, "Forging a pharmacist's certificate. Do you know the consequences of framing a pharmacist, especially a Huang-level high-level pharmacist?" What happened? The sound of the slap startled the old man who was drinking tea. He hurried over to inquire about the situation. "Elder Tong, this person faked his apothecary certificate in an attempt to bluff his way through. I stopped him, but he still attacked." The guard said loudly. "Pa." It was another slap, but this time it was on the right side of the guard's face. This time, it was on the left side. Both sides of the guard's face were swollen, but it looked balanced. "Hula." This time, the dozens of guards standing at the entrance of the Black Python clan rushed over and surrounded Ling Xiao. "Wait a minute." The old man from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island waved his hand and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'm Tong Gang, the servant of the Everlasting Joy ancestor. Little brother, are you really a Huang-level high-level pharmacist?" "Elder Tong, my apothecary certificate is right there. You'll know whether it's real or not after checking it. Would you believe me if I told you?" Ling Xiao said faintly. "Take it for inspection." Tong Gang was very cautious. Since the mountain river martial spirit reappeared in the mystic world, monstrous geniuses had emerged in large numbers. He didn't want to offend anyone who might become an overlord. A moment later, Tong Gang's subordinate returned and said respectfully, "Elder Tong, this person is indeed a Huang-level high-level pharmacist. He just passed the assessment at the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Magic City Pharmacist Association. Is it true?" The Black Python clan's guard who was slapped suddenly forgot about the pain and looked at Ling Xiao like a fool. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a Huang-level high-level pharmacist. "Haha, this young hero is really talented. I didn't expect you to have such a level at such a young age. I almost misjudged you. Please come in. Someone will take you to the residence of the Everlasting Joy ancestor." Tong Gang chuckled and gestured for him to enter. Although Tong Gang claimed to be the servant of the Everlasting Joy ancestor, his strength was so strong that he was probably a realm lord. A Grotto Heaven realm expert was even stronger than Mang Feng. "Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded and walked inside. When he passed by the guard who was slapped, he said faintly, "Be careful in the future. Don't look for trouble. It's not easy to live. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, I'm afraid you'll lose your life." "I understand." Although the Black Python clan's guard was slapped, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he felt very lucky. Today, he had been beaten up. If this continued, He might even lose his life if he met a cruel person one day. These 2 slaps could be said to have woken him up and saved him. Little mister. When Tong Gang sent Ling Xiao through the door, he changed the way he addressed him. He said with a smile, "If little mister can heal the injuries of our everlasting joy ancestor, then we'll be friends of the everlasting joy immortal island. I don't dare to say anything about other places, but at least in the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent, our words carry a lot of weight. I also hope that we can become friends. No one liked to make enemies." Ling Xiao was the same. However, he wanted to rely on his own ability to make friends and make others respect him. He didn't want to be a yes man and sell his dignity to make friends. When he stepped through the door, a beautiful servant girl walked over to lead the way. Tong Gang turned around and walked out of the door to continue selecting pharmacists. Following behind the servant girl, he enjoyed the fragrance of flowers and birds in the surroundings. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Black Python clan was indeed the #1 clan in the city of Sin. The construction of this mansion was almost the same as the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was simply luxurious. As he walked, Ling Xiao felt many pairs of eyes spying on him in the darkness. There were even some soul powers seeping out from every corner, locking onto his every move. Interesting. The security of this Black Python clan seems to be even stricter than that of the Blackwind Guild. No wonder the Black Python clan can sit back and relax. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This Black Python clan wasn't as fearless as the rumors said. At the very least, this kind of security proved that they were afraid of being attacked. "Young master, we've arrived. The place where the everlasting joy ancestor is recuperating is just ahead." When they arrived at the entrance of an elegant courtyard with fresh air, the servant girl leading the way turned around and informed him. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, he had already seen many pharmacists standing in the courtyard. The lowest level of these pharmacists was yellow-level high-level pharmacists. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. Chapter 1206. Some of the pharmacists were waiting anxiously, some were thinking hard with their heads lowered, and some were discussing something in low voices. However, when they saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth suddenly enter the courtyard, they all revealed an astonished expression. One had to know that the youngest person here was over 40 years old. Ling Xiao's age was really too young. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's doubtful gazes. Instead, he walked into the courtyard. There was a pavilion with a chair inside. An old man was lying on it, and Fengming Piaro Shui was accompanying him. Ling Xiao was looking at Fengming Piaro Shui, and Fengming Piaro Shui also noticed Ling Xiao. "Why are you here?" Fengming Piaro Shui wasn't very happy to see Ling Xiao. This guy didn't give her any face when they were in the Divine Phoenix capital. He actually contradicted her in front of others, which made her very angry and unhappy. "Why? Do you know each other?" Although Tranquil Patriarch was injured, his speech and walking were still relatively normal. Fengming Piaro Shui asked the young man who had just arrived. "Grandfather, this guy is the Ling Xiao I was talking about. He's too arrogant. He didn't give me any face and embarrassed me in front of my peers." Fengming Piaro Shui shook Tranquil Patriarch's arm and said, He, so he's the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting. I didn't expect him to be so young." Tranquil Patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with interest in his eyes. "Grandfather, help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I'll lose a lot of face." When Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui was in the Divine Phoenix Academy, she had a completely cold and aloof appearance. But in front of this everlasting joy old ancestor, she suddenly became a delicate girl. It was really unknown which was her true face. "Piaro Shui, don't mess around. Those who came here today are all here to treat your grandfather's injuries. How can you teach him a lesson?" A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s shook his head with a bitter smile and said to Fengming Piaro Shui, "Is he worthy of treating my grandfather's injuries? If he can really cure my grandfather, I'll marry him." Piaro Shui's face was filled with disdain. Although she knew that Ling Xiao knew some medical skills, her grandfather's injury was a big problem that even a yellow-level super pharmacist couldn't solve. With Ling Xiao's ability, how could he solve it? "Lady Piaro Shui, I can't afford it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What did you say? Phoenix Cry fluttering snow couldn't believe it. Could it be that I'm not worthy of a human like you? That asterisk 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 and Laozu's expressions were ugly. After all, Feng Ming and Piaro Shui were their relatives. To be looked down upon like this was not giving them any face. This isn't a matter of whether I'm worthy or not. I've only come here for one thing, and that's the everlasting joy flower of the everlasting joy celestial island. As for other things, I haven't considered them yet. Ling Xiao said calmly. Looks like you're pretty confident. All right then, stand aside. If you can really heal this old man's injuries, not to mention the everlasting joy flower, this old man can even give you something more valuable than the everlasting joy flower. Laozu had a request after all, so he didn't insist on blaming Ling Xiao. However, like Piaro Shui, he didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. He felt that it was a young man's arrogance that wasn't worth mentioning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and stood aside to wait. About 15 minutes later, Tong Gang led the last batch of pharmacists into the side courtyard. Everyone, no one knows the exact condition of our Laozu's injuries. It's precisely because we can't find the cause that we can't treat it. With so many pharmacists here today, I believe that with everyone's combined efforts, there will be a way. Let's begin. Everyone, according to the order you entered, come forward one by one. Tong Gang announced. As long as you can find the cause of the Laozu's injuries, you'll receive a generous reward. If you can treat it, the reward will be doubled. Hearing this, the pharmacists all lined up. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He found a place to sit down and then drank tea while watching the performance of those people in front of him. The diagnosis process of these people was also a reference for him. The first to diagnose the cause of Laozu's injuries was a white-bearded old man. He was estimated to be over 100 years old. Moreover, he was a yellow-level super pharmacist, the strongest among the yellow-level pharmacists. However, after more than 10 minutes, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, this old man is incompetent. I can't actually determine the cause of the Laozu's injuries. This injury is really strange. I really can't find out what caused it." Piaro Shui, and Tong Gang didn't look disappointed when they heard this because they had already expected this result. After all, before coming here, they had tried to get the pharmacists on Laozu to diagnose the Laozu, but they couldn't find the cause either. The old man walked to the side but didn't leave. After him, many pharmacists rushed over excitedly and then shook their heads helplessly. Unexpectedly, no one was able to diagnose the true cause of Laozu's illness, let alone treat it. Sigh, this old man has already said that it's pointless to come here. Which alchemist on Everlasting Joy Immortal Island isn't better than the alchemists here? You guys just had to come here and torment people. It seemed that Ling Xiao was the only remaining pharmacist who had yet to make a move. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was thoroughly disappointed and even a little angry. He came to the city of Sin from the Changla Celestial Island with a sick body. That was quite a torment, so of course he felt uncomfortable. The pharmacists who had already made the diagnosis had ugly expressions, even though they were very indignant about Patriarch Changle's words. However, they had to admit that they couldn't make a proper diagnosis. They could only hang their heads and sigh helplessly. "Senior, you're wrong. The alchemists of the Changla Celestial Island are not necessarily better than the alchemists of the City of Sin. If they were better, then Senior wouldn't need to come here." At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "It's him." Everyone looked and saw that the person who spoke was the young man who was drinking tea. "Impudent! How dare you speak to my grandfather like that?" Feng Ming Piaro Shui said furiously. The surrounding pharmacists who had failed looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. They were also unhappy with Laozu's words, but they didn't dare to refute. Since Ling Xiao stood out, they naturally supported him from the bottom of their hearts. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. "Impudent! Didn't your family teach you to treat an alchemist who came to save a patient with such an attitude? I think you're trying to kill your grandfather, right?" Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming Piaro Shui and suddenly retorted. I didn't. Feng Ming Piao Shui was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao was right. Chapter 1207. Shut up if you don't have such thoughts. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming and Piao Shui and said, also, the pharmacists who came here today, regardless of whether they can diagnose the cause or not, have worked hard. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Don't tell me you think you're so superior that you're used to looking down on others. Tong Gang, did you hear that? Pay them for their hard work later. We can't let others think that the everlasting joy celestial island doesn't know etiquette. The Changal patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with a fierce glint in his eyes. However, he still ordered Tong Gang to do as Ling Xiao said. He didn't like this young man. This young man was too arrogant. Little brother, you've said so much just now. Are you confident that you can cure my injuries? After instructing Tong Gang, the everlasting joy ancestor turned to Ling Xiao and asked, confident? May I ask if the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island has the confidence to cure your injuries? Ling Xiao retorted. Good lad, your words are sharp. That's right. Even the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island can't cure my injuries, but he doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What about you? I believe you have your reasons for being so arrogant, right? The everlasting joy ancestor said with a smile. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The everlasting joy ancestor was stunned. He had been roaming the Jianghu for so many years, but he had never seen such a young man who wasn't afraid of his threats and even dared to go against him. That's right. This old man is threatening you. If you can't diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then be prepared to receive this old man's fury. If you can really diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then this old man will apologize to you in front of these people. His attitude suddenly became resolute. There's no need for an apology. If I diagnose the cause of my injuries, you have to give me 3 everlasting joy flowers. If I'm cured, you have to give me another 10 everlasting joy flowers. How about that? Ling Xiao didn't care about apologies. What he wanted now was the everlasting joy flowers. And the more, the better. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. The everlasting joy flower blooms once every 300 years. Even the everlasting joy immortal island only blooms a total of 20 flowers. You dare to ask for 13 flowers? Everlasting joy said with a smile. Is your life worth less than 13 flowers of Zhangla? Ling Xiao asked. Ha 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 ha, good. Since you are so confident, then come and give it a try. This old man agrees to your request. The Changal ancestor did not like Ling Xiao's arrogance because he felt that Ling Xiao had no reason to be arrogant. However, if Ling Xiao could really heal his injuries, then it would not be arrogance, but true ability. He would not hate it. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to make friends. Enough nonsense, let's begin. Ling Xiao walked towards the everlasting joy patriarch and then stood there without moving. What? Are you scared? The everlasting joy patriarch asked with a smile. It's not too late to give up now. If I give up, you'll be the one dead. Stop pretending. You don't seem to know that you've been poisoned, right? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and unyielding. You're just a patient in front of me now. Don't think of yourself as some patriarch. Grandfather, this guy is too arrogant. He's here to take advantage of you. Don't be fooled by him. Feng Ming Piao Shui said loudly. Noisy. Go and get a chair. Do you want me to stand here and heal? Ling Xiao glared at Feng Ming Piao Shui and said. What right do you have to order me? Feng Ming Piao Shui also glared at Ling Xiao. Tong Gang, go and get a chair. This little brother is interesting. The everlasting joy patriarch was extremely shocked. The fact that he had been poisoned was pointed out by a black-grade alchemist who passed by the everlasting joy immortal island. Unfortunately, the alchemist's price was too high. Even if the entire everlasting joy immortal island were to be sold, it would not be enough. Therefore, the everlasting joy patriarch was unable to treat him. Today, Ling Xiao actually said the same thing. How could he not be shocked? Wait, I'll let her go. Ling Xiao did not believe it. Feng Ming Piao Shui, Didn't you insist on acting cold in front of me? Didn't you look down on me? Then I'll let you serve me. Fengming Piaro Shui, wasting a breath of time is wasting your grandfather's chance to heal. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll go. Fengming Piaro Shui seemed to really love her grandfather. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she hurriedly brought a chair and placed it behind Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao sat down, the everlasting joy patriarch hurriedly asked, "Little brother, how did you know I was poisoned? Also, what kind of poison was I poisoned with? You don't need to know the diagnosis method. It's a professional secret. As for this poison, it has never been recorded in the medical books of the mystic world. However, I was fortunate enough to read a medical book from outside the mystic world that mentioned this poison. It's called white blood poison." Ling Xiao continued to examine the everlasting joy patriarch's body as he answered. White blood poison? This poison is truly unheard of. What's so terrifying about it? Asterisk 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 asked from the side. After being poisoned with white blood poison, you won't die immediately. Instead, it will gradually destroy your body. Even if you're a powerful yin-yang realm warrior, you won't be an exception. Ling Xiao answered, fever is one of the most common symptoms of white blood poison. It manifests as different degrees of fever and fever. The main cause of fever is infection. Among them, angina, stomatitis, and perianal infections are the most common. Pneumonia, tonsillitis, gingivitis, perianal abscesses are also more common. Ear inflammation, enteritis, carbuncles, and pyelonephritis are also common. In serious cases, sepsis, and so on can occur. Although the average person wouldn't understand Ling Xiao's words, the pharmacists present understood very well. In fact, they had also discovered that the everlasting joy patriarch had similar symptoms. However, the problem was that they didn't know the exact cause of the illness, so they couldn't treat it. The symptoms of white blood poison aren't just fever. The most obvious symptoms are bleeding. The bleeding can occur throughout the entire body. Bleeding from the skin, gingiva, and nasal cavity are the most common. There can also be bleeding from the retina, the ears, the brain, the digestive tract, the respiratory tract, and other internal organs. Ling Xiao continued. Yes. That's right. There are indeed such symptoms. At this moment, the everlasting joy patriarch no longer had his previous domineering and arrogant attitude. In front of Ling Xiao, he was just a frightened patient. In addition, there may be symptoms of anemia. The patient is often accompanied by weakness, a pale complexion, palpitations, shortness of breath, edema of the lower limbs, and other symptoms. Senior's condition is already quite serious. Ling Xiao touched the severely edematous lower limbs of the everlasting joy patriarch and said. At this moment, the pharmacists standing at the side all stared with their eyes wide open. At first, they only felt that Ling Xiao could speak for them. Therefore, they had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but they definitely didn't admire him. But now, they had already expressed a kind of lofty admiration. Chapter 1208. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old was able to accurately describe the discomfort caused by the white blood poison that came from outside the mystic world. This guy was simply a genius in the world of pharmacists. It would be strange if they did not admire him. Senior is still relatively lucky. The white blood poison has been suppressed by your powerful inner strength. It has yet to enter your spirit sea and heart meridians, so it has not caused any more serious danger. Ling Xiao said after checking. That means there's still hope? Tranquil ancestor hurriedly asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, although the white blood poison is powerful, there is a special treatment method recorded in the medical book that came from outside the mystic world that can help to expel the white blood poison. Little sir, if there's any method, just say it. Whatever you need, this old man will definitely do it for you. Tranquil ancestor was a little anxious. These days, he had been tormented by the poison miserably. It could be said that his life was worse than death. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his body's condition was continuing to deteriorate step by step. If this continued, he might become a cripple sooner or later. He had worked hard for so many years to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. How could he be willing to die like this? You'll have to ask your family about this. Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming Piao Shui and said with a smile. Ling Xiao, you don't have to look at me. If you need me to do anything for grandfather, I'll definitely do it. Fengming Piao Shui said firmly. Oh. What if you want to use your life to exchange for Tranquil ancestors? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. What? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone's expression was different. It could even be said that it was somewhat interesting. This old man has seen this treatment method in the medical book. It's exchanging a life for a life. A yellow-level super pharmacist stroked his beard and muttered to himself. I've also heard of it, but this method is too cruel, so I've never learned it. Another pharmacist nodded and said. Fengming Piao Shui clearly believed Ling Xiao when she heard these two people's words. Her body suddenly began to tremble. Death was something that should have been far away from her, but she didn't expect it to be so close to her now. Little mister, if you must sacrifice your life, let me do it. Lady Piao Shui is still too young. Tong Gang was the first to speak. Are you a direct descendant of the Tranquil ancestor? Ling Xiao asked. No. If not, then don't say anything, because it's meaningless. It has to be a direct blood relative. Ling Xiao shook his head. What about me? I'm the ancestor's daughter. Can I do that? That ***** thought for a while and finally spoke. Can I? I need to check it first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his finger, and a cold light flashed past. That woman felt as if she had been pricked by needles, and then she didn't feel any pain. No, although you are his biological daughter, you don't match him. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Didn't you say that you would do anything for your grandfather? Why are you suddenly mute? I'm willing. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui suddenly raised her head. Although her eyes were filled with tears, her eyes were very determined. Oh! Her reaction surprised Ling Xiao. It seemed that although this girl was spoiled and unruly, she was quite affectionate and righteous. Little mister, is it really only a life for a life? Is there no other way? The Tranquil ancestor was a little hesitant at this moment. He really couldn't bear to take his granddaughter's life to save him. He also felt a little disdainful. No. Ling Xiao answered very seriously. The Tranquil ancestor closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. There was obviously some helplessness and regret on his aged face. Forget it. Perhaps this is my fate. I still have to thank little mister for helping me diagnose the cause of the illness. Tong Gang, go and prepare the reward. 3 Tranquil flowers. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In fact, he could have turned around and left at this moment because he had already obtained the Tranquil flowers. Although there were only 3 flowers, it should be enough to make a pretty good sachet. However, he didn't leave. It should be said that this family's performance had moved him. Senior, your choice saved you. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui initially wanted to resist, but in the end, she chose to accept it calmly. No. The Tranquil ancestor and **** wanted to stop him, but Ling Xiao's attack was too sudden. Furthermore, the Tranquil ancestor was poisoned. **** wasn't very strong, so it was impossible for them to stop him. As for Tong Gang, he didn't plan on stopping him. After all, the Tranquil ancestor was more important than Phoenix Cry Piao Shui in his heart. What are you all so nervous for? I was just joking. There's no need to exchange a life for a life. I just need to borrow a bit of Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's bone marrow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that's why I said that senior Tranquil ancestor's choice saved you. If you had chosen to ignore Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's life and insisted on surviving, I would really have left you in the lurch. Are you serious? The Tranquil ancestor and the others were overjoyed. Of course. I, Ling Xiao, don't save people for money. I only care about my heart. If I hate someone, I will never save them. Fortunately, I don't hate your character. Although you were a little arrogant before, It's understandable that you have such a strong cultivation and are an elder of the Tranquil Immortal Island. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young sir, this old man doesn't know what to say. The Tranquil ancestor was really shocked and emotional. Although the young man in front of him was young, he was very mischievous. He really couldn't keep up with the pace of many of his actions. However, he really liked this young man. He did things according to his heart, regardless of what others said. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Phoenix cry, Piaro Shui, you should also lie down by the side. You might feel intense pain later, but it won't hurt your body. You must endure it. It will be over in about an hour. Ling Xiao instructed. All right. Phoenix cry Piaro Shui had already wiped away her tears. Suddenly, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem as annoying as before. For some reason, she even felt a little grateful to this man. If it hadn't been for this man, she wouldn't have known that her grandfather cared so much about her. The pharmacists beside them had never seen the treatment process before. Even the Yuan Venerate in Ling Xiao's body had never seen it before. All of this was a treatment method that Ling Xiao had created based on the new memories in his mind. It was very easy to use the martial techniques of the mystic realm to achieve this. It was even 100 times easier than in the mystic realm. Phoenix cry Piaro Shui bit the towel in her mouth. It was obvious that she was in a lot of pain, but this girl had actually endured until the end. Chapter 1209. Alright, it's over. Later, I will prescribe some medicine. You can ask other alchemists to help you make them. If you take them consistently, both of your bodies will recover quickly. After the treatment, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The treatment process seemed simple. However, without the help of the Tai Chi Eye, the slightest mistake could have cost both of their lives. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would have the ability to reverse the situation. I am completely convinced. I will have to trouble you from now on. The Tranquil ancestor was truly convinced. In his life, he rarely convinced others. However, the young man in front of him, who was only 16 or 17 years old, had such unfathomable medical skills. He couldn't help but believe that there really were monsters in this world. You don't have to praise me. I didn't help you because I was doing a good deed. I need to be rewarded. Ling Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, the Tranquil ancestor admired Ling Xiao even more. Any ordinary person would want to get close to him when they encountered such a situation. They would definitely be so proud that their tails would be wagging. However, this Ling Xiao was still so calm. It was as if this treatment wasn't worth mentioning at all. This is the prescription and the method to make the medicine. I believe that even a high-level Huang-level alchemist can make it. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. I will be in the city of Sin for the next few days. Ling Xiao wrote down the prescription and refining method of the medicinal pills used for recuperation. These weren't rare items. So, it didn't matter if they were leaked. He didn't care too much. Tong Gang, pass on my message. Tell the Tranquil Celestial Island to bring all the Tranquil flowers that are currently blooming to the city of Sin. The Tranquil ancestor suddenly said to Tong Gang. Are you sure you want all of them? Tong Gang asked doubtfully. Yes, all of them. This young man is my savior. It's just a few dozen Tranquil flowers. Do you want me to be stingy? All right, I will pass on the message right now. Tong Gang turned and left. Ling Xiao also said, if there's nothing else, I have to go back. When the Tranquil flower arrives, have someone send it directly to Princess Yun Ye's residence. Since little mister is in such a hurry, I won't stay any longer. I will be staying in the city of Sin for a while and will only leave after the alchemy conference ends. If little mister encounters any trouble, you can come and find me. Patriarch Tranquil did not know how to repay this young man for saving his life. Therefore, he decided to help if he could. Thank you. Ling Xiao cupped his fists towards everyone, and then he left the Black Python clan's estate under the accompaniment of that woman. When the other pharmacists saw that Ling Xiao had left, they were too embarrassed to stay and chose to leave one after another. Only the yellow-tiered super pharmacist stayed behind. Apothecary Lin, I'll have to trouble you to refine these pills. Remember, before you refine them, check them to see if there are any problems. Although Patriarch Chang'e was grateful to Ling Xiao, he had already been poisoned once, so it was inevitable for him to be cautious. He did not suspect Ling Xiao, but he felt that Ling Xiao was too young. The previous treatment methods might have been taught by an expert, and he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Xiao would plot against him. Therefore, he had to check if the medicinal materials were harmful. Patriarch, don't worry. I know. Apothecary Lin left with the prescription, but Fengming Piaro Shui lay there in a daze. She did not speak for a long time, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Haha, little girl, your heart is rippling. Do you want me to help you set them up? I think Ling Xiao is not bad. Whether it is his appearance, cultivation, or his pharmacist level, he is a first-class talent. My Piaro Shui will not feel wronged if she marries him. Patriarch Chang'e said with a smile. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Didn't Ling Xiao say that he already has a woman? Fengming Piaro Shui said with a red face. What are you afraid of? If you really like him, I will take care of everything for you. Patriarch Chang'e said very seriously. Forget it. I know Ling Xiao. Although he is arrogant, if you treat him with sincerity, he will reciprocate with sincerity. Grandfather, I know what you want to do, but it won't work. I'm afraid it will annoy him. Fengming Piaro Shui shook her head and said, what's more, the white blood poison in your body has not been completely removed. If you offend him at this time, you will be in trouble. I didn't expect my Piaro Shui to suddenly become so mature and steady. It's rare. Patriarch Chang'e said in surprise. At this time, Ling Xiao had returned to Princess Yun Yai's residence. There was actually a reason why he hurried home. In the process of detoxifying Patriarch Chang'e, he collected all the white blood poison into his mountain river world and condensed it into a white crystal. Because this thing came from outside the mystic world, it was very valuable for research. He returned home to study it as soon as possible. After all, the white blood poison was too powerful. He was also afraid that it would be dangerous if he kept it in the mountain river world. To his surprise, when his heavenly elemental energy came into contact with the crystal, he discovered that it contained the pure energy from the everlasting joy ancestor's body. This energy was suppressed by the white blood poison and could be easily subdued and transformed. This was simply an unexpected gain. Ling Xiao seized the time and began to cultivate. From the time he returned to the house until the sky was dark, he finally completely transformed the pure energy into his own heavenly primary energy. At this point, his cultivation finally broke through again and advanced to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. He was one step away from entering the 10 directions heaven realm. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to advance. Therefore, there were many times when such circumstances were needed. Ling Xiao's adventure could be considered an additional gain. Just as he was feeling happy about his breakthrough, he suddenly realized that he had transformed and tamed the white blood poison. The terrifying white blood poison could be freely controlled in his mountain river world. He tried to circulate his heavenly primary energy and transfer the white blood poison through his meridians to his fingers. This process was completely unobstructed. It was as smooth and natural as circulating his heavenly primary energy. Maybe I can use this white blood poison with the shadow profound meaning. After all, they are both energy of the same cold attribute. Ling Xiao was a warrior who liked to innovate and transform martial arts. His light profound meaning could release high temperatures, so the power of his moves was generally greater than that of the shadow profound meaning. Although the shadow profound meaning was unpredictable and impossible to guard against, its lethality was still insufficient. If he integrated the white blood poison, this situation would be fundamentally different. Thinking of this, he condensed a shadow all in the palm of his hand. The white blood poison followed the heavenly primary energy and integrated into the shadow all. Chapter 12:10. The combination of shadow and poison powers, because they were of the same attribute, coupled with Ling Xiao's perfect control of energy, actually made the shadow cone undergo a new change. Poison shadow cone. This is your name from now on. This is really an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that saving people would have such benefits. Ling Xiao looked at the move in his hand that had become more powerful and smiled. He was naturally in a good mood. When he was preparing to consolidate his current training results, suddenly there was a rustling sound on the roof. "Since you're here, come in, it's not good to step on other people's roof." Ling Xiao looked up at the roof and said lightly. At the same time, he raised his hand and the door opened. "Hehe, young hero Ling is really amazing, you can even find this." Before the person arrived, the bell-like laughter arrived first. A moment later, a woman walked in from the door, with a slightly wild dress, coupled with a pair of eyes full of spirit. It made people feel that she wasn't ordinary at first glance. "I don't know the name of the beauty, why are you looking for me when it's dark?" Ling Xiao really didn't know the person who came. "Who are Liuying?" The person looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Although her whole body was wrapped tightly, the lower body was wearing tight leather pants, and the upper body clothes perfectly outlined the enchanting and charming figure. This woman still knew how to show her beauty and wildness. Seductive little wild cat. This was Ling Xiao's evaluation of the woman in front of him. Although Hua Liuying's beauty wasn't as beautiful as Yueminu, or even Cold Plum, but she had a special flavor. This kind of woman easily made people have a strong sense of conquest. Ling Xiao didn't know Hua Liuying, nor did he know what Hua Liuying did, nor did he know why Hua Liuying came to him so late. But there didn't seem to be any hostility from the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind trying the newly strengthened poison shadow cone. "Hua Liuying? Never heard of it." Ling Xiao shook his head. "It's okay, I'm the second leader of the Double Flower Pirates, can we sit down and talk?" Hua Liuying asked with a smile. "Please take a seat." Ling Xiao made an inviting gesture. Hua Liuying casually found a place to sit down, and then stared at Ling Xiao's broad chest, which was full of masculine charm, and laughed foolishly. "Captain Hua, you still haven't told me why you're looking for me." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a coat quickly covered his body, covering his powerful muscles, before he asked indifferently. He knew that these pirate women were very powerful. They were different from traditional women. They would really snatch some men they fancied onto the ship to enjoy themselves. It was like a male pirate trying to snatch a woman. "Look at what you're saying. Can't the two of us get close to each other for no reason?" Hua Feiying rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with seduction. No one would believe that he wasn't trying to seduce Ling Xiao. "Close." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Leader Hua, you can't say such things carelessly. My woman lives next door. If she hears you say such things, I'm afraid she won't let you off." This sounded simple, but it was actually a threat. Hua Liuying had seen how powerful Cold Plum was. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist like Python Sky was easily defeated by Cold Plum. She couldn't compare to Python Sky, and naturally wasn't Cold Plum's opponent. "Young hero Ling, do you really think I'll eat you up? This time, I'm here to get closer, but it's not what you think." Hua Liuying suddenly stood up, and gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his spiritual sea was being invaded by something. Then, he was shocked to find that Hua Liuying, who was standing in front of him, actually started to dance that incomparably seductive dance. Every dance seemed to be seducing his soul, making him unable to extricate himself. The whole room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Everything seemed to have become peachy. Ling Xiao felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, and his lower abdomen was unbearably swollen. At this moment, he actually had an impulse to go over and press Hua Liuying to the ground, and then have 300 rounds of sex. Faintly, he heard his own rapid breathing, and beads of sweat appeared on his body. Then, Hua Liuying used that extremely seductive dance to get closer to him, and gently blew into his ear, making a seductive sound like a demon. All of this happened in an instant. Ling Xiao's Tai Kai eye suddenly opened, and an extremely powerful soul power gushed out, like the water from hell, filling the whole room. All of the enchanting scene suddenly disappeared. Only Hua Liuying sat there, in a strange posture. His eyes were blurred, and he was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Strange and shameful sounds came from his throat. Backlash. Ling Xiao smiled. In a moment, he understood what had just happened. This Hua Liuying, he didn't know where he learned such a powerful seduction technique. It was similar to what Ling Yu of the Ling family practiced, but much stronger. Just now, Hua Liuying tried to use this seduction technique to make Ling Xiao lose himself and fall into an illusion. But he didn't think that Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Not only did it destroy the seduction technique, but it also made Hua Liuying suffer from the backlash. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao directly brought a bucket of ice water from outside and poured it on Hua Liuying's head. The ice-cold stimulation made Hua Liuying recover from his loss of self-control, and his pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. Leader Hua, you actually used your seduction technique to deal with me. Could it be that we have a grudge before? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. Ling Xiao was very interested in the wet Hua Liuying, but when he thought of the cold eyes of the Moon Lady, he immediately calmed down. Young hero Ling, why do you say that? Don't you understand? I just like you. Hua Liuying said very boldly. You like me, so you use this method to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked with a cold face. We children of the sea are just this direct. We don't have time to talk about love when we want to get a man or woman. Because no one knows if they will be able to come back alive tomorrow. The sea is full of danger, 10 times scarier than on land. Hua Liuying's seduction technique was destroyed by Ling Xiao, so he might as well just let it go, and said directly. But what I, Ling Xiao, hate the most is being forced, you know? To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little angry just now, but after hearing Hua Liuying's words, he wasn't angry anymore. He just felt that it was a little ridiculous. If I didn't force myself, you probably wouldn't even look at me. Hua Liuying sighed and said. This woman was really honest, and really daring. She actually wanted to force herself on a man. Chapter 12:11. Feelings can't be forced. Captain Hua, don't do such childish things in the future. If I really did attack you just now, you would already be dead. Ling Xiao said faintly, it's already late, you should go back. I still have things to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Young hero Ling, I can go back, but today, other than my own intentions, I also have a mission from my sister. Hua Liuying suddenly became serious and said, Oh, your sister is looking for me for something? That's right, she wants you to join our Twin Flowers pirates. Hua Liuying replied. I'm not interested in being a pirate. Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected. He was the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Why would he become a pirate? Young hero Ling may look down on our Twin Flowers pirates, but you may not know this, but in the mystic world, the ocean takes up almost 70% of the area, and the land only makes up 30%. The forces in the ocean are far stronger than you can imagine. If you join our Twin Flowers pirates, you will definitely see a whole new world. Hua Liuying continued to persuade. Ling Xiao heard this and couldn't help but think for a moment. He believed Hua Liuying's words. If the Twin Flowers pirates didn't have a big force behind them, then it would really be hard for them to do well in this area. After all, they weren't the only pirate group near the City of Sin, there were some that were close to their level of strength. For example, the infamous One-Eyed Pirates. The leader of this pirate group, One-Eyed, was also very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Hua Fu Guang, he was much stronger than Hua Liuying. Sorry, I'm not interested in what big force you have behind you. Of course, I appreciate your good intentions. We can be friends, but I don't plan on joining you. Ling Xiao's attitude was very clear. Joining an unknown big force would also mean taking on unknown risks. To him, it wasn't worth it. He didn't like that feeling. Young hero Ling, I still hope that you can consider carefully. Hua Liuying said very seriously, if you join us, you can get a large amount of cultivation resources that you lacked before, including pills, martial arts, and so on. You can also obtain the protection of the great power behind us. Not to mention here, even in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one would dare to easily offend you. The conditions are indeed generous, but I'm really not interested. Leader Hua, go back and tell your sister about my intentions. Ling Xiao said faintly, and this so-called big force of yours is too insincere. If you want me to join, why don't you come and invite me yourself? Hua Liuying didn't know how to answer. Was he supposed to say that the power behind her wasn't interested in Ling Xiao at all? Did the two sisters think that Ling Xiao had great potential, so they made the decision to invite him? However, She still did not quite understand. Ling Xiao was actually not interested in medicinal pills or martial arts. She did not know that after Ling Xiao obtained the help of the human king, he already had a systematic cultivation method. There was no need for external martial arts to interfere with him. As for medicinal pills, he was a powerful alchemist himself. Why would he need to look at other people's faces? He hated being restrained the most, especially by unknown big forces. It felt as if he was being kept in captivity. Young heroling, I'll say something you don't want to hear. The big force behind us has actually never looked at you seriously. It's just that my sister and I feel that you have potential, so we came to invite you. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to join this force in the future. Hua Liuying reminded him. Haha, there's no big force in this world that I, Ling Xiao, would beg to join. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If it was before he joined the Yuhua school, he might have considered it. However, after experiencing so much, he already had everything he needed. There was no need to rely on any big force, so he would definitely not do so now. You're too conceited. Hua Liuying sighed and said, you may not know that you've already been targeted. If the martial spirit of Dao Tai was obtained by the Black Python clan, perhaps no one would dare to say anything. But now that it's in your hands, that might not be the case. Thank you for your reminder, Leader Hua. I know what I'm doing. Would Ling Xiao be afraid? He wasn't even afraid of the Black Python clan, so why would he be afraid of someone who would be afraid of the Black Python clan? Well, in that case, I won't say anything more. Young heroling, you should think about it carefully. I've been staying in the Black Wind House in the city of Sin for the past few days. If you've thought it through, you can contact me anytime. Goodbye. Hua Liuying could tell that Ling Xiao was very stubborn and persistent. It was almost impossible to threaten him with anything. She didn't want to push him too hard, so she stopped and chose to leave. Let me send you out. You may not know that you've already been targeted when you entered this house. It's really not easy to leave alone. Ling Xiao stood up and said. Impossible, I was very careful when I came in. Hua Liuying said. Then you can try. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Hua Liuying hesitated for a moment, then jumped out. However, she came back a moment later, looking a little embarrassed. Hehe, do you believe me now? If you come to me in the future, you can go through the front door directly. Otherwise, people will think you're an assassin. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out first. Hua Liuying followed behind him and successfully walked out of Princess Yun Ya's residence. Young heroling, thank you for sending me off. I'll leave first. Hua Liuying had suffered a lot tonight, so she didn't have the arrogance she had when she came. Okay, be careful on the way. Ling Xiao watched Hua Liuying leave. Then he turned and went in. Hua Liuying turned a corner at the intersection. There was a small stall selling food like wontons under the cover of the night. This wasn't unusual. In a place like the city of Sin, many retired warriors liked to do this kind of thing. They were tired of the disputes in the martial world and treated this kind of thing as enjoyment. At this time, there was a woman sitting at the wonton stall. Her pretty face was actually 90% similar to Hua Liuying's, but she looked more mature. She was wearing soft armor and looked extraordinary. At first glance, you could tell that she was someone who often fought and killed. Although there were evil eyes looking at her from time to time, when they saw the woman's appearance, they were scared and avoided her. The leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates, Hua Fuguang, was a female demon who killed people like flies. Even in the city of Sin, not many people dared to provoke her. Sister, I've really embarrassed myself this time. Hua Liuying sat beside Hua Fuguang. In the night, they outlined a beautiful scenery. The two were twins, and they were both very good-looking. They were really eye-catching. Chapter 12:12. Why, a 17-year-old kid actually made our experienced leader Hua Liuying succumb to him? Hua Fuguang used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth as he asked with a smile. Sister, don't mention it. That kid isn't human, he's a monster. Hua Liuying laughed bitterly. You've really screwed me over today. You forced me to use my seduction skills and in the end, I was just asking for trouble. You used your seduction skills and you still couldn't conquer him? This person's willpower is so strong. Hua Fuguang asked in shock. It wasn't because of my willpower, but because his soul force was too strong. The moment I used my charm technique, it was as if I saw a demon god appear in front of me. Then, the charm technique backfired, and I was foolishly tricked by myself. Speaking of this, Hua Liuying really had the heart to commit suicide. That kind of ugly state was actually seen by an outsider, especially by the person he claimed to be pursuing. This was simply depressing. Looks like this Ling Xiao should have cultivated some soul-related martial arts. According to our investigation, Ling Xiao knows a soul race woman called Ling Yixue. I'm afraid he learned from her. Hua Fuguang thought for a moment. Ling Yixue. Sister, you mean Ling Yixue? Hearing this name, Hua Liuying suddenly stood up in shock. That's right, it's Ling Yixue, Heroic Soul Palace's holy maiden, a peerless genius. Hua Fuguang replied. I knew it. That Ling Xiao is actually so arrogant. I didn't expect him to be related to such a terrifying power like Heroic Soul Palace. Hua Liuying was completely listless. That's not it. After Ling Yixue left Sky Cloud City in Sky Dragon Continent, she no longer interacted with Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao doesn't know about Ling Yixue's matters. He shouldn't be related to Heroic Soul Palace. Moreover, those fellows from Heroic Soul Palace are the true overlords of martial arts. They don't even care about people like Ling Xiao. How would they allow Ling Yixue to be with him? Hua Fuguang explained, alright, let's not talk about Ling Yixue. Since Ling Xiao isn't willing to join us, that's his loss and not ours. What you should be concerned about now is that treasure. Imperial Jade Seal? That's right. According to the news from above, the Imperial Jade Seal has appeared in the city of Sin. However, as for where exactly it is, we still need to find out. As long as we can get our hands on this item, then you and I can report back to our superiors. The benefits we will receive will not be ordinary. Hua Fuguang nodded. Ah, what a pity. During the day, Black Wind Tower auctioned off a large bronze seal, but I didn't see any heirloom seal. Hua Liuying sighed. He wanted to think about the Imperial Jade Seal, but he couldn't help but think of Ling Xiao. What's wrong with me? Hua Liuying smiled bitterly as he touched his burning face. Alright, little sister, after we obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, we should set sail. The profound world is very big, and there are many outstanding young people. There is no need to hang ourselves on a single tree. Got it, sister. Although she said so, she still felt a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. Was she going to give up on the man she liked just like that? On the second day, Black Wind Tower's auction went on as scheduled. Although many things happened on the first day, it didn't affect the auction on the second day. In the auction on the second day, the most eye-catching items were a high-grade yellow-grade medicinal pill, a set of immortal-grade treasured sword, and a few sets of martial arts for Heaven Realm warriors. These were all the finale items, and in the end, they were sold for a high price of 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Of course, after the Black Wind Tower took 20% of the commission, the remaining 80 million was Ling Xiao's. Hua Liuying still stayed in the Black Wind Tower because the Imperial Jade Seal could appear here at any time. His sister, Hua Fuguang, had already started investigating in secret. She looked towards the VIP box in boredom, but didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Python Sky Tower Master, that Ling Xiao didn't come? Hua Liuying couldn't help but ask Python Sky. Ling Xiao won't be coming today because he has to prepare for the alchemy conference. I'll personally send the spiritual stones to him later. Although Python Sky was still very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, he definitely didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao's strength was undeniable. However, the most terrifying thing was the two women beside Ling Xiao. They were simply unpredictable. The weak succumbed to the strong. This was a matter of course. He didn't want to joke about his life. Python Sky, let me bring the spiritual stones back. I won't trouble you. Anyway, you don't want to see him, right? At this moment, Yun Ye had also finished her work as the host. She walked out and smiled at Python Sky. If Princess Yun Ye wants to do it for me, then I'm very grateful. Python Sky really didn't want to see Ling Xiao. Whenever he saw Ling Xiao, he would think of his brother, Mang Yuan, who had been killed. He was really afraid that he would do something impulsive. As he spoke, he handed a storage ring to Yun Ya and said, "There are exactly 100 million lower-grade spiritual stones in here. After Princess Yun Ya passes the spiritual stones to Ling Xiao, you just need to return the storage ring." 100 million? You didn't take a commission? Yun Ya asked curiously. The Great Master said that he doesn't need a commission. Although Python Sky didn't know why, the Great Master Python 5's words were like an imperial edict. The people of the Black Python clan had to listen and obey. Python Sky, where's that Ling Xiao? Didn't he come to the Raven Wind Tower today? Just as Yun Ya took the storage ring and was about to leave, someone suddenly barged in. That rude and unreasonable voice was like the roar of a wild beast in the Raven Wind Tower. Many people frowned when they heard it. They were very unhappy. However, when they saw this person, many people swallowed their complaints and didn't dare to say a word. At the entrance of the Raven Wind Tower, there were more than 10 people standing there. The leader was wearing an eye patch on one of his eyes. He was tall and mighty, and he looked like a small giant. He was about 3 meters tall. There were many scars on his head and body. He looked very ferocious and terrifying. This also added a lot of fierceness to his aura. I was wondering who it was. So it's the leader of the one-eyed pirates, One-Eyed Dragon. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao? Python Sky asked faintly. Nonsense, of course I'm here for the martial soul of Dao Tai. This won't offend the Raven Wind Tower, right? Where is that kid? Get him out here and hand over the martial soul of Dao Tai to me with both hands. One-Eyed Dragon said loudly. He didn't hide his purpose at all. This guy is really here for the martial soul of Dao Tai. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but think to themselves. In fact, the news of the birth of the martial soul of Dao Tai had spread like wildfire late last night. Someone must have deliberately spread the news. Chapter 12-13. Someone purposely spread the news that the martial spirit of Dao Tai had fallen into the hands of the celestial emperor, Ling Xiao. This caused many tyrants to set their sights on Ling Xiao. Some were people that Ling Xiao had offended before, while others were here specifically for the martial spirit of Dao Tai. For example, the One-Eyed Man was one of them. The One-Eyed Man's one-eyed pirates were active in the waters around the city of Sin. Although they weren't as strong as the Twin Flowers pirates, they were still a very powerful force. Even the Black Python clan wanted to rope them in and didn't want to mess with them. After all, pirates were people who lived on the edge of their blades. They were cruel and crazy. Sometimes, they would really do unreasonable things that you couldn't guard against. These people were known as lunatics. They would even dare to mess with people who were stronger than them, let alone Ling Xiao. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao had a Grotto Heaven Realm elite like Cold Plum, he wasn't afraid at all. This was how lunatics did things. Of course, this lunatic had some strength. His cultivation had reached the full stage of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. He was stronger than Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. If there were no outsiders helping, Ling Xiao might not be his opponent. Hua Lying looked at the One-Eyed Man and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I've said it before. Since you have the martial spirit of Dao Tai, trouble will come one after another. Although this One-Eyed Man's cultivation isn't as good as your woman, Cold Plum, he has a lot of people under him. He even has a special treasure. Let's see how you deal with him. Her thoughts were simple. If Ling Xiao couldn't deal with the One-Eyed Man, he would definitely ask for help. Then, the Twin Flowers pirates would be able to intervene. It wasn't a bad idea to have a beauty to save a handsome guy. At the very least, Ling Xiao would owe them a favor. One-Eyed Man, don't mess around here. Ling Xiao isn't here today. Mang Tian looked at the One-Eyed Man and said lightly. Then where is he? The One-Eyed Man asked. Go look for him yourself. He hasn't left the city of Sin anyway. Mang Tian actually wanted to tell the One-Eyed Man where Ling Xiao was, but in the end, he didn't dare to. After all, Princess Yun Ya was still here. Go. The One-Eyed Man glanced at Python Sky. Perhaps he could tell that Python Sky was not lying, so he waved his hand and left with his men. Princess Yunye was in a hurry to go back and inform Ling Xiao. She was about to leave but was stopped by Hua Liuying. Princess Yunye, let me go with you. It's one more helper. I'm afraid you just want to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, right? Princess Yunye asked with a smile. Your Highness, I'm just looking for a psychological balance. Even if I really want to see him make a fool of himself, I'll still help him if he's in danger. You won't object to me going, right? Hua Liuying smiled. Let's go, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Princess Yunye certainly understood Hua Liuying's thoughts, but he also had absolute confidence in Ling Xiao. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. Although he didn't dare to say that he was completely clear about Ling Xiao's strength, he still knew a little about it. He knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Moon Lady beside Ling Xiao was so powerful that it made people tremble. If she made a move, not to mention the one-eyed man, even the Twin Flowers pirates wouldn't have the slightest advantage. As they spoke, the two walked out of the Black Wind Tower. Almost at the same time, on Emerald Wave Island, a giant ship broke through the waves and left the island, rushing in the direction of the city of Sin. The 1,000-mile sea was billowing, but it couldn't contain the hatred of the people of Emerald Wave Island. The third of the 6 young masters of Emerald Wave Island, the deadly sword Mo Xiaoyu, was actually killed in the city of Sin. If he was just the deadly sword, it would be fine. The key was that he was the young master of Emerald Wave Island. His death simply angered the entire Emerald Wave Island. Therefore, the revenge ship carried dozens of experts to Jade Wave Island to find the culprit to settle the score. However, at this time, the culprit, Ling Xiao, had just come out of the mansion of the Black Python clan. Today, he went there to check on the Chang'e ancestor. Today, the Chang'e ancestor's condition had completely improved. However, it would take some time for his body to fully recover. Ling Xiao, we only brought 3 Chang'e flowers this time. You can take them back and use them first. The rest will probably take another 2 or 3 days to arrive. After all, the fairy island is still quite far from here. Phoenix Cry Piaro Shue's attitude towards Ling Xiao had completely changed. From the disdain in the past to the admiration now, it was only because of one incident. It's okay. I'll wait. Anyway, the alchemy conference is only tomorrow. It will probably last for another 2 or 3 days. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Miss Piaro Shue, you don't have to send me off. I'll go back alone and take a stroll on the street. Be careful on your way back. My grandfather said that someone deliberately spread the news about you in the Raven Wind House. Now, there are many people on the street who are hostile to you. Phoenix Cry Piaro Shue reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. I will. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao lifted his feet and left. In fact, he understood that the people who spread the news were very likely to be from the Black Python clan. These people did not dare to deal with him openly because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they deliberately let him be in the eye of the storm. They wanted to borrow the hands of others to kill him. Ling Xiao thought to himself that perhaps he should kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This was the first person who came to find trouble with him. No matter what, he had to kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Walking on the street, Ling Xiao obviously noticed that many people were spying on him in the dark. They seemed to be hesitating whether or not to make a move. However, these people might have known about Ling Xiao's heroic deeds of killing Mo Xiaoyu and crippling Mang Xiao. They were afraid, so they did not really make a move. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Before they came over, they shouted. What's wrong, Princess Yunye? I'm just about to go back. You don't have to come looking for me. Did something happen? When they came closer, Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You're still smiling. Do you know that you're finished? Without waiting for Princess Yunye to answer, Hua Liuying said anxiously. Finished? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Liuying with a smile and said, Leader Hua, even if I don't want to join your organization, you don't have to curse me, right? Curse you? Am I that kind of woman in your heart? Hua Liuying said with a sad face, I just like you. Is it a crime to like someone? Stop, stop. Let's not talk about liking someone. I'm wrong. Yun Ya, what's the situation? Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't get anything serious from Hua Liuying, so he simply looked at Princess Yun Ya and asked. Someone wants to deal with you, and it's a very ferocious person. Princess Yun Ya answered. A very ferocious person? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Hua Liuying was so anxious that he stomped his feet. I say, why are you so calm? The person who wants to deal with you is the one-eyed man. Although his cultivation is not as good as my sister's, this guy has a magic treasure on him. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior would find it difficult to break his defense. In this way, he is simply very arrogant. This person has always been very cruel. He even dares to provoke the Black Python clan. This time, he came to find you for the martial soul of Dao Tai. Chapter 1214. A defense that even a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior can't break. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be interested. Although his defense was very strong now, it wouldn't be bad if he could continue to strengthen it. It would be great if he could snatch this treasure for himself. Interesting. Where is he? I'll go find him. Ling Xiao had been waiting to make an example out of someone, but he didn't meet anyone who dared to attack him. Now that he finally met such an arrogant guy, how could he let him go? You're crazy. That one-eyed man is leading his men to look for you. Why aren't you hiding? You want to find him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Although Hua Liuying's words were really unpleasant, Ling Xiao could feel the sincere concern in her words. This woman said that she liked him, but it didn't seem like she was just saying it casually. If it was any other woman, they would be eager to watch a good show. However, she was urging Ling Xiao to leave quickly. Leader Hua, don't you know that I have a not-so-elegant nickname? It's crazy. Ling Xiao grinned and looked at the dusty street in the distance. They are here. Quick. Hide in the Black Python clan. Although this one-eyed man sometimes even dares to provoke the Black Python clan when he's crazy, he will still be cautious. Hua Liuying obviously noticed the arrival of the one-eyed man's men. She hurriedly pushed Ling Xiao in the direction of the Black Python clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Leader Hua. At least I know that you do have good intentions towards me. Haha, you still have the mood to flirt on the street. You really don't care about me." Just then, a cold voice sounded on the street. The stalls on both sides of the street were already empty. The stall owners all hid in a safe place and watched the battle that was about to break out. This kind of thing happened almost every day in the city of Sin. Therefore, the stall owners were already used to it. To them, although this matter was torturous, it was also considered interesting. It could be considered a bit of entertainment in the midst of their boring daily lives. Hearing this voice, Hua Liuying's face suddenly stiffened. Damn it, there's no chance now. It seems that he really has to fight the one-eyed pirates today. It wasn't easy for her to truly fall in love with someone. She didn't want this person to be killed on the streets like this. Princess Yun Ya, you take Ling Xiao away. I'll stop the one-eyed dragon. At least he has to give me some face. A determined look appeared on Hua Liuying's face. This kind of woman was really a very straightforward person. Once she had decided on a man, she would unconditionally do what was best for him. However, just when Hua Yiying had made up his mind to completely break with the one-eyed pirates, he was directly lifted up and then moved aside. All right, Captain Hua. It's not time for you to protect me yet. Just watch from the side. Ling Xiao admitted that he was not strong enough. Sometimes, he still needed someone to protect him. However, he was confident that there was no need for that when facing the one-eyed man. For this kind of battle where the difference in cultivation was not big, it was best for him to do it himself. You're Ling Xiao, right? The one-eyed man asked. Yes, you're the one-eyed man? Ling Xiao asked back. I, your grandpa, will never change my name. That's right, I'm the one-eyed dragon in the martial world. The one-eyed man looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. Wasn't this just a kid who was still wet behind the ears? He thought that he was a master with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. This one-eyed man was just as Hua Liuying said. He was simply a madman, a reckless man, and obviously the kind of guy who didn't care about the consequences. Who gave him the courage to call himself Grandpa? I have no grievances with you in the past. We've never even met before. Why are you looking for me so fiercely? What is it for? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Yes, we've never met before. I'm here for nothing else but the martial spirit of Dao Tai. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. You go your way and I'll go mine. We'll be strangers from now on. How about it? Call me Grandpa, call me Grandpa. Do you need a grandpa? Grandson. Ling Xiao was really angry. After all, he was only 17 years old. When he was young and vigorous, his attitude suddenly became fierce. Moreover, the other party's threat was simply not putting Ling Xiao in his eyes. Not to mention that the one-eyed man was just a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he shouldn't be so rude to him. He was simply asking for a beating. Kid, what did you say? You dare to scold me? The one-eyed man frowned. He had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. They said that this kid was stubborn. He didn't give face to anyone. He didn't expect it to be true. So what if I scold you, grandson? The martial spirit of Dao Tai is now mine, Ling Xiao's. If you really want it, it's not impossible. Take out something of equal value. Otherwise, it'll go back to where it came from. Ling Xiao's attitude was very clear. Although the son of Dao Tai martial spirit was powerful, it was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. If the one-eyed man could really take out something of equal value, and it was something he urgently needed, it was not impossible to exchange it. Ha 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 ha, kid, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. You dare to negotiate with your one-eyed grandpa? The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He laughed and said, of course, if you think this is a deal, it's not a problem. You can hand over the martial spirit of Dao Tai and save your life. This is a good deal for you. Hearing this, many people in the crowd secretly scolded him for being shameless. This was simply shameless. He wanted to take away other people's things but was not willing to give anything. However, there was nothing they could do. The one-eyed man was stronger and had the powerful one-eyed pirates behind him. Even the Black Python clan had to give him some face, not to mention Ling Xiao. It was true that Ling Xiao was a young hero. However, before he grew up, he was no match for these old guys. Hee hee. Ling Xiao laughed as well. He looked at the one-eyed man and said, is there something wrong with your brain? Who gave you the guts to find trouble with me when you're merely at the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm? Originally, I had no grievances with you. However, since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being rude. You have a choice now. Either you turn around and scram, return to your one-eyed pirates and continue to enjoy your life, or you die here and become the laughingstock of the city of sin. Although Ling Xiao's words were very calm, to the warriors who were hiding in the dark and watching the show, it was no different from the rumbling of thunder. It was quite shocking. Chapter 12:15. This Ling Xiao was really brave. Facing the one-eyed man and his men, he was not afraid at all. He even gave the one-eyed man a choice. Either get lost or die. If this was the celestial capital, they might understand. After all, that was Ling Xiao's base. But this was the city of sin. Where did Ling Xiao get his confidence from? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you add fuel to the fire and piss him off? Hua Liuying was completely convinced by Ling Xiao. This guy was not afraid of death at all. Right, where's your female bodyguard, Cold Plum? I'll help you find her. You're no match for the one-eyed man. She had good intentions. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Xiao, but the one-eyed man was much stronger than Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Plus, he had a special treasure to protect himself. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. There's no need for Cold Plum to deal with trash like this. Ling Xiao looked back at Hua Liuying and said, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Good lad, you've got guts. Even Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao have to call me uncle when they see me. You're just an immature lad. How dare you threaten me in front of so many people? Do you have a death wish? The one-eyed man was clearly enraged. Not only did Ling Xiao not give him face, He even dared to threaten him. If he turned and left today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of sin anymore. Want to die? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao asked back. Hehe, you'll find out soon enough. Before he finished speaking, the one-eyed man suddenly stomped on the ground. His body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The place where he was originally standing had actually been stomped into a deep pit. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. When his body moved, the air exploded with a series of loud noises. A dark shadow of a long snake appeared behind the one-eyed dragon, which looked similar to the Black Python of the Black Python clan. However, the Black Python clan had a bloodline. His martial soul was a genuine martial soul. The moment his martial soul was released, his hands seemed to have turned into a soft snake's body. They suddenly elongated and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. The speed of his hands was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of his body. If he was hit, even with Ling Xiao's defense, he would still be injured. Furthermore, ordinary snake-type martial spirits were extremely poisonous, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. So powerful. This one-eyed man doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's deadly. Yeah, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to escape this calamity. He's still too young and doesn't know the dangers of Jianghu. That's true. When you meet a lunatic like the one-eyed dragon, it's better to obediently hand over your Daotai martial spirit. Why are you being so stubborn? There's no benefit to it. Except for Princess Yun Ya, almost everyone at the scene thought that Ling Xiao was doomed. Including Hua Liuying. This woman actually wanted to help in a moment of desperation, but she was stopped by Princess Yun Ya. Don't be nosy. He can handle it. Princess Yun Ya knew Ling Xiao much better than Hua Liuying. Ling Xiao stood there, and the one-eyed dragon in his eyes seemed to have turned into a long black worm. Those two hands were like the tail of a black snake. It had to be said that the other party was still very strong. At least in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. Just this pressure alone was stronger than the two of them combined. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. No matter how good a genius was, he still needed to grow up. When facing these old ginger, one really had to be careful. Of course, Ling Xiao was not Mo Xiaoyu or Mang Xiao. Today, the one-eyed dragon was really unlucky to have met him. In the face of the one-eyed dragon's explosive attack, Ling Xiao actually only took half a step forward with his right foot. Then, a sharp black awl quickly formed on the fingertips of his right hand. The moment the one-eyed dragon's attack arrived, he also released the attack on his right hand. Bang! The strange sound of the collision of energy exploded in the air. Ling Xiao's body involuntarily took a few steps back. One-eyed dragon flipped backward a few times before coming to a steady stop. Hehe, your attack can't break my defense. He gently blew at the black mark on his arm. It only looked like a small scratch. Basically, Ling Xiao's attack had been declared ineffective. If it had been someone else, the sharp awl would have pierced the other party's arm directly. Of course, even so, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao was still able to accurately find the weak spot of the one-eyed man's attack and hit it. This still surprised the one-eyed man. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the clothes on his neck were cut. It was obvious that it was corroded. This was enough to prove that the one-eyed dragon's attack did indeed contain a strong poison. It seemed that Ling Xiao's judgment was not wrong. Is that so? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the torn clothes with an indifferent expression. Good lad, you're quite calm. However, it's useless. I've already estimated your strength. You're indeed more powerful than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. However, you can't escape death when facing your grandfather, the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon laughed coldly and said, Don't be stubborn. Hand over the martial soul of Dao Tai and I can give you a martial soul that's more suitable for you. What do you think? Are you afraid? Ling Xiao laughed. If he wasn't afraid, the one-eyed dragon wouldn't have proposed such a condition at this time. One had to know that he previously wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial soul of Dao Tai unconditionally. Afraid? I just don't want to cause trouble in the city of sin. The alchemy conference is about to begin. It's not good to offend the Black Python clan. The one-eyed dragon said unhappily. If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with you. Ling Xiao said. How do you know? It's simple. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with a dead person. Even if they want to, I'm afraid they can't do anything. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems like you're really looking for death. The one-eyed dragon stopped talking nonsense. He suddenly lay on the ground and his body underwent a drastic change. It was as if he had lost all his bones and turned into a flexible black snake. The pair of scarlet triangular eyes were gloomy, cold, and evil. Many people felt cold and fearful. From his mouth, a 2-foot-long tongue was spat out. It was glowing with a dark blue poisonous light. Hiss tilde tilde hiss tilde tilde. The sound of a snake's hissing could be heard in the air. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the space where Ling Xiao was. Die. All of a sudden, the one-eyed dragon moved. His speed was faster than before. Several black afterimages appeared in the air, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. It was both real and fake. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this sudden attack. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. Chapter 12:16. Is he crazy? His courting death. While the crowd was discussing, the snake shadows had already surrounded Ling Xiao. The poisonous light in the sky kept flashing, and then it kept attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist. His feet moved in a magical way, and he easily avoided the seemingly dense and terrifying attacks that were impossible to guard against. The poisonous liquid fell to the ground, and there was the sound of it corroding the ground. The bluestone ground had become bumpy, and there were many small holes caused by the corrosion. However, none of the attacks could land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't escape. He just moved in the space of less than 2 or 3 meters, but he was able to accurately avoid the opponent's attacks every time. There was no one else who could do this. Hiss tilde tilde. Suddenly, a snake tail came out from the ground, and then it wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Let's see how you're going to hide. In the air, the one-eyed dragon swooped down. His hands were like poisonous thorns, and he directly pierced Ling Xiao's head. On the ground, Ling Xiao was tightly entangled by the snake tail that suddenly appeared. He couldn't move at all, and he was simply a human target. Alas, Ling Xiao is going to die now. His body movement is so good, but it's a pity that someone caught his weakness and broke it. Now it's useless to escape. That's right. If no one comes to save him, he will definitely die. What people saw and thought wasn't wrong, but many people ignored the details of Ling Xiao's attack. Even Princess Yunye didn't understand how Ling Xiao got into such a predicament. She and Hua Liuying both rushed over, trying to rescue Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Princess Yunye saw the victorious smile on Ling Xiao's face. She suddenly grabbed Hua Liuying. What's going on? If we don't save him, he will really be killed. Hua Liuying shouted anxiously. However, in the next moment, she suddenly shut her mouth and was completely stunned. One-eyed dragon, who was in midair, fell straight to the ground as if he was possessed. He had completely lost control of his body. As for the snake tail that extended from the ground, because it was also under Ling Xiao's control, it was also destroyed at this time. It was completely burned by the high temperature released from Ling Xiao's body. The martial artists who were secretly watching were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Everything was fine, so why did one-eyed dragon suddenly fall from the sky? This shouldn't be a mistake that a complete stage half-step grotto heaven realm cultivator would make. Why? Why is this happening? Lying on the ground, the one-eyed man felt a piercing pain in his body. He didn't know when he had been hit, so he could only shout at Ling Xiao. You think you're the only one who knows how to use poison? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if you really understand me, you should know that I'm an apothecary. What he used at the beginning was the poison shadow, all that had been strengthened by the white blood poison. Originally, he was just trying to see if the white blood poison could break through one-eyed dragon's defense. He didn't expect it to succeed. The penetration ability of the white blood poison was too terrifying. Even he was a little surprised by this. Unfortunately, even though One-Eyed Dragon had a powerful defense magic weapon, it was useless in front of him. So cruel. Not only is his martial arts talent outstanding, but he's also a powerful apothecary. I wonder what level he is at. I heard that Ling Xiao has been going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion recently. It's said that he's treating the Changal ancestor of the Changal Celestial Island. So powerful. Yes, I heard that he solved a problem that even a yellow-grade super apothecary couldn't solve. How terrifying. There were still some people in the crowd who understood that Ling Xiao couldn't have kept going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion a secret from everyone. Hua Liuying was also stunned at this time. After a long time, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on her face. She seemed to understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to join their force. Pharmacists, especially outstanding pharmacists, were always highly sought after by all the major forces no matter the time. If he didn't join any force, he wouldn't be hated by those forces because everyone could use him. There was no need to get rid of him. Once he joined a force, the other forces would be eager to kill him immediately. This was a brilliant way of doing things. She even jokingly said that Ling Xiao would regret it. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao was the one who was truly far-sighted and thoughtful. I won't fall like this, I won't. One-Eyed Dragon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, several snake tails emerged from the ground. But this time, it wasn't Ling Xiao who attacked, but the people that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him. The moment the snake tails wrapped around those people, they were like straws that sucked the life force out of those people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the dozen pirates that One-Eyed Dragon brought with him were sucked dry and died on the street. Looking at One-Eyed Dragon himself, he actually shed his skin. He broke away from the body that was full of white blood poison and became a brand new self. Although Ling Xiao could see that the white blood poison was still not removed, it was suppressed by his strong life force. Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. After shedding his skin, One-Eyed Dragon stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing coldness and hatred. The white blood poison in you isn't that serious. If you're willing to apologize to me and pay me to help you expel the poison, you can still live. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. Ling Xiao looked at One-Eyed Dragon and said lightly, "Ha ha ha ha, you want to take advantage of me? You want me to apologize to you? Not a chance. If I can't get the Dao Tai martial spirit today, I will destroy him." One-Eyed Dragon laughed crazily, obviously losing his mind. "If you really want to die, then I can't stop you," Ling Xiao said lightly, his face expressionless. He had given One-Eyed Dragon too many chances, but the other party was not willing to cherish them. "Me? Die? Hehe, you will definitely die before me. Kid, have you heard of domain energy? Yes, the Paradise Domain can transform heaven's elemental energy into a more powerful domain energy, which can then affect the surrounding space and elements." How could Ling Xiao not know? He had already killed several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although those were battles under special circumstances, he had still accumulated some experience. It's good that you know. The complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm is completely different from the previous cultivators. This is because the complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm already possesses a domain of origin energy. In front of my origin energy domain, your heavenly origin energy is nothing. One-Eyed Dragon was not willing to reveal the secret of his domain energy unless he was at the end of his rope. But at this moment, he had no choice but to reveal it. Chapter 12:17. The One-Eyed Man had no choice but to reveal his trump card Elemental Energy Field. In his opinion, only by using Elemental Energy Field could he defeat Ling Xiao. As he spoke, a strange sphere appeared around him. The sphere was translucent, and transparent water vapor constantly rose from it, forming a complete special space. Is that elemental energy field? It's elemental energy field that's fused with water element. Although the special space couldn't continue to expand and couldn't use the Grotto Heaven domain like a true Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, in terms of energy level, elemental energy field was indeed much stronger than elemental energy. When people looked at this special space, it was as if they were looking at a turbulent ocean. It was an overwhelming power that made people tremble in fear. Oh no, Ling Xiao really can't take it this time. The one-eyed man is going all out. He's even using his trump card. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. As the leader of a pirate group, the one-eyed man can become a famous pirate second only to the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates. It's not without reason. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was talented. Not only was he a martial arts genius, but he was also a monster in the world of pharmacists. However, any talent needed time to grow and become stronger. Unfortunately, facing the enraged one-eyed man today, Ling Xiao might really be unable to escape death. Yun Ye, don't make a move. Not wanting others to disturb his battle, Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. Then he looked at the one-eyed man and said, "Come on, let me see how powerful your so-called elemental energy field is. I'll stand here and wait for you." Ling Xiao's words made the onlookers secretly shake their heads. Ling Xiao was still too inexperienced. He didn't know how terrifying elemental energy field was. In front of elemental energy field was completely crushing power. Of course, at this moment, they still thought so. However, in the next moment, their thoughts changed instantly. Ling Xiao took out the shadow sword. The black sword body emitted a mysterious light. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent that looked down on the world swept out. It was like a storm of destruction between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the entire street. Even the dark clouds above his head were directly pierced by the sword intent. The slaughter sword intent that could crush all life. The sword intent of destruction that could destroy everything. The will of mountains and rivers that could intimidate all living things. Tyrannical beyond compare. He rushed out in a rude and unreasonable manner. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao's body also formed a circular space. What was different from the one-eyed man was that Ling Xiao's space was actually formed by long swords that were completely condensed from energy. Sword domain. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Sword domain was the abbreviation for sword paradise domain. Many martial artists knew about it, but not many had actually seen it. This was because condensing a sword domain was too difficult. Although there were many swordsmen in the profound world, there were very few who could truly comprehend a sword domain. Most of the paradise domains formed by swordsmen were not sword domains. To them, the Grotto Heaven domain was just a supplementary function. But to Ling Xiao, the sword domain was a real weapon. Fierce murderous aura, sword chi that broke through all obstacles. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a true sword immortal, a sword god. The one-eyed man was a half-step to Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. It was normal for him to be able to condense the embryonic form of a Grotto Heaven domain, Blackwater Grotto Heaven. But what about Ling Xiao? How could a mere peak level 9 martial artist be able to condense a Grotto Heaven domain? Moreover, it was the most difficult sword domain to comprehend. Of course, others didn't know, but Ling Xiao knew that his sword domain wasn't a real sword domain. It was simulated with the help of the Mountain River martial soul. Although the aura was comparable, it was still far from a real sword domain. Of course, it wasn't inferior to the one-eyed man's half-baked Blackwater Grotto Heaven domain. He's a real monster. It's unbelievable. In the crowd, almost everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's sword domain. This was something he had not expected at all. The one-eyed man was also stunned for a moment. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you today. But you're only at the peak level 9 martial artist. It's impossible for you to condense a sword domain, let alone have a domain origin energy. You must be relying on external objects to create a sword domain. Compared to my real Blackwater Grotto Heaven, it's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Then you can give it a try. Is my fake sword domain or your real Blackwater Grotto Heaven stronger?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. A martial artist's cultivation couldn't be separated from external objects. As long as it was used appropriately, it wouldn't cause any harm and could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Otherwise, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to increase your cultivation speed so quickly in such a short time. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of relying on the Mountain River martial soul. Everything he had was brought to him by the mountain river martial soul. Therefore, he had to use the mountain river martial soul to do better than anyone else. Cut the crap. Come on, let's fight to determine the winner. The one-eyed dragon roared. No, it's to determine life and death. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. The power contained in the sword domain continued to increase. The sharp sword essence, with an invincible aura, destroyed all obstacles in front of it. He walked forward slowly. All the power of the sword domain condensed on the shadow sword in his hand. With every step he took, the ground would be cut open and the air would constantly let out a mournful cry. Streaks of dazzling sword light emitted clear whistling sounds. They were filled with sharp sword intent of slaughter and destruction. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon subconsciously took a step back. He didn't even notice that his black water grotto heaven had many dents under the threat of the terrifying sword domain. It seemed like it would be penetrated at any time. Wait a minute. The one-eyed dragon shouted. The power of Ling Xiao's sword domain was completely beyond his imagination. He was completely frightened by the terrifying sword domain. His body trembled like a sieve. The black water grotto heaven was also trembling. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Ling Xiao was still walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. However, his speed was very slow. This slow speed gave the one-eyed dragon an incomparable sense of oppression and fear. I don't want the martial soul of Daotai anymore. I don't want it anymore, okay? The one-eyed dragon was a warrior in the complete phase of the half-step grotto heaven realm. Therefore, he could see that Ling Xiao's sword domain could definitely kill him. He was afraid. He was timid. He no longer had the courage to fight with Ling Xiao. What was face? He didn't want it anymore. He only wanted to stay alive. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to get even with Ling Xiao. However, once he was dead, he would have nothing. What's going on? The one-eyed dragon, a ferocious pirate, actually admitted defeat to a 17-year-old boy? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Chapter 12:18. At the very last moment, the one-eyed man begged for mercy. The spectators who were waiting for the final clash were dumbfounded. The one-eyed man was so arrogant and overbearing when he arrived. He didn't even give Ling Xiao a chance to negotiate. He demanded that Ling Xiao hand over the martial spirit of Daotai. If Ling Xiao didn't give it to him, he would kill Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao, in his eyes, was just an ant that he could crush at any time. In reality, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to be unlucky. Even if he didn't die, the martial spirit of Daotai would be stolen by the one-eyed man. That was the best outcome. After all, where there's life, there's hope. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would be a pity for him to die now. But this ending was something they couldn't have imagined. The one-eyed man, who was known as the Tyrant of the City of Sin and didn't even fear the Black Python clan, was no match for Ling Xiao. He didn't even have the courage to fight Ling Xiao one last time. He begged for mercy from Ling Xiao because he was afraid of death. He planned to leave and give up on the martial spirit of Daotai. Wasn't this all a dream? You want to leave now? Ling Xiao asked as he walked. That's right. I want to leave. I want to go back to the pirate ship right now. I don't dare to appear in front of you again. The one-eyed man, who had lost the courage to fight, could only think of escaping from here and never provoking Ling Xiao again. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to be more prepared in the future. For example, he had to hire more masters. Today, Ling Xiao made him lose face. One day, he would get it back. He didn't want to be mocked like an idiot. That day wasn't far away. But at this time, Ling Xiao's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If you wanted to leave before, I wouldn't have stopped you. But now, you have no chance. You only have one choice, and that is to die. Either you die standing or you die kneeling. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. You wanted to kill me, so you came to block my way to fight. In the end, you realized that you couldn't beat me and wanted to leave. How could there be such a good thing in this world? If Ling Xiao's cultivation was weaker, wouldn't he be killed by the one-eyed man? One-eyed man, should I say that you're shameless or arrogant? Do you think you can kill me, Ling Xiao? When you attacked me, you should have understood that if you couldn't kill me, you would have to die. You can't kill me, I'm the head of the One-Eyed Pirates. I'm an ally of the Black Python family. Ling Xiao's Black Python clan. Allies. Who's SSSSSSS? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You don't understand at all. Although Mang Xiao's SSS, can be recultivated, but the comma. At this critical moment, the one-eyed man really went all out. He said everything he shouldn't say. Many people suspected that the One-Eyed Pirates and the Black Python clan secretly colluded to harm other forces, but there was no evidence. They didn't expect the one-eyed man to say it himself today. This idiot. Python Sky, who was hiding in the crowd, gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear the guy's mouth apart. The one-eyed man's words directly put the Black Python clans into the unjust. Python Skies, is his, true? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and pointed his gaze at Python Sky. Python Sky secretly cursed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's eyesight to be so powerful. He was so far away, but he still knew that he was there. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Python Sky stood up helplessly and said, Young Hero Ling, although the one-eyed man's words are not entirely true, they're not wrong. Our Black Python clans didn't let him deal with our competitors. We just have a cooperative relationship with him. I hope you can spare his life for the sake of the Black Python clans. Such an answer was also after careful consideration. He couldn't abandon the one-eyed man at this time. That's because the One-Eyed Pirates, like the Twin Flowers Pirates, belonged to a powerful force. If he really burned the bridge at this time, he would inevitably offend that powerful force. Therefore, he stood up to plead for the one-eyed man. What he said was a little too obvious, but there was no other way. He had to say that. Did you hear that, kid? If you dare to kill me, neither the One-Eyed Pirates nor the Black Python clan will let you go. The one-eyed man saw that Python Sky had arrived and immediately perked up. Python Sky, you bastard. Since you're here, why don't you help me? Hurry up and kill this kid. Shut up. Don't you think there's enough trouble? Python Sky was furious. How could he have such a stupid teammate? Can't he see the situation at all? Now is not the time for you to be pretentious. It's good enough that you're still alive. How dare you instigate me to kill Ling Xiao? You don't want to live, but I do. Just as Python Sky didn't know how to plead for the one-eyed man, Ling Xiao had already walked in front of the one-eyed man. You can forgive the heavens for their sins, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Since you came to kill me, you should know that there's a possibility of you being killed. You asked for it. After saying that, Ling Xiao's sword realm suddenly vibrated. Countless sword lights merged into the shadow sword and pierced the one-eyed man's chest. You dare to kill. The horrified screams were completely suppressed by the roar of the sword realm. The one-eyed man looked at the unstoppable sword light in despair. He really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so bold as to not even give face to the Black Python clan. Did he really dare to kill him in front of Python Sky? He died with his eyes wide open. The sword fell. The one-eyed man's body was pierced through, and he fell straight onto the street. Dust and blood splattered all over the place. A ghastly wound appeared on his chest, and even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Dead. Completely dead. The famous one-eyed pirate captain, the hero of the city of Sin Sea region for many years, and a martial artist who was half a step to the Grotto Heaven realm, had died so easily at the hands of a mere teenager. A 17-year-old teenager without a single wound on his body. Only his collar was pierced. Such an ending was too big of a contrast. Countless people felt a huge sense of discomfort in their hearts. They felt that everything was so unreal, as if they were in a dream. Therefore, after the one-eyed man died, the street was dead silent. Everyone was still immersed in the scene that had just happened. Hua Liuying was one of the first to recover. Her body was trembling. She was excited. Excited. She loved this man to death. He was the perfect man that she had dreamed of. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions, and he didn't hesitate at all. No matter who the opponent was, whoever provoked him had to be punished. He would never be a coward. Chapter 12:19. Ling Xiao, now that you've had your fun, you can leave now. The city of sin is no longer a place for you to stay. Although she was excited, Hua Liuying was very rational. She knew what kind of trouble Ling Xiao would cause after killing the one-eyed man. Leave. I still have to attend the alchemy convention. How can I leave now? Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be stubborn. You don't even know who's behind the one-eyed man. If you offend them, you'll be in trouble. Hua Liuying said anxiously. What? Don't tell me that the one-eyed man is like your Twin Flowers pirates, with a big boss behind the scenes? Ling Xiao asked. That's true. I've said it before, 70% of the mystic world's ocean area has given birth to countless powerful forces. Among them, there's one force that controls the entire ocean area around the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Its name is Water God Temple, and its overall strength isn't any weaker than the strongest force in the White Tiger continent. It's even stronger than the 5 Immortal Island. In order to make Ling Xiao leave, Hua Liuying said some things that she shouldn't have said. Water God Temple? Never heard of it. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant, but he really hadn't heard of Water God Temple. After all, his range of activity was limited to the Sky Dragon and Godly Phoenix continents. He hadn't even been to these 2 continents yet. Leader Hua, thank you for your kind intentions. However, it is true that I cannot leave for the time being. If I were to give up such a good opportunity to improve because of an unknown enemy, that would not be my style at all. Ling Xiao, you don't understand how scary Water God Temple is. You're looking for death, do you know that? Hua Liuying shouted anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. If Water God Temple is really as powerful as you say, then even if I leave the city of sin, there's no point. That's true. Hua Liuying couldn't help but go silent. How about this? I'll help you investigate and see if Water God Temple will cause trouble for you because of the one-eyed man's death. Hua Liuying gritted her teeth. Thank you, Leader Hua, but you really don't have to do this. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No. I've already said that I've taken a liking to you. Regardless of whether you like me or not, my thoughts won't change. Even if I have to become enemies with the Water God Temple, I will still help my man. Hua Liuying smiled brightly and left in a hurry. TSK, young hero Ling is really lucky with women. This Captain Hua's standards have always been high. There aren't many men who can catch her eye, and there are even fewer men who can make her like them. You're amazing. Princess Yunye said with a smile. Yunye, don't laugh at me. I still have a mess to deal with. Ling Xiao shook his head. But you don't seem to be afraid or nervous at all. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? I, Ling Xiao, have always been accompanied by trouble. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If a person at the bottom wanted to climb up the internet, then he would inevitably be envied and framed. If he wanted to beat the heavens by half a step, he could only fight with his life. So what if it was just a little danger? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads secretly. Ling Xiao's character really made them feel good. In the face of people who bully you, you should be brave enough to do it, instead of cowering and being bullied by others. But after feeling good, they began to worry about Ling Xiao's safety. Not to mention the Water God Temple, the one-eyed pirates alone were enough to give Ling Xiao a headache. The one-eyed pirates had 4 fleets, and the 4 captains were all half-step Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. The rest of the crew was close to 1,000, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. If the Water God Temple sent more people, it would be even more troublesome. After all, according to the rumors, the weakest person in the Water God Temple was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. This time, no one knew what kind of master they would send, but no matter what, it would definitely be a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even if Ling Xiao could kill the one-eyed pirate, he had no chance of winning in the face of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Not to mention, the Black Python clan was involved in this. Although he didn't know why Python Heaven didn't help the one-eyed pirate, Ling Xiao killed the one-eyed pirate in front of Python Heaven, which was not giving face to the Black Python clan. Would the Black Python clan spare him? Yes, Ling Xiao was very strong, and his talent was ordinary. But with his current strength, trying to fight against the one-eyed pirates, the water god temple, and the Black Python clan by himself was simply courting death. Ling Xiao didn't want to lead the war to Princess Yun Ya's home. He also knew that the one-eyed pirates were nearby. If they wanted to find him, it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour. So, he simply found a stall on the street, ordered a bowl of spicy and delicious tofu pudding, and ate it as if nothing had happened. The warriors hiding in the dark on the street didn't leave, nor did they come out to continue their business. They knew the one-eyed pirates better than Ling Xiao. Their leader had been killed. The one-eyed pirates wouldn't give up so easily. Princess Yun Ya also didn't leave. She sat opposite Ling Xiao. She did this because she wanted to know more about how strong Ling Xiao was. After all, she didn't see the wonderful battle in the divine Phoenix capital. Secondly, she was naturally just in case. If Ling Xiao really couldn't handle it, she would naturally take action. Today's Heavenly Dragon trading firm was also in constant disputes. One of the factions planned to cooperate with Ling Xiao and support Ling Xiao's celestial empire. This was Princess Yun Ya's treasure, so she had to be careful. The waiting time wasn't long. In less than a quarter of an hour, the earth began to tremble. A strange big ship flew directly from the sky and landed on the street. Rumbling sounds continued to rise and fall, and many buildings were crushed by this huge ship. It was as if there was an earthquake, which made people tremble in fear. It's really here. It's the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship was a rare mechanical ship, it was very rare in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. Seeing it today, it was really an eye-opener for him. Ling Xiao is really in trouble. The 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates are here. It seems that there are also masters from the water temple. The one wearing a blue robe is one of them. The water god hall's people were all wearing water blue robes or battle armor. They had the water god hall's symbol on them, making them look very unique. It turned out to be something like a mermaid. She had long blue hair, a fishtail on the lower body, and a human upper body. At the same time, in the Black Wind Tower. Sister, let me go. I have to help Ling Xiao. Hua Liuying was trapped by a restriction and couldn't leave. And the one who trapped her was Hua Fuguang, her sister. Chapter 1220. You can't go anywhere today. If we don't help the water temple, then we'll be helping Ling Xiao. If we go against the water temple for Ling Xiao, then all of us will die. Can you bear the responsibility then? Hua Fuguang was very calm. Even though she knew that if she did this and Ling Xiao died, her sister would hate her for the rest of her life, but she had to do it. Because she was the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates, she had to be responsible for her crew. Sister, you can't do this. Can't you see that Ling Xiao won't die? Once he survives, his future will be limitless. Even the water temple may not be able to stop his growth. We have to help him now. Hua Feiying shouted. Since you have so much confidence in him, then there's no need to worry. Hua Fuguang closed her eyes and ignored Hua Feiying's shouts. At this time, on the street, thousands of pirates with blood on their hands jumped down from their ships. They were all howling like wild beasts from the sea. They were evil, sinister, and cruel. None of them were good people. None of them hadn't killed hundreds of people. These fellows had never felt pity for human lives. As pirates, their things were theirs, and other people's things were theirs. If they didn't give it to them, then they were stealing it. This was the simplest way pirates behaved. There was no reason to speak of. On the street, warriors hid in the shadows, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were afraid that if they angered these evil guys, they would lose their lives. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting at the stall, eating with relish as if the person who had just arrived did not exist in his eyes. The leader was wearing a blue robe. He looked coldly at the corpse on the ground with a completely shattered chest. He was the representative sent by the water temple to the city of Sin. His job was to gather wealth for the water temple. The one-eyed pirates did well in this aspect. They were the source of a large amount of wealth for the water temple. But now, the one-eyed pirate was killed, and he was killed after mentioning the name of the water temple. As the water god temple's Sin City representative, He couldn't tolerate the way the water god temple was treated. Standing on both sides of him are the 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates. The captain of the first team had fiery red hair. His cultivation was on par with the one-eyed man, and he had a powerful flame martial spirit. He's just a kid. If I were to make a move, I would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Captain Hua, you guys go first. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Kill him without mercy, the representative of the water spirit temple said coldly from the bow of the ship. Yes. Captain Hua looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the booth, and suddenly punched out. As the flames rolled, the table in the booth instantly burned, and thick smoke billowed. Ling Xiao, get over here and accept your death. He let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens, not at all inferior to the one-eyed dragon from before. I've heard that the captain of the one-eyed pirates is very powerful. He is not weaker than their pirate regiment head. Today, I saw him and it's true. Everyone's expression was uncertain. Some of them were worried for Ling Xiao. Some of them were gloating. After all, there are still all kinds of people in this world. You can't ask everyone to do things according to your ideas. That's not realistic. But at this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was that Captain Hua's strength was not bad. If the rest of the people joined forces, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. However, the table was destroyed, but the bowl in Ling Xiao's hand was not destroyed, nor was the stool under his butt. The bowl seemed to be suspended in the air. There was no support, but it didn't fall down and break, which made people stunned. People couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Ling Xiao is really good, but thinking about how domineering Ling Xiao was when he faced the one-eyed dragon just now, it's not surprising that he can do this now. Mother *K, are you trying to put on airs with me? Captain Hua's body was burning with red flames, and there was also a shadow of flames behind his body, which looked very powerful. Come on, tear that kid alive for me. Don't worry about anything, all of you go for me, Captain Hua roared, and the crew of a team rushed to Ling Xiao one after another. In their view, even if Ling Xiao was very powerful, there were nearly 300 people in their team, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. They were not afraid that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, this bastard. Kill. Captain Hua waved his hand and shouted in a cold tone. Kill. The pirates did not have the discipline of an army, nor did they have a uniform fighting style, but one by one, they shouted fiercely and rushed to Ling Xiao, still showing a strong power. However, at this time, a cold breath filled the entire long street. In the sky, snowflakes were floating. The cold chill came to the world, and all the pirates couldn't help but shiver, and their hearts were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The wind blew. The snow was like a sharp blade. In the flexibility, there was a strong murderous aura. Miserable screams erupted from the pirates in an instant. The bodies of those martial artists who were the first to pounce on Ling Xiao actually gradually froze, turning into aqua blue ice crystals. The people behind did not have time to stop their momentum and hit these people heavily. The ice crystals fell to the ground and shattered. There was no blood, but the scene was equally strange and cruel. Any pirate who approached Ling Xiao could not escape the danger of being frozen. Pirates are also human. When the fear overshadowed the ferocity, they did not dare to act. After all, dozens of people have died in front of them, and the way they died was so strange that it made people sigh. Who helped Ling Xiao? People guessed in their hearts. And this person actually offended the one-eyed pirates in order to protect Ling Xiao. Who is Ling Xiao to him or her? What did he do? A group of remaining pirates surrounded Ling Xiao, but did not dare to step forward. The person who did it has not yet appeared. They don't know who is their enemy, but this person is definitely very terrifying. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from Captain Hua's mouth, and he took the lead and rushed out. Without him, it was impossible for those under him to be Ling Xiao's opponent. He now understands. Yes. Finally, under the threat and encouragement of Captain Hua, the pirates regained their confidence, and the fear on their faces was replaced by ferocity again. They looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, and one by one they became fierce again. Go. Captain Hua rushed to the front, and a group of pirates followed closely behind, and the murderous aura condensed into a torrent and swept over. This time, there was no snowflakes flying, no cold chill. However, there were plum blossoms all over the sky. There was an elegant fragrance in the air, which was intoxicating. Chapter 12:21. Captain Hua sneered. Although he didn't know where these plum blossoms came from, they actually tried to block his attack. The flames all over his body gushed out and became more fierce. The fire soared and wrapped the plum blossoms. Idiot, if it was snow, I might have a little headache, but it's easy to burn the plum blossoms with fire. Captain Hua showed a smug smile. Is that so? A cold voice came through the air. It was a woman's voice. Looking at the plum blossoms again, they were out of the red flames, and they were still full of energy. There was no trace of being burned at all. Captain Hua only had time to show a shocked expression, and then he felt a tingling in his throat. The breath of life was stripped from his body. A miserable voice sounded almost at the same time. With Captain Hua dead, the remaining pirates were like duckweeds on the ocean, easily harvested. Their lives were as worthless as grass. The martial artists who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but the person who helped Ling Xiao was so powerful. This young man was not alone. It seemed that their guesses were wrong. The chosen one, the Celestial Emperor. With such an identity, how could there be no helpers? It was said that the Water Spirit Temple was powerful and the one-eyed pirates were ferocious, but many people ignored the fact that the Celestial Empire had just overthrown the true Demon Empire. Behind Ling Xiao, there was also a powerful force. Death spread on the Long Street, and a group of nearly 300 pirates led by Captain Hua were all killed. They also died inexplicably, and they also died in a very depressed manner. Gee, it's really not easy to kill Ling Xiao. People couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Think about it carefully. Since Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he has offended more than one master, but the result is that the people who offended him are basically either dead or crippled. Not only did he not die, but he is also getting stronger and stronger. It seems that unless the representative of the Water Spirit Temple takes action, I'm afraid that the one-eyed pirates will be wiped out today. That Ling Xiao is really calm. He is still eating at this time and has no intention of fighting at all. People really admired this young man more and more. Whether he was pretending or not, he had the ability to do so. If it were someone else, it really wouldn't work. Princess Yun Ya had already put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile. She thought that the more time she spent with him, the more she knew Ling Xiao, but now she suddenly found that after spending more time with him, she didn't understand him. Instead, she became more and more unfamiliar with him. Ling Xiao had become more and more mysterious. It was as though he was a completely different person after not seeing him for a day. What surprised her the most was the first person who helped Ling to was Princess Yun. If he guessed correctly, it should be Phoenix Cry drifting snow without a doubt. She was truly impressed. Back when they were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, Feng Ming and Piaro Shui had viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. Yet today, they were willing to help Ling Xiao, even if it meant offending Water Divine Hall. This young man was really charming. Appearance, martial arts, medical skills, wisdom, almost everything was full of strange charm. There was no perfect person in this world, and Ling Xiao was no exception. However, many of his shortcomings were also fatally attractive. Arrogance was a derogatory term when used on others. But when used on him, it became a compliment. This was because the arrogance of others could lead to tragedy in the end. But he was always a comedy. At this time, Ling Xiao had finished eating the last mouthful of tofu pudding and threw the last piece of bun into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said faintly, "People of the one-eyed pirates, listen up. I am in a good mood today and don't want to kill, so don't challenge my patience. Whoever dares to attack me, I will kill, and I will never show mercy." The pirates of the one-eyed pirates shrunk again. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but Captain Hua and the first team had already been wiped out. With just the few of them, they were like fish on the chopping board. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, he could kill them easily. There was no possibility of a comeback at all. The events in the city of Sin these 2 days proved one point: Ling Xiao was definitely not a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, he was very ruthless. Especially to enemies, he would never show mercy. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. It was not a joke. Captain Shark, Captain Tortoise, Captain Foam, the 3 of you come at me together. Don't tell me you're afraid of a mere Ling Xiao. A cold voice came from the Water Spirit Temple representative. He was very angry and wanted to do it himself. But once he did, it meant that the Water Spirit Temple would intervene. At that time, they would become enemies with the Celestial Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although the Water Spirit Temple was not afraid of this, it would disrupt their plans. Therefore, he could only hope that the remaining 3 captains of the One-Eyed Pirates could work harder. Yes, sir. Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were all half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. They were slightly weaker than Captain Hua, but they had all reached maturity. If one of them made a move, they might not be Ling Xiao's opponent. But if the 3 of them worked together, with the help of the 3 teams, it was still possible to kill Ling Xiao. What was there to be afraid of? Anyway, it was fine as long as Ling Xiao died. Even if they were called shameless, they wouldn't care. The 3 of them looked at each other and rushed out at almost the same time. The sound of internal energy exploding could be heard in the air. The 3 of them were very fast. They were so fast that many warriors couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Especially Captain Wind, he was like a gust of wind. Captain Shark of the Sea Shark clan, Captain Turtle of the Turtle clan, and a human Captain Wind with a wind martial spirit. Your One-Eyed Pirates really don't lack any species. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a world faintly appeared behind him. The sun and moon alternated, and day and night changed. There was a vast and ancient aura. Suddenly, a huge heaven-devouring titanic beast Daotai crawled out of the darkness. Its 2 fierce eyes, like the sun and moon, stared at the newcomers. A cold and terrifying aura suddenly penetrated the bodies of all the warriors. Daotai martial spirit? This brat had actually completely integrated the martial spirit of Daotai into his moves. How long has it been? How did he do it? Among the crowd, Mang Sky gnashed his teeth in hatred and jealousy. Small tricks, kill. Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were actually shocked. But after all, they were captain-level pirates. Usually, they were ferocious by nature. Even a little fear could not completely cover their ferocious hearts. A huge shark condensed from aqua-blue heavenly origin energy, a huge turtle shell that shone with a yellow light, a crazily spinning tornado. The 3 attacks attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. Chapter 1222. Roar. Daotai's roar seemed to come from another world. The shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand became faintly discernible. The ferocious aura continued to gather on his body. He did not move, only staring at the 3 attacks. His cold eyes revealed a disdainful smile. Kill. After the 3 captains attacked, the pirates in their team also threw out the weapons in their hands. This kind of battle often happened on the sea. The weapons that the pirates threw out contained powerful heavenly yuan energy. Not only did they have shocking destructive power, but their speed was also not slow. The weapons covered the sky and covered the earth like a storm. Ling Xiao's situation looked extremely bad. However, the smile on Ling Xiao's face became unusually bright. Heaven Burning Eye. Daotai's Doomsday. In the Tai Chi Eye, a blazing sea of fire was released. The weapons flying in the sky quickly melted into molten iron and fell to the ground, cooling on the green stone floor. The shadow sword in his hand stabbed out almost at the same time. The huge Daotai flew out along with the sword light. It opened its mouth and swallowed the shark formed by the heavenly yuan energy. Then, its huge claws landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was instantly shattered. Although the tornado hit the Daotai, it only left a scratch on its body and did not leave any substantial damage. When the 3 captains saw this, their hearts trembled violently. Retreat. They attacked at the same time, but the last thing they thought was to retreat at the same time. Ling Xiao's attack was more terrifying than they imagined. Especially the terrifying aura from the world behind Ling Xiao. They felt that it was 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the Dao Tai. Getting close to Ling Xiao was a dead end. They were not willing to gamble with their lives. They were afraid. However, there was no meaning in escaping. Since you chose to attack, then you should know the result. Now that you are afraid, isn't it too cowardly? Ling Xiao's voice sounded softly, but the attack did not stop. The furious Dao Tai covered the entire street, and the originally bright street became pitch black. The Dao Tai Doomsday that had merged with the Dao Tai Martial Soul was the true Dao Tai Doomsday. Once this move was unleashed, everything within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have entered an apocalyptic world. As the bloody mouth opened, the 3 captains and the hundreds of pirates seemed to be pulled by something. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. Their bodies were gradually sucked into the bloody mouth. The pirates looked on helplessly as their bodies were torn apart by the sword light from Taotie's body. While they were frightened, they could only scream desperately. They didn't want to die. Even pirates weren't willing to die. When they killed people, they didn't take other people's lives seriously. However, when this kind of thing happened to them, they were afraid. They had come here from the sea to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. But what they didn't expect was that they had come here to court death. Those who killed became those who were killed. This was truly ironic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Taotie's huge mouth closed. With just this move, the remaining 3 captains were killed, and hundreds of pirates were left without bones. Some of the remaining pirates directly fainted from fright, and some fled in all directions. Those who remained at the scene were also trembling and had completely lost their courage. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were completely frozen. This young man was a little too valiant. Today's ordinary business street had turned into a dead-end street. Could it be that only warriors of the Grotto Heaven realm could subdue him? Captain Hu died in battle. Captain Shark died in battle. Captain Turtle died in battle. Captain Feng died in battle. Along with them, there were nearly 200 pirates of the celestial realm. How could this not shock them? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still dressed in snow-white clothes and his black hair fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the shadow sword in his hand, they would have thought that he had never experienced a battle. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only a faint smile and indifferent ridicule. Perhaps for him, this battle couldn't even be considered a battle. It was just a boring slaughter. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Gently swinging his sword, Ling Xiao asked faintly, I don't mind giving you a quick death. When the pirates heard this, they didn't move forward. Instead, they all took a few steps back, and some of them wanted to escape. However, at this time, the representative of the Water Spirit Temple made a move. A flow of aqua-blue energy spread out from his body, and this energy was poured into the bodies of the remaining 300 or 400 pirates. The eyes of these pirates also turned aqua-blue. Regardless of whether they stayed or tried to escape, they all became puppet-like existences. They couldn't control their bodies. Under the control of the representative of the Water Spirit Temple, they all rushed toward Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, 2 figures had already rushed into the crowd. One was as white as snow, cold and gloomy. She was Piaro Shui, Feng Ming. The other was like a plum blossom, full of murderous intent. She was Cold Plum. I'll also practice. Princess Yunye also walked out with a smile. Of course, she didn't need to do anything to deal with these pirates, but her action represented her attitude. The Moon Lady didn't make a move. She sat on the white cloud with her eyes closed, as if she was resting, but also as if she was cultivating. It wasn't her turn to make a move yet. Ling Xiao also held the shadow sword and went out to kill. This kind of killing was also very good for honing one's murderous intent. The battle was completely one-sided. Under Piaro Shui's hands, there were all frozen corpses. Under Cold Plum's hands, although the corpses were intact, there was an extra hole in the shape of a plum blossom between their eyebrows. Under Yunye's hands, there were many deaths. This woman seemed to have mastered many different kinds of martial arts, each of which could kill people. The people Ling Xiao killed were more miserable. Basically, they were all beheaded. This was because he wanted to make an example. He wanted to let the people in the city of Sin know that if they wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, they had to be prepared to be killed. And it was very likely that they would die without a complete corpse. The battle was over. Except for a few people who escaped, the rest of the one-eyed pirates were all killed. The number of people who died under the hands of Ling Xiao and the other 3 was close to 1,000, including 4 captains who were half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. These people were too strong. Most of the warriors who were watching were in the Celestial realm. Facing the ground full of dead Celestial realm warriors, they naturally felt fear. They were very glad that they didn't provoke Ling Xiao, and they didn't think that they could kill Ling Xiao. It was difficult to judge the cultivation and strength of these people. Because these people obviously didn't use their full strength. Their battle seemed so easy, as if they were cleaning up a group of garbage. The one-eyed pirates came aggressively, but they left nearly 1,000 corpses and dyed the whole long street red. The blood-red street was really a great irony. Chapter 12:23. Scary. Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They thought that with the one-eyed pirates here, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. However, of the people who had come, only the representative of the Water Spirit Hall remained. The rest had either died in battle or fled. No wonder this kid didn't even bother to leave. With such power and such strong helpers, who would they be afraid of? The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. The outcome is still uncertain. After all, that representative is a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Although Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their overwhelming strength and destructive power, the strongest enemy here had yet to make a move. It was hard to say what the final outcome would be. On the other side, at the highest point of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang stood there and could clearly see the situation here. Hua Fu Ying was trapped by the restriction, but he could also see the situation here. Big sister, is this what you want me to see? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Hua Liuying smiled as he looked at his sister. She knew very well that her sister brought her here to let her see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Then, she would completely give up on the idea of being together with Ling Xiao. However, what her sister, Hua Fu Guang, did not expect was that Ling Xiao would put on a good show. Slapped in the face? That's not necessarily true. The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. I don't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. Hua Fu Guang gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, it's not too late to let me go. If the Water Temple representative is killed later, even if we want to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, he won't care." Hua Fu Ying reminded her. "You think too highly of him. Don't talk about defeating him. He wouldn't even dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Hua Fu Guang was still persevering. The Water Temple was such a terrifying existence. There was once a pirate group that was stronger than the Twin Flowers pirates operating in the Sin City Sea. That captain was also a Grotto Heaven realm cultivator, but because he had spoken such arrogant words to the Water Spirit Temple's representative, he had been forced to leave. Even before they started, the pirate group was completely annihilated the next day. Everyone's bodies were floating on the sea, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Because of this, Hua Fu Guang had always obeyed Water God Temple's orders and never dared to disobey. He was even more unwilling to offend them. "You're not going to make a move?" Ling Xiao finally looked at the high and mighty representative of the Water God Temple. From the very beginning, this person appeared to be superior to others, able to wantonly control the lives of others. "You're not worthy of me making a move." The Water God Temple's representative coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "If you have the guts, then don't leave the city of Sin today. I will let you know the fear of offending the Water God Temple." Don't worry. Not only will I not leave the city of Sin today, I won't even leave this street. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and touched his storage ring. An open-air pavilion appeared on the street, blocking the sun from shining on it. Inside the pavilion, there were fruits, desserts, and tea. "Lady Piaro Shui, Cold Plum, Princess Yun Ya, go and rest. Let's solve this problem today. There's no need to delay it until tomorrow. After all, I still have to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. I can't afford to delay it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he directly sat there and picked up an apple to eat. Master, why don't I go and kill that water god temple's representative? Cold Plum lowered her voice and said. Absolutely not. Princess Yun Ya and Piaro Shui said almost at the same time. Oh, why not? Ling Xiao originally wanted to agree to Cold Plum's request. After all, the water god temple's representative really wanted him dead. Princess Yun Ya told him the story of the pirate group's annihilation. Piaro Shui also told him about the Everlasting Joy Celestial Islands experience. It was all related to the water god temple. That pirate group was annihilated because their leader spoke rudely. When the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island extended their influence to the White Tiger continent, they had a direct confrontation with the water god temple. The result was a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they also completely cut off the idea of extending their influence to the White Tiger continent. On the contrary, the water god temple's influence continued to expand in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent sea region. Although we can't wash our dirty linen in public, I still have to tell you that the water god temple is stronger than the 5 immortal islands. You can't afford to offend them, and your country can't afford to offend them either. Piaro Shui said very seriously. Then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, should I stretch my neck and let him kill me? Ling Xiao asked in return. That's why I said that it's best to endure it. The water god temple's representative won't easily make a move. He can control others to attack you, but he usually won't make a move himself. Because once he makes a move, it may involve several major forces and cause a chaotic battle. Piaro Shui said, if he really makes a move on you, it won't be too late to deal with him at that time. We can't make a move first. It's really troublesome, but since you said so, I'll give you face and also give the water god temple face. I hope they know what they're doing. Otherwise, no matter how many representatives they send, I'll kill all of them without mercy. Ling Xiao didn't want to stop, but he also knew that Piaro Shui and Princess Yun Ya were doing this for his own good, so it didn't matter if he gave them some face. In any case, the water god temple's representative in front of him wasn't a very strong opponent. Even without the help of the Moon Maiden and the others, it was almost impossible for the representative to easily kill Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't kill him, he could still deal with him. After persuading Ling Xiao, Piaro Shui and Princess Yun Ya went to persuade the water god temple's representative. They originally wanted to reconcile, but the other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. Changal Celestial Island's strength is not bad, but the matters of the water god temple are not for you to worry about. As for the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, I'm afraid you alone can't represent it. If I remember correctly, the area manager in charge of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, Zhong Tianda, should also be in the City of Sin. Can he tolerate you helping that kid to become enemies with the Water God Temple? The Water God Temple's representative was obviously afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he wasn't afraid of Princess Yun Ya. Because Yun Ya couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ha ha ha, Representative Yang is right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Suddenly, smoke billowed in the distance as another group of people arrived. It was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Zhong Tianda and his subordinates. Yun Ya, you're really daring. You actually dared to harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests behind my back. How should you be punished? The first thing he said when he arrived was to question Princess Yun Ya. It could be seen that Zhong Tianda really didn't like Yun Ya. Harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests? Why do you say that? Yun Ya asked indifferently. Chapter 1224. Still playing dumb? You should understand that our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has business dealings with the Water Spirit Temple, and Representative Yang and I are good friends. Today, you actually offended the Water Spirit Temple for a brat who came out of nowhere. Isn't this harming the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Zhong Tianda said righteously. What he said did make some sense. However, Yun Ya just smiled faintly and said, a mere water spirit temple controls the waters of the Heavenly Dragon, divine phoenix, and white tiger continents. The trade volume between our heavenly dragon trading company and them doesn't exceed 300 million low-grade spirit stones a year, right? Zhong Tianda, are you going to protect them with such a small amount of trade volume? You're still not satisfied with 300 million low-grade spirit stones? Zhong Tianda frowned. What a joke. Our trade volume with the Celestial Empire has already exceeded 80 million low-grade spirit stones a month, and it will continue to increase in the future. Which side do you think I should help? Yun Yue sneered. So much. Hearing Yun Yue's words, Zhong Tianda was taken aback, but he glanced at Representative Yang and then said in a very tough tone, "That's true, but the Water Spirit Temple is much stronger than the Celestial Empire. Offending them is not a good thing. You're provoking enemies for our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. What a joke. Since when did our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have to be afraid of a mere Water Spirit Temple? Shouldn't interests be paramount? Believe it or not, I'll report to headquarters right now and see their response." Yun Yue said loudly. "Shut up. I'm your boss. Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't leave that brat, I'll treat you as a traitor and deal with you." Zhong Tianda couldn't argue with Yun Yue, so he could only bully her. "Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Why put on airs? Do you really think everyone is an idiot?" Yun Yue smiled disdainfully, then looked at the people behind Zhong Tianda and said, "All of you, listen up. Today is a grudge between me and Zhong Tianda." He disregarded the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests, colluded with the Water God's Temple, embezzled the trading company's assets, and attempted to destroy the trading company's largest source of income between the 3 continents. "I don't need you to deal with him, but it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The internal strife of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had long since entered a white-hot stage. In fact, there were fights everywhere. However, the headquarters had always turned a blind eye to this matter. They even treated it as a good thing to promote the evolution of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. This was because only the stronger one could emerge victorious in this battle. Because of this, Yun Yue was not worried that there would be any serious consequences after she killed Zhong Tianda. It would be better to say that she had to eliminate Zhong Tianda now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fully control the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's authority in the first 3 continents. "Well, Yun Yue, this general manager has been waiting for you to say this. If you die later, don't blame me." Zhong Tianda sneered, then waved his hand, motioning for the people he brought to surround the pavilion where Ling Xiao and the others were. "Use the array." At his command, those cultivators tossed out the strange jade tokens in their hands one after another. Then, a cage actually appeared, completely trapping Ling Xiao and the others. Although Zhong Tianda looked arrogant, he was much smarter than the one-eyed pirates. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were strong and that it was not appropriate to fight them head-on, so he simply chose to trap them with a spirit array. Heh, being trapped by my jade cage array, your internal strength and physical strength will slowly be exhausted. When you beg for death, I will give you a quick death." Zhong Tianda let out a cunning sneer, then sat beside the Yang representative. The 2 of them clinked glasses and drank, looking very proud. The warriors surrounding the jade cage array sat cross-legged and muttered, causing a burst of ear-piercing noise to be produced in the jade cage array. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy after a while. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Not only was he good at spirit arrays, but his soul force was also extremely powerful. The moment Zhong Tianda set up the spirit array, he chose to fight with it. Not only did it isolate the noise, but it also completely isolated the danger of the jade cage array. However, Zhong Tianda didn't know this. "You guys don't have to be nervous. Sit down and rest. I have some insights from the battle just now. Maybe I can break through." Ling Xiao had really benefited a lot from the battle just now. Next, he might have to face spirit array experts like Zhong Tianda or the Yang representative. He must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if his cultivation improved a little, it would be a great improvement to his strength. Okay. Since there was no pressure, they could just eat and chat. Waiting was fine. On the top floor of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang said coldly, "See, sister? This is Ling Xiao's end. Even the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company came to deal with him. I have seen the power of this jade cage array with my own eyes. Even a spirit array expert would find it difficult to break through, unless they are good at spirit arrays. Ling Xiao is a martial arts genius and also a monster in the medicine world. However, he can't possibly know about spirit arrays, right? This time, he is Finnish. The people who helped him are also Finnish." Hua Liuying frowned and looked into the distance nervously. Although to ordinary people, the scene in the distance was just a black dot, to warriors like them, the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. "No, sister, I believe that he will break out of the array. He definitely will." Hua Liuying actually didn't have any reason to support her words. She just felt that such a proud man, such an indomitable man, such a brave young man, couldn't possibly be finished like this. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao was the man that Hua Liuying liked. How could her man be so useless? The entire long street suddenly became quiet. Ling Xiao was cultivating in the jade cage array. Because the jade cage array would produce an energy storm during its operation, it blocked everyone's vision. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the array and what was happening to the people inside. At first, it was fine, but the energy storm became stronger and stronger. Even the eyes of warriors couldn't see through the layers of barriers. The representative of Yang Country and Zhong Tianda drank and chatted on the armored airship. The two of them were very relaxed at first. As for the onlookers, it was as if they were watching a tense show. Although they felt very hungry and uncomfortable, almost no one left. They all stared at the situation on the long street with their eyes wide open. Perhaps what was going to happen next was something that they could never imagine. Therefore, they really couldn't miss it. Waiting was too tiring. From the sun hanging high in the sky until the lights on the long street lit up and darkness descended, an entire day had passed. Chapter 1225. They had waited for a whole day. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who were responsible for maintaining the jade cage array were so tired that they were seeing stars. The onlookers also felt that their physical strength was seriously exhausted. Some people simply took out food and elixirs from their storage rings to replenish their energy. However, the jade cage array was still very calm and showed no signs of breaking. Zhong Tianda suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Representative Yang, I think it's about time. Even if Ling Xiao is a super genius, he has been in the jade cage array for such a long time. I think it's about time for him to die. Why don't we open the jade cage array together?" Representative Yang was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Another flywheel ship descended. This flywheel ship was larger than the one-eyed pirates. It directly landed on the houses and crushed countless houses. Many warriors were unable to escape in time and were crushed to death by the flywheel ship. Jade Wave Island. This is Jade Wave Island's sky-water flywheel ship. Whether its size or quality, it's better than the one-eyed pirate's ironclad flywheel ship. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Many people did not understand why the people of Jade Wave Island were here. Of course, many people knew the reason. Ling Xiao killed Mo Xiaoyu in the Black Wind Tower. That's the young island master of Jade Wave Island. How can Jade Wave Island not send someone to take revenge? Then, won't Ling Xiao be dead? He offended Water Spirit Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now Jade Wave Island. This kid is really hateful. Cut the crap. If he doesn't want to act humble, he'll have to offend people. Ling Xiao must have thought of such an outcome. Now, I really want to know how he's going to face these three powerful forces. As the people of Jade Wave Island arrived, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if they were crying for Mo Xiaoyu. Jade Wave Island is here for revenge. Unrelated people, get lost. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. There was a person standing at the bow of the ship. He was clad in black armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Although his hair was messy, no one dared to underestimate him. This person's way of doing things was really overbearing. He didn't care who the person next to him was. He just opened his mouth and told him to get lost. He was really worthy of being an expert of Jade Wave Island. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to disobey him and retreated further away. Anyway, as cultivators, even if they were further away, they could still see if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit Temple's representative. He stood up and was about to speak but was stopped by Zhong Tianda. Representative Yang, leave this matter to me. I've known this person for a long time. All right. Representative Yang nodded and said. Zhong Tianda stood up and looked at the person at the bow of the ship. Old friend, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? Our common goal is that brat Ling Xiao. It's not good to kill each other. Zhong Tianda? Yes, that's me. All right, for your sake, I'll come down for a chat. The person at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped down. A height of more than 20 meters was like flat ground to a martial artist. It posed no threat at all. Ha ha ha, it really is you, Venerable Poison Soul. Zhong Tianda laughed out loud. Venerable Poison Soul. Hearing this title, many of the spectating cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. This Venerable Poison Soul was an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that this guy killed people like scything flax. His use of poison was terrifying. Whether it was innocent or enemy, once he got angry, he would not let anyone off. Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure of Green Ripple Island. Apart from the Island Master and the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was the next in line. Now that the Island Master was in closed-door cultivation, the 2 Vice Island Masters could not leave the island without permission. Therefore, as the number 4 figure, he naturally had to avenge Mo Xiaoyu. Otherwise, once the Island Master came out of seclusion, they would all be punished, and might even be killed in anger. Zhong Tianda, you and this Water Spirit Temple representative shouldn't get involved in this matter. That brat Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable enmity. He almost destroyed my sect, and now he killed the son of our Island Master. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Zhong Tianda and the Yang family representative and said, Hihi, I have heard of this. You used to be the sect master of the Poison King sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that you are an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, it is not a grievance for you. Zhong Tianda said with a smile. Humph, how can a sect master be happy and free? Although Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure in Green Ripple Island, he still had to be ordered around by the 3 people in front of him. His status was not low, but in the end, he was still someone's subordinate. If he was in the Poison King sect, he would be the boss. No matter when, he would have the final say. But now, it was naturally different. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao. He attributed the change in his status and his tragedy to the rise of Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao, his Poison King sect would not have been miserable to such an extent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have been able to act like a tyrant in the True Devil Empire. As a traitor, his dream was broken by Ling Xiao. After the True Devil Empire was defeated, he fled to Green Ripple Island in a sorry state. Although he said that he had become an elder, in fact, he was just a free thug for others. He hated Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made him run around like a mouse. Since we have the same goal, why should we quarrel over such a small matter? Venerable Poison Soul, since you hate that brat so much, I will help you open the Jade Cage Array and kill him. Zhong Tianda said with a smile. I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. If he dies too easily, it will make me very unhappy. Venerable Poison Soul said coldly. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. An indifferent voice came out from the Jade Cage Array. The energy storm began to quickly recede, and the situation inside became clearer. Ling Xiao was still sitting there, untouched by a speck of dust. Beside him, Cold Plum, Phoenix Cry, Piaro Shui, and Princess Yun Ya stood with a dignified look on their faces. Only Ling Xiao's face was still as bright as the sun, as if nothing could make him afraid. Impossible. Above the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. After staying in the Jade Cage Array for so long, he didn't look weak at all. Instead, his face was glowing. It was obvious that his strength had improved. Nothing is impossible, sister. You should listen to my advice. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be here today. Hurry up and make a decision. Choose him or Water God Temple. Hua Fuying said with a smile. Shut up. In any case, our Twin Flowers pirates can't get involved in this battle. I admit that I underestimated Ling Xiao, but do you think he can escape the attack of Venerable Poison Soul, Zhong Tianda, and Yang Representative? Hua Fu Guang shouted excitedly. Chapter 1226. But sister, you have to make a choice now. Once Representative Yang is killed, the Twin Flowers pirates will definitely be blamed by the Water God Temple. You have to think carefully. Hua Liuying said calmly. Hua Fu Guang was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why did she repeatedly make mistakes in judgment and make a fool of herself in front of her sister? But sister, you have to know that the members of the Twin Flowers pirates are poor women from all over the world. We have to protect their lives. If we help Ling Xiao, we will have to face the merciless revenge of the Water God Temple. Hua Fu Guang gradually calmed down and said, Let's go to the Sky Dragon continent. There are many things waiting to be done in the Celestial Empire. If we go there, we will definitely have a chance to develop. We can't always let our sisters be pirates, right? Hua Liuying said. Hua Fu Guang was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and removed Hua Liuying's seal. Sister, I hope you are right. At the same time, on the street, Zhong Tianda and Representative Yang were very surprised to see Ling Xiao safe and sound. Zhong Tianda, is this the effect of your so-called jade cage formation? This is too embarrassing. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch how I destroy this demon. Venerable Poisonous Soul looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. When he joined the true demonic empire, he was only a beginner in the Grotto Heaven realm. But after the true demonic empire's comprehensive transformation of his body, he was now a third Grotto Heaven realm elite. This kind of improvement only took a little more than a year. It was extremely fast. He didn't care about the after effects of this transformation. He also didn't care if the true demonic empire used him as a lab rat or a test subject. He only knew that his strength was increasing very quickly. Ling Xiao destroyed the true demonic empire and blocked his path of cultivation. He must kill Ling Xiao today, not only for revenge, but also to get rid of this terrifying monster. Ling Xiao's improvement was too fast. He couldn't get used to it at all. This kind of speed was like sitting on the fastest flying sword. He was afraid that in a year or two, or even a few months, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. Now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Zhong Tianda removed the jade cage array. His expression was somewhat gloomy. However, this expression was more for Princess Yun Ya. Compared to Ling Xiao, he naturally wanted Princess Yun Ya to die more. Venerable Poison Soul, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Representative Yang, please help me kill that woman. Zhong Tianda was naturally referring to Yun Ya. As for the other one, leave her to me. They completely disregarded Ling Xiao and the others. They were already planning to divide the spoils of war. All right. The other two did not refuse. Venerable Poison Soul hated Ling Xiao to death, so he had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter who Yang Representative kills. He just wants all the people who attacked the one-eyed pirates to die. It didn't matter who he killed. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will take good care of you and make you wish you were dead. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious smile. Is that so? Just don't fail miserably when the time comes. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time. People were very confused. At this time, Ling Xiao could still be so unscrupulous. What was he relying on? Whoosh. Cold Plum suddenly released a cold aura and controlled her cultivation to the third Grotto Heaven realm, which was exactly the same as Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation. Master, you don't need to do anything. I'll kill this Venerable Poison Soul. Third Grotto Heaven realm. That girl is actually an expert of the third Grotto Heaven realm. It's no wonder that so many of the one-eyed pirates died before. It's just like an egg hitting a stone. The crowd exclaimed. Although many people had guessed that Lung Mai's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect Lung Mai to be so powerful. Venerable Poison Soul also frowned. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. If Venerable Poison Soul doesn't mind, how about leaving that little girl to me? A ghostly laughter came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Cold Plum. Hua Fuguang. Representative Yang nodded in satisfaction. Hua Fuguang, you came at the right time. Help Venerable Poison Soul stop that woman and I'll consider it a great merit. Yes, Representative Yang. Hua Fuguang glanced at Representative Yang and then turned to Cold Plum. Where's Hua Fuiying? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She's already dead. Hua Fuguang said lightly. She's my sister, but she betrayed me and Water God Temple for a man. She must die. Is that so? Ling Xiao saw an unusual color in Hua Fuguang's eyes. He suddenly walked up and gently patted Cold Plum's shoulder. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Cold Plum's expression didn't change. But she naturally understood what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, Master. I'll do as you say. Cold Plum had always obeyed Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't right, she wouldn't refute him. Moreover, today, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Thus, Cold Plum faced Hua Fuguang. Zhong Tianda faced Phoenix Cry Pro Shui. Representative Yang faced Princess Yun Ya. As for Ling Xiao, he faced Venerable Poison Soul. Phoenix Cry Pro Shui didn't dare to underestimate Zhong Tianda. She also released the aura of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm. This realm was much higher than Mo Xiaoyou's. Actually, from this point, it could be seen that the young warriors from Changle Celestial Island were really more powerful than those from Seven Martial Grandmasters Island. Although Divine Phoenix Empire was said to be on the same level as Seven Martial Grandmasters Island, they were actually much stronger. It was just that Five Immortal Island was restricting them, so Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire couldn't expand wildly. Otherwise, with the ambition of Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, they would probably be on the same level as Five Immortal Island very soon. Good girl. Changle Celestial Island has a true genius. You've already reached the fourth Grotto Heaven realm at such a young age. You really surprised me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, Changle Celestial Island and our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company still have a very close business relationship. I'll love you well. Zhong Tianda looked at Phoenix Cry Pro Shui. Although he was a little surprised, in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Pro Shui was still no match for him. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he was more experienced and ruthless. Princess Yun Ya also revealed part of her strength. She was also at the third Grotto Heaven realm like Representative Yang. Good fellow, those three women are actually all Grotto Heaven realm warriors. This Ling Xiao has the lowest cultivation among them. People really didn't know what to say about this scene. They only felt that it was a little ridiculous. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly inferior to those three women, but they all seemed to listen to him. Chapter 1227. Little rascal, your luck with women isn't shallow. It's just a pity that you won't have such fortune in the future. Meeting me is your life's greatest sorrow. The better Ling Xiao's situation was, the more jealous and unhappy Empyrean Poison Soul became. He must humiliate Ling Xiao in front of everyone, especially in front of those three women. Maybe not. Before everything ends, no one can say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at Empyrean Poison Soul and said indifferently, "Killing you, this old man won't need 7 moves, do you believe me?" Empyrean Poison Soul originally wanted to say that he could kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but on second thought, this boy was too cunning and couldn't be underestimated. So, he changed the 3 moves to 7 moves. He believed that killing Ling Xiao in 7 moves was extremely safe. In any case, Ling Xiao's helpers were all blocked by experts at this moment, so no one came to hinder him. "I don't believe you." Ling Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "Maybe I'm not your match, but killing me in 7 moves? Are you daydreaming?" At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But even so, They didn't quite understand where Ling Xiao, a Heaven Realm martial artist, got such confidence from when facing a third grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Little rascal, I know you're arrogant, but soon, you won't have this chance. Empyrean Poison Soul knew Ling Xiao and had even experienced the power of Ling Xiao's silver tongue, so he didn't plan on talking nonsense. A gloomy aura erupted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. On the ground, an ant crawled by and suddenly fell to the ground, quickly turning into a drop of black water. Terrifying. All the spectating martial artists were glad that they had retreated far away. Otherwise, within this range, even if they weren't as miserable as an ant, they would probably be seriously injured. Behind Empyrean Poison Soul, a phantom floated out. Gloomy and cold. It was a fellow covered in green, with green poison oozing from every part of his body. He looked like a giant toad. Poison Toad Martial Soul. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. Although it wasn't an immemorial martial soul. However, martial artists were most unwilling to encounter a martial soul that contained a lethal poison. Because it was really troublesome. The poisonous toad stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. The sound of the poisonous toad could be heard in the air, accompanied by a gloomy poisonous gas. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a poisonous pond. After 7 moves, you will definitely die. Venerable Poison Soul didn't want to waste time, so he didn't intend to show any mercy. He immediately released his martial soul, the venomous toad. This poison toad martial spirit was no longer in its original state. It was obvious that it had condensed a lot of other toxins and had become stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other battles also began at the same time, but the spectating cultivators seemed to be more interested in the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul. This was because, at least in terms of cultivation, the other battles were evenly matched. It would probably take a long time for the battle to end. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was the one with the least suspense and the most suspense. The least suspense was because Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation base was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The most suspenseful was Ling Xiao. He was definitely not an ordinary young genius. He was a miracle worker, a person that no one could see through. Furthermore, Venerable Poison Soul had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 7 moves, which made the spectating cultivators even more interested. What would the situation be like after 7 moves? Ling Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He didn't let anyone help him against Venerable Poison Soul. This included the Moon Lady and the Yuan Venerate in his body. He wanted to test his potential and use this battle with Venerable Poison Soul to further stimulate his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the realm of controlling heaven and earth. In his mountain river world, all the scenes on this long street appeared for the time being. And all of this was within his control. This was his world, the territory that belonged to him. Now that someone wanted to deal with him and kill him here, he had a reason to defend his territory. This was something that any male lifeform had to do. Croak. Croak. Venerable Poison Soul lay there, croaking like a frog. His aura was clearly gathering at an accelerated rate. Boom. After a loud explosion, Venerable Poison Soul suddenly scuttled away. The place he had been lying on had already been torn apart and the bluestone floor had been reduced to rubble. In mid-air, Venerable Poison Soul condensed a huge poisonous claw made of origin energy. This was a poisonous claw made of domain origin energy. The claw, which was the size of a millstone, clawed viciously at Ling Xiao. It was extremely ruthless and overbearing, as if it wasn't willing to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. The ferocious croaking of the poisonous toad continued. Surprisingly, every time the poisonous toad croaked, the glow of the poisonous claw became brighter. The surrounding crowd gasped when they saw the huge poisonous claw. They believed that Venerable Poison Soul would crush Ling Xiao in a crushing manner. However, when the huge green poisonous claw was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the nails on the poisonous claw suddenly flew out. The distance was so close and the speed of the nails was so fast. It was basically impossible for a Skyman martialist to react in time. The spectating martialists were dumbfounded. No way. Is there a need to use such a cunning and sinister move to deal with Ling Xiao? They knew that Venerable Poison Soul was sinister and cunning, and his moves had always been unusual. What they didn't understand was that Venerable Poison Soul was so much stronger than Ling Xiao, yet he still used such a despicable method. Wasn't this a little too degrading? However, even if it was degrading, the spectators still felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. This attack was too sudden, and the nails on the huge green claw were as sharp as the strongest immortal grade artifacts. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to completely dodge at such a close distance. It was even more impossible for him to completely block it. However, the spectators didn't know that for Ling Xiao, such a trick was just superfluous. Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of controlling heaven and earth, was a god in this world. Although this god's strength was somewhat weak and couldn't control most of the power in this world. However, he was naturally more familiar with this place than his opponent, and more at ease. He knew every movement of every element in the air like the back of his hand. What Venerable Poison Soul wanted to do, he knew better than anyone. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, they could break the balance of power in this world. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position here. He couldn't defeat his opponent, and his opponent couldn't injure him either. Although Venerable Poison Soul was very strong, he still couldn't break this balance, at least not in a short time. Chapter 12:28. What was he thinking? What was he doing? Ling Xiao had even figured out where he would appear in the end. Crack, crack, crack. The dark green nails pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it was just an afterimage. The nails hit the ground, shattering several pieces of the bluestone floor. Some pitiful bugs on the ground also died. Bang! The moment he dodged the attack, Ling Xiao even launched a counterattack. The shadow all hit Venerable Poison Soul's back. Although this attack did not cause the slightest injury to Venerable Poison Soul. Venerable Poison Soul's face was very ugly. One move. Ling Xiao retreated and stood in the distance, looking indifferently at Venerable Poison Soul with a smile. This guy is too strong. What is his cultivation? Facing Venerable Poison Soul, who is at the third Grotto Heaven realm, not only can he easily dodge the attack, but he can also counterattack. Yes, although the counterattack did not seem to have any effect, to be able to do this, he is much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. In the crowd, many people wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a role model for the younger generation. This guy could actually play with Venerable Poison Soul in the palm of his hand. Cunning little vile spawn. Venerable Poison Soul was very unhappy. He had said that he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself here, but Ling Xiao had dodged his first attack so beautifully, and had even landed a blow on him. This guy really could not be underestimated. Kill. Venerable Poison Soul increased his speed, and his attacks became sharper and faster. What was even more terrifying was that he used all kinds of cunning and sinister moves in succession. Every time, it would shock the surrounding cultivators and make them secretly curse him for being sinister. Generally speaking, no one was willing to easily encounter a cultivator like Venerable Poison Soul because this kind of cultivator was too difficult to deal with. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, it became his favorite to encounter. Thus, Venerable Poison Soul's second move was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked Venerable Poison Soul again. Although there was still no effect, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It seemed like he was very confident and had a card up his sleeve. The third move was the same. Not only was Ling Xiao able to dodge skillfully, but he was also able to find opportunities to attack different parts of Venerable Poison Soul's body. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is Venerable Poison Soul too weak, or is Ling Xiao too strong? This isn't a simple matter of strength. Ling Xiao is just too good at dodging. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's attack every time and then calmly choose to dodge. Foresight. I've heard that once one's soul force reaches a certain degree, they can temporarily foresee their opponent's attacks. But, even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist can't foresee every attack accurately. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This Ling Xiao is simply a mystery. That's right. I'm starting to doubt it now. Venerable Poison Soul wants to finish him off in 7 moves. Is that really possible? In the crowd, there was no lack of people with good eyesight. Some people had already guessed how Ling Xiao was able to dodge Venerable Poison Soul's attacks. So, it was impossible for Venerable Poison Soul not to have guessed it. Old bastard, didn't you say you would kill me in 7 moves? It's already been 3 moves, but you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Are your words just a fart? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, 3 out of 7 moves had already passed. Only 4 moves remained. Let alone killing Ling Xiao, Venerable Poison Soul hadn't even touched Ling Xiao. What was this? Was Venerable Poison Soul not in his best condition today? At this time, Venerable Poison Soul was thinking that he was lucky he hadn't said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have really lost face today. But, he was still confident in 7 moves. The first few moves were just probing moves. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao in the final move, he wouldn't lose face. The one to lose face would only be Ling Xiao. The one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Venerable Poison Soul now knew that Ling Xiao was terrifying because of his foresight and speed. The combination of these two was simply the end of the world for ordinary martial artists. This was because he could judge your next move and rely on his speed to avoid it. When facing him, you would always be a beat slower. So, the only way to deal with Ling Xiao was to be faster than him or use a powerful force to deter the opponent. Schemes and machinations would be meaningless. He had used the wrong method for the first 3 moves. A knowing smile appeared on his cold and sinister face before it quickly turned cold. Around his body, a dark green light began to circulate crazily, faster and faster. The power in his body seemed like it was about to erupt. The poison-toad martial spirit let out an even more ferocious cry. It was so shocking that many of the surrounding martial artists subconsciously retreated. With an even more intense cry, the poison-toad martial spirit wrapped around Venerable Poison Soul's body and gradually shrank. In the end, Venerable Poison Soul's entire body looked like it was wrapped in a layer of leather made from the poison-toad martial spirit. Because of that, he looked like a toad that was only one person. Although this situation looked funny, no one laughed. The power contained in the poison toad's body was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that they would become the target of this poison toad's attack. Naturally, Ling Xiao also felt the terrifying power that was bursting forth from the godly general. He didn't dare to be negligent. The fiery scarlet sun feather raiment burned on his body. The cold light on the underworld shadow sword also became sharper. Offense was the best defense. Ling Xiao had always thought so. So, from the beginning, he didn't plan to defend or dodge. Suddenly, the poison toad opened its mouth and shot out a tongue that was more than 10 meters long. This speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's body. A martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm had this ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's choice was shocking. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. A crazy sword intent poured out from the underworld shadow sword. It was like a surging river that had burst a dam. It was so surging. Behind Ling Xiao was a world of its own. Power poured out from it. The light on his body was even brighter, and the temperature was even higher. The sword intent on his sword was even denser, and the sword chi was even sharper. Open. The tip of the tongue let out a roar like spring thunder. Ling Xiao's underworld shadow sword had already pierced towards the long and poisonous tongue. At this moment, the underworld shadow sword was flexible but sharp. The long sword wrapped in sword intent emitted a strong destructive sword intent. It destroyed everything, including the seemingly indestructible poison toad tongue. Boom! The collision between the sword and the tongue caused a loud sound and tremor on the long street. The ground caved in and the nearby houses collapsed. After a moment of collision, Ling Xiao's body flew back uncontrollably. In this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, the other party was a martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, while Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. The gap between them was huge. Chapter 1229. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was too great. In this head-on collision, Ling Xiao was directly pushed back dozens of meters. After dozens of meters, Ling Xiao finally stopped. His shadow sword had drawn a mark on the ground that was dozens of meters long. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured. However, it was not very heavy. Venerable Poison Soul also looked at his chest in surprise. Unknowingly, his chest had been struck by Ling Xiao's attack. Although it was only a shallow mark and did not cause him the slightest harm, he was beginning to feel a little annoyed. For moves, old vile spawn. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with a proud smile. Haha, you blocked the fourth move so miserably. Can you really block the next 3 moves? Venerable Poison Soul laughed disdainfully. Although he was smiling, he was a little angry in his heart. It was clearly a head-on collision, but he did not gain much of an advantage. Even if Ling Xiao was injured, it was meaningless if he was not killed. He was a dignified 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but he could not even easily kill a puny Sky Realm martial artist. If this were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were still 3 moves left. He would not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak again. Can't block it. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Old vile spawn, haven't you noticed that I've left 3 marks on your body? If our cultivations were the same, you would be dead by now. I'm not blocking your attacks, I'm attacking you. Your weak attacks are nothing more than tickling this old man. Venerable Poison Soul said rather unhappily. Is that so? Then I'll continue tickling you. Ling Xiao never did useless work. He knew that Venerable Poison Soul had an amazing defense, so he did not think that he could break the other party's defense from the beginning. He was thinking about how to defeat the other party without breaking the other party's defense. That's right, defeat the other party. Even if this possibility was only a pitiful 1%, he was still willing to fight for it. If he didn't fight, then he would have nothing. If he went all out, he might still have a chance. An even more terrifying sword intent burned. The world behind Ling Xiao became even clearer. The sun and moon rotated in that world, releasing an incomparably powerful pressure. The mountain river world's incomparably domineering will could crush any battle intent in the profound world. It complemented Ling Xiao's heaven and earth control realm perfectly. Ling Xiao wasn't angry, but he already had the intention to kill. He hadn't done anything wrong, but people had come knocking on his door time and time again. This was just because people thought he was weak. Even if he couldn't kill Venerable Poison Soul today, he definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. 7 moves to take his life. What did he take Ling Xiao for? Ants? Or was he the little beggar who was bullied on the street in the past? He was unhappy. Very unhappy. Although there was no anger on his face, nor was there anger in his heart was gloomy and cold. Facing the humiliation of others, getting angry couldn't solve any problems. Defeating him, killing him, and counterattacking him, this was what Ling Xiao should do. From the beginning, he didn't think of just avoiding Venerable Poison Soul's 7 moves. After 7 moves, he wanted to shock everyone. That Ling Xiao, he can't really think that he can defeat Venerable Poison Soul, right? What do you know? That's called dignity. A martial artist must defend their own dignity. Even if you know that you'll lose, you absolutely can't compromise on this matter. That's right. Looks like Ling Xiao seems to have broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. But even so, he's absolutely not a match for Venerable Poison Soul. This battle is a battle of his dignity. That's right. As long as he can leave even a scar on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it's enough to be proud. In the crowd, many people were sweating profusely for Ling Xiao. They were even moved by Ling Xiao's actions. But no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The cultivation disparity was too great. It was hard for Ling Xiao to even preserve his life, so how could he talk about injuring Venerable Poison Soul? The final outcome of this battle might really be Ling Xiao enduring until the 7th move and suffering a crushing defeat, losing his life. But if he could leave even a trace of a scar on Venerable Poison Soul before dying, that would be good enough. But Ling Xiao did not have their miscellaneous thoughts. His soul was an unyielding soul, a proud soul, a stubborn soul. Clearly knowing that he was not a match, he still went to fight. This was Ling Xiao. Putting it a bit harshly, this was a lunatic. But the number of times Ling Xiao was treated as a lunatic was already more than once. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Foolish brat, do you really think that by relying on your 10 directions heaven realm cultivation, you can contend with this old man's third grotto heaven realm cultivation? You're simply a lunatic talking. Although Venerable Poison Soul laughed loudly, his heart was strangely furious. For the other party to be able to attack, that meant that he did not suppress the other party. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The dark green poisonous toad gradually changed colors. Its body became multicolored, looking very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This kind of move, Venerable Poison Soul originally planned on using it to deal with opponents stronger than him. But today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually executed it. Because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Furthermore, the fifth move was going to kill Ling Xiao. He did not wish to drag it out anymore. Dragging it out was a kind of wear and tear to his fighting intent. But Ling Xiao's fighting intent would only become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao looked at him coolly, the sublime shadow sword in his hand condensing power once more. This was a sublime shadow sword. But at the same time, it was also a sword of impermanence, a sword of slaughter, a sword of destruction. The same weapon, in the hands of different people, would unleash completely different effects. The sublime shadow sword chose Ling Xiao, and also chose the master that it felt was most suitable for it. The current Ling Xiao's entire person was enveloped by sword intent, like a peerless divine weapon that was unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce even the sky, merely breaking through to 10 directions heaven, but his sword intent is several times stronger than before. Breaking through so quickly, and the improvement is so great, this is simply a different kind of person. Python Sky looked at this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. This kid can't be left alive. If he stays, he'll become a scourge sooner or later. He looked at Ling Xiao and also had the intention to kill. Although the Moon Lady gave him too much of a shock, he believed that their Black Python clan's head, Python 5, could definitely block the Moon Lady's attack. This way, they might really be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that when to make a move, he still needed to report to the head. Thinking up to here, he whispered a few words to a subordinate behind him. That person turned around and left quickly. Not bad, not bad, your fighting intent is very strong. Your sword intent is very thick. But Ling Xiao, you don't have domain essence energy. How are you going to resist me, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? Venerable Poison Soul sneered. A Grotto Heaven actually gradually condensed around his body. Chapter 1230. Poisonous Toad Paradise. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the paradise around Venerable Poison Soul. This space was filled with gloomy venom and poisonous gas. Countless poisonous toads were letting out irritating and frightening cries. It was obvious that Venerable Poison Soul's paradise domain was more solid. It was much more powerful than the 2 early-stage Paradise Realm Fellows that Ling Xiao had met in the Heavenly Dragon continent. At this moment, Venerable Poison Soul was the king of the poisonous toads in this paradise. All of the poisonous toads looked to him as their leader. Not only did he have the poisonous toad's venom, powerful jumping ability, and the ability to suddenly extend their tongues, he also had the control of this paradise. As mentioned before, Zoan martial souls and plant martial souls could grow along with a martial artist's growth. They were like the demonic beasts of the mystic world, growing stronger and stronger. Of course, natural martial souls and special type martial souls could also grow, but the way of growth was not as direct as animal and plant martial souls. It seems that One-Eyed Dragon said the same thing before he died. However, his origin energy domain doesn't seem to be as strong as he boasted. Ling Xiao took a step forward and his sword domain appeared at almost the same time. His sword domain was not the real paradise domain. It was simulated by the Mountain River martial soul, but its power was not weak. Since there was a gap in the quality of his internal energy, he had to use other methods to make up for it. Holy King's Eye. The Tai Chi eye rotated, and a figure with an indistinct appearance appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Golden light flashed, and a battle song sounded. It was Ling Xiao's self-created battle song. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of brand new energy, and his condition began to rise. Can I be invincible with my origin energy domain? The gap in the quality of my internal energy is not unbridgeable, as long as my soul is strong enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward once more, and a frenzied battle intent engulfed the entire street like a blanket. Everyone was a little shocked. This kind of horrifying battle intent, was it really just released by a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation? Wasn't this too terrifying? At this moment, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful, unyielding, and fearless aura. Standing there, he was like an undefeatable god of war. He was like an elegant sword immortal. Stop being so pretentious. Die. Venerable Poison Soul had clearly noticed the change in Ling Xiao and knew that he could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's increase in strength. Otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to kill him within 7 moves. In that moment, thousands of ugly poisonous toads of various colors rushed out from the poison toad paradise, causing many martial artists to feel goosebumps rise all over their bodies as they shivered. The poisonous toads condensed into a terrifying wave of poisonous toads, and all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely drown Ling Xiao. Quick! Within the sword domain, countless sword rays pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had once learned the imperial sword technique and mastered the sword formation, so his control over the sword domain was much smoother. After all, this was something that originated from the same system. Radiant Sword Domain. This was the 7th profound of the profound truths of light. Ling Xiao's previous battle with the one-eyed dragon not only broke through to the 10 directions heaven realm, but he also comprehended the sword domain. From this, he comprehended the 7th profound of the profound truths of light and shadow. Following his loud and clear roar, the countless sword lights actually all emitted a blazing light that was as hot as the sun. Then, they turned into countless rays of light and instantly enveloped the thousands of poisonous toads. Destroy. The sharp sword chi merged with the high temperature of the scarlet sun. The radiant sword domain was the nemesis of the poison toad paradise. As long as the sword rays touched the poisonous toads, they would instantly disappear. Not only that, the sword domain's attack range was too wide, and even Venerable Poison Soul was enveloped within. Almost no one noticed that the 3 marks that Ling Xiao had left on Venerable Poison Soul's body were emitting the same light as the scarlet sun. Those 3 marks were attacks, but the purpose of the attacks was not to injure the opponent, but to set up a formation on the opponent's body. It was a very simple 3 stars light-gathering formation. Although it was simple, its effect was very focused. It could condense the power of the scarlet sun and the power of light at one point. This seemingly insignificant thing could only be used for alchemy or magic, but at this moment, Ling Xiao integrated it into the most crucial part of his attack. With this 3 stars light-gathering formation, Ling Xiao had a way to injure Venerable Poison Soul. So what if the opponent was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? The result of a battle was not entirely dependent on strength. Sometimes, strategy was also an important part. Bastard, break for me. Venerable Poison Soul did not discover the 3 stars light-gathering formation. Facing the sky full of sword rays that were constantly eroding and destroying his poison toad paradise, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His huge mouth took a deep breath and then spat it out. A gust of wind wreaked havoc and actually blew away the countless sword rays. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was useless. The sword domain condensed together again and attacked again. Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant volume, had a powerful soul. How could the sword domain be destroyed so easily under the dual control of his soul force and heavenly essence energy? Break. The sword domain's sword rays finally pierced through the poison toad paradise's defense and landed on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Crackle. 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 Although it still did not leave the slightest mark on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it hit him squarely. This shocked countless people, and their faces were filled with shock. A mere 10 directions heaven martial artist was actually able to firmly suppress a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although he could not injure the other party, this was already very impressive. If the 2 of them had the same cultivation, wouldn't Venerable Poison Soul be pressed to the ground and rubbed against him? What they did not understand was how Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy could defeat Venerable Poison Soul's sword domain. That's not just heavenly essence energy, but a brand new internal energy that completely fused heavenly essence energy and soul force. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. No wonder. I knew it. Ling Xiao's sword light seemed to have a life of its own. It turns out that he had integrated his soul power into it. But with so many sword lights and such a huge sword domain, how strong is his soul power when he's only a 10 directions heaven martial artist? This is where he's brilliant. It's said that Ling Xiao started cultivating soul secret techniques very early on, and his soul force is much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. However, no one knows how much stronger. They really did not know how much pain Ling Xiao had suffered and how much risk he had taken in order to cultivate the primordial spirit remnant volume. A person's strength did not come from nowhere, but from walking step by step. You can't hurt me. So what if you can? I'll kill you now. Venerable Poison Soul looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was still in an invincible position. Chapter 1231. Since he was unable to block Ling Xiao's attack, Venerable Poison Soul simply gave up on defending and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The dark green poisonous claws appeared again, but this time there were two of them, and they completely merged with his arms. Die! With a furious roar, a bright green light exploded in the air. Venerable Poison Soul approached Ling Xiao at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. His right. Even if Ling Xiao managed to attack him, it wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't break through his defense. That was what the onlookers thought as well. Even the Moon Maiden in the sky was ready to rescue him at any time. They did not understand what choice Ling Xiao could make under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smug smile. What are you laughing at? Venerable Poison Soul cursed because he was flustered. He did not know what Ling Xiao's smile meant, nor did he know why Ling Xiao was laughing. He could only roar in anger. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Although he had been the one taking the initiative to attack from the beginning to the end, it was as if every attack was weak and powerless. It was as if he had been completely grasped by his opponent. It was extremely depressing. Ling Xiao's smile continued. 3 stars light gathering array, activate. Radiant sword domain, condense. In the face of Venerable Poison Soul's furious attack, Ling Xiao only said 2 sentences. At that moment, everyone was surprised to find that a strange triangle had been outlined on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Then, all the sword light in the radiant sword domain was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, completely fusing into this triangle. Through the strengthening of the 3 stars light gathering array, the radiant sword domain condensed into a terrifying giant sword. This is bad. Venerable Poison Soul also realized that if he was hit by this attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. This kid had been scheming against him from the beginning, and had been fighting with the intention of defeating him. He had never planned to take 7 moves from him. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. However, compared to his pride, his life was obviously more important. He was actually lying on the ground, using a dodging move that martial artists despised, donkey roll. But even so, even if he abandoned his dignity to hide, it was meaningless. The giant sword followed him like a shadow and struck his body. Bastard! Break for me! Unable to dodge, Venerable Poison Soul could only rely on his powerful domain energy to try and shatter the giant sword. Boom! A moment later, the giant sword formed by the radiant sword domain exploded. They turned into specks of light and disappeared with the wind. 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still too strong. If Ling Xiao's strike had struck a 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, they would have already died. However, Venerable Poison Soul was actually able to shatter the giant sword. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed, revealing a look of regret. However, the surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, the giant sword had been shattered, but there was a large charred mark on Venerable Poison Soul's chest. It was a bloody mess, charred black, and looked extremely frightening. It seems that after 5 moves, the one injured is not me, but you. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His opponent was very strong, but his knowledge was even more profound. Array, soul power, martial arts, and Tai Chi, These four combined to form this wonderful strike. Although this strike was only a light injury to Venerable Poison Soul, it was a very serious blow to Venerable Poison Soul's heart. There was no doubt about it. Everyone looked at the result of this strike in disbelief. Although they did not know what would happen in the end, at least for now, the one who had the upper hand was Ling Xiao. Not him, Venerable Poison Soul. Venerable Poison Soul howled to the sky. He was angry, unwilling, and humiliated. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. No matter what, I must kill you today. Definitely. He no longer cared about the pact of 7 moves. He realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Xiao in 7 moves. If he was obsessed with 7 moves, he might even be tortured to death by this kid. Didn't you say that you would kill me in 7 moves? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. Venerable Poison Soul's face was gloomy and ugly. He did not answer Ling Xiao's question because he was unable to. I'm afraid that Venerable Poison Soul did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. 7 moves. I think that he might not even be able to defeat Ling Xiao in 70 moves. That kid is simply a monster. That's right, I think so too. I even have a feeling that if Ling Xiao does not want to die, even Venerable Poison Soul would not be able to kill him. Why do I feel that Venerable Poison Soul is going to die? Suddenly, a voice broke the crowd's discussion. That's impossible. Even if Ling Xiao can injure Venerable Poison Soul, that is by relying on some crafty schemes. Those things can be used once, but not twice. Yes, even if those crafty schemes can succeed, that strike just now should be Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't win. Everyone generally believed that Ling Xiao was very strong, so strong that it was difficult to kill him. But to say that Ling Xiao could kill or defeat Venerable Poison Soul was a bit of a stretch. No one was willing to believe it. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao has already created a miracle. The power of that sword strike should be able to kill a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, right? That's true. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered over the battle just now. That terrifying strike had left many people secretly alarmed. Could it be that Ling Xiao had already reached the level where he could fight against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Could it be that the barriers between realms were meaningless to him? Ling Xiao had already grown to be an expert on the same level as a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Who could stop him? Hua Floating Light, who was fighting with Cold Plum, had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would lose to her sister in this matter. What a powerful young man. What terrifying potential. This scene made her firm in her decision to do as her sister, Hua Liuying, said. At that moment, she exchanged glances with Cold Plum. Then, Hua Floating Light suddenly approached Venerable Poison Soul. Under the illumination of the lamplight, a slender sword pierced into Venerable Poison Soul's back. You. Venerable Poison Soul still wanted revenge and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he felt his life rapidly slipping away. Hua Floating Light, what are you doing? Yang Hua's representative looked at the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates in shock and questioned loudly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Hua Floating Light suddenly attacked and killed Venerable Poison Soul. This scene was completely unimaginable. What was going on? But amidst the shocked voices, Hua Floating Light pulled out the slender sword, and Venerable Poison Soul's body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 1232. Hua Fu Guang walked towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. Hua Fu Guang greets the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I am willing to bring the Twin Blossoms Pirates to join the Celestial Empire. I hope the Celestial Emperor will take us in. Approved. Actually, from the moment he saw Hua Fu Guang appear, Ling Xiao had already seen Hua Fu Guang's thoughts from her eyes. At this time, the Twin Blossoms Pirates had already entered the city of Sin under the command of Hua Liuying. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would help Ling Xiao fight. This was a surrender, so they had to show enough sincerity. Hua Fu Guang killing Venerable Poisonous Soul was just a small gift, and also a kind of attitude. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Hua Fu Guang stood up and stood beside Ling Xiao. Hua Fu Guang, you dare to betray the Water God Temple. You will regret it, and your Twin Blossoms pirates will be torn to pieces. The representative of Swallow Country roared angrily. He couldn't tolerate this kind of betrayal. Betrayal? Hua Fu Guang looked calmly at the representative of Swallow Country, and her voice became cold. When the Water God Temple forced my crew to serve the crew of the One-Eyed Pirates, did you think about how angry I would be? Tempage, your Twin Blossoms pirates already have some brothel girls. What's wrong with letting them serve others? The representative of Swallow Country snorted. Shameless. Hua Fu Guang said coldly. Some of them were brothel girls in the past, but I saved them from the fire pit, and you pushed them into the fire pit. This is the action of a beast. In the past, I didn't dare to rebel against you because I didn't find a wise master. I didn't find someone who would dare to go against the Water God Temple for us. But now, I have found one. Ling Xiao, he is my wise master, and the savior of the Twin Blossoms pirate. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. The representative of Swallow Country's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao who killed One-Eyed Dragon who listened to his orders the most. Now, it was Ling Xiao who made the Twin Flowers pirates punish Water God Temple. He had to admit that not only was Ling Xiao's cultivation talent extremely monstrous, the most terrifying thing was that this fellow actually had a cunning and charm that ordinary geniuses didn't have. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, countless forces and countless experts were willing to serve him and help him. Moon Lady, Cold Plum, Yun Ya, Fluttering Snow, and now the Twin Flowers pirate. If such a monstrous genius didn't die, sooner or later, he would stir up the entire profound world. He couldn't tolerate such a freak being alive. Absolutely not. Naturally, Zhong Tianda, Python Sky, and other people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as him. Representative Yang's attacks were even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Yun Ya and then kill Ling Xiao. Zhong Tianda's attacks on Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow became even more brutal. Every move was ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Cold Plum, go help Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow. Finish the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had just gone through a battle and had a lot of things to digest and comprehend. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy, so he needed to rest. Therefore, finishing the battle as soon as possible and returning to Princess Yun Ya's residence to rest was what they should do. At that moment, something strange happened. Venerable Poisonous Soul, who had been killed by Hua Floating Light, actually stood up. However, he looked shaky and didn't look like a living person at all. You have the ability to injure Venerable Poisonous Soul. You are indeed an amazing young man, but it's too early for you to be proud. With this old woman here, you are dead. A black shadow appeared on the flywheel of Jade Wave Island. In the dark night, this black shadow looked eerie and terrifying. She was covered in a pitch-black cloak and held a walking stick that seemed to be made of some kind of bone. The person who spoke was her. What, she actually came too? There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Corpse Granny, that's Corpse Granny, one of the deputy island masters of Jade Wave Island. It seems that Mo Xiaoyou's death really made the island master of Jade Wave Island extremely angry. Not only did he send out the inner sect elder Venerable Poisonous Soul, but he even sent out the deputy island master. Corpse Granny is a warrior in the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. She is much stronger than Venerable Poisonous Soul. If she wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'm afraid she can do it in one move. This is really one trouble after another. This time, there is really a good show to watch. Python Sky, who was about to help Zhong Tianda and Representative Yang, breathed a sigh of relief. Without the order of the Black Python clan's first master, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, if Representative Yang of the Water Spirit Temple and Zhong Tianda of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were in danger, he would definitely help. After all, compared to Ling Xiao, these two forces were the Black Python clan's most willing allies. 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Your Jade Wave Island really thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to use all his strength to deal with someone like Venerable Poisonous Soul. Facing this Corpse Granny, he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. He was really in trouble. Master, leave her to me. Cold Plum took the initiative to step forward and said. You can't easily use your half-step yin-yang realm cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the human monarch's power. Don't force yourself. Ling Xiao still had 6 portions of the human monarch's power in his body. This time, he gave 1 portion to Cold Plum, so there were only 5 left. However, he didn't feel the pinch. After all, as his cultivation continued to improve, the human monarch's power was becoming less and less useful to him. It could only increase his attack power. It was best to use it before he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was most suitable. Understood, Master. I will be careful. Cold Plum looked at Corpse Granny expressionlessly. Her aura began to rise from the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Blood-red killing intent had already completely enveloped her. At this moment, she was the most dangerous killing god in the night. Ghost. Heavens, how high is that girl's cultivation? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? Is she more talented than Ling Xiao? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The crowd once again began to discuss animatedly. They were completely stunned by Lung Mai's sudden burst of strength. Hee. Corpse Granny suddenly let out a strange laugh. She looked at Cold Plum and said, "The smell on your body is really nice. Your martial soul seems to be very special. For me, it's a great supplement." At this moment, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she was more interested in Cold Plum. This was because she liked the aura of Cold Plum's second martial soul the most. Cold Plum didn't say anything. She unsheathed the Devil Motherchild sword and charged towards Corpse Granny. Corpse Granny sneered. She waved her walking stick and a few more corpses stood up on the ground. One-Eyed Dragon and the One-Eyed Pirates. This guy was like a witch tribe warrior from the ancient times. He could actually use witchcraft to control corpses. However, Cold Plum didn't care about these corpses. After all, corpses were just corpses. They couldn't be more powerful than the person. So what she needed to do now was to kill Corpse Granny. This way, the crisis at the scene could be resolved. Chapter 1233. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor, leave those corpses to me. Take care of your wounds. Since Hua Floating Light had already submitted to Ling Xiao, she definitely had to do something for him. She knew that she was no match for Zombie Grandma, but she could still deal with the corpses that Zombie Grandma had resurrected. Okay. Ling Xiao really needed time to heal. If the battle continued, his injuries would definitely worsen. As a result, he, who was hated by everyone, became an idle person. He sat there and healed while observing the battle. Cold Plum and Zombie Grandma's battle were evenly matched, but Zombie Grandma obviously had more battle experience. Not only could she control the corpses, but she was also extremely powerful. It was easier for Hua Floating Light to deal with the corpses, but she couldn't end the battle in a short time. Phoenix Cry, Piaro Shui, and Zhong Tianda were at a disadvantage in the battle, but the outcome wouldn't be decided in a short time. On the other hand, the battle between Yun Ya and Representative Yang was a battle of tacit understanding. It was actually very easy for Yun Ya to kill Representative Yang, but she didn't do so. Although she also wanted to cooperate with Ling Xiao, she wasn't Ling Xiao's subordinate. So, it was enough for her to block Representative Yang for Ling Xiao. There was no need to kill Representative Yang for Ling Xiao and become enemies with the Water God Temple. Such a situation made the onlookers exclaim in joy. When had they ever seen so many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors fighting? It was too shocking. Looks like someone's going to end up with nothing. Ling Xiao looks like he's all alone and doesn't have any power, but whoever wants to take his life will always fail. Isn't he a little too many friends? Yeah, the One-Eyed Pirates will definitely die in vain. Bibo Island won't gain any advantage. As for the Water God Temple, not only did they lose the One-Eyed Pirates, but they also lost the Twin Flowers Pirates. They can only rebuild their power in the City of Sin. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. Why do I feel that every time Ling Xiao is about to be killed, the outcome is always different from what we imagined? It's not that the world is changing fast, but that we know too little about Ling Xiao. Do any of you know his true strength? Many people were unable to answer this question. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation should be at 10 directions heaven, but was it really so? Even if it was true, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was most likely above Shifang Tian's cultivation. After a while, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were completely healed. Medicinal pills combined with the healing ability of the Eye of the Holy King was really not a problem for Ling Xiao. After his body recovered, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island's martial artists. These people were all just Deva realm martial artists. Although the numbers were not few, in front of Ling Xiao, they were merely clay dogs and pottery chickens. Especially when Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the early stage 10 directions heaven, and after comprehending sword domain, these people had no way of doing anything to him. His gaze revealed a hint of a cold smile, his face lifting up with some treachery. You all want to kill me, I'll make you all annihilate, not leaving a single one alive. What Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? What Jade Ripple Island? Provoke me, Ling Xiao, provoke my celestial empire, die. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's people and Jade Ripple Island's people all saw Ling Xiao's expression and felt the powerful pressure that Ling Xiao released towards them. Each of their bodies could not help trembling a little, endlessly terrified in their hearts. Not good, that lunatic is going to make a move against us. Although fearful, Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's martial artists were also considered veterans in the pugilistic world in the end. Facing a 17-year-old brat, although they were terrified, for the sake of face, it was still impossible to slip away like this. If that was really the case, it would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao, you thief, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jade Ripple Island? The two groups of people asked the same question. Nonsense. You all want to kill me, can't I kill you all? If you die, don't blame me. Those who kill will be killed. It's that simple. Ling Xiao felt that these people were really funny. Become enemies with them? Now that they were already like fire and water, they actually said such words. Could it be that these people's brains were flooded with water? Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. With hundreds of us joining forces, could it be that we're still not a match for him? Although they were afraid in their hearts, the people of Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gathered together because they knew that it was useless to escape at this time. They could only resist. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them leave alive. Looking at the actions of these people, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. His sword domain reappeared. In the world of mountains and rivers behind him, the light of the scarlet sun became even brighter. Radiant sword domain. It could illuminate everything, and it could also kill everything. It could destroy everything. The sound of swords whistling continuously sounded, forming a battle song of slaughter. Fight. Among the hundreds of martial artists, 2/3 chose to fight Ling Xiao head-on. They attacked one after another and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The other group of people turned around and fled. They had already seen the terror of Ling Xiao's sword domain. It could even injure venerable Poison Soul who was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. How could they, these Heaven Realm martial artists, resist? So they had to escape. Whether it was those who rushed over or those who fled, they were all enveloped by Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Rays of sword light shot out like the rays of the scarlet sun. These people came here from afar to take his life. If he did not entertain them well, wouldn't it be a bit too unworthy of these people's hospitality? Sword light flew. Screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island were involved in this killing rain of swords. No one was able to escape. They watched helplessly as their bodies were pierced by those rays of light. Bone-piercing pain came from their bodies one after another, causing them to tremble all over. Why? Why did we die? We clearly only came to kill an insignificant person in the Jianghu. Why? We can't accept this. Whether it was the martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company or Jade Ripple Island, there was only one thought in their minds at this moment, and that was regret and unwillingness. They came with Zhong Tianda, Corpse Grandma, and Venerable Poison Soul. When they came, they were in high spirits. Wasn't it just to kill a heaven realm insignificant person? Any one of them could do it. How could there be any danger? But now, the cruel reality told them a truth, and that was to never underestimate those unknown insignificant people. Perhaps their small bodies contained the most terrifying power. Evil creature, stop it! Corpse Grandma and Zhong Tianda almost shouted at the same time. Chapter 1234. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were Zhong Tianda's most loyal and capable subordinates. Without these people, he would become a commander without an army in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At that time, what could he use to fight with Princess Yunye? Therefore, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao attacking his subordinates. He had to stop Ling Xiao. Most of the people from Emerald Wave Island led by Corpse Granny were the future elites of Emerald Wave Island. Although they might not be geniuses like Mo Xiaoyu, there were too few geniuses. The ones who truly supported Emerald Wave Island were these outstanding warriors who were second only to geniuses. Among them, there were even successors trained by Corpse Granny. But at this moment, they were bleeding and screaming on the long street. Their voices were filled with incomparable grief. Whether it was Corpse Granny or Zhong Tianda, they could not allow Ling Xiao to kill all these people. But was it useful? Although they were angry, they were powerless. Because whether it was Cold Plum or Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui, they would not let Corpse Granny and Zhong Tianda deal with Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's loyalty to Ling Xiao was probably greater than anyone else's. Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui was repaying his kindness and defending the dignity of Changle Celestial Island. If Ling Xiao died here, then she would have no face to see her grandfather, let alone the world. Corpse Granny was originally evenly matched with Cold Plum, but because of this distraction, she was stabbed in the back by Cold Plum. Although this stab was not considered a serious injury. However, Cold Plum penetrated her sword intent into Corpse Granny's body. The situation of the battlefield began to subtly change. Zhong Tianda was even more miserable. His legs were frozen into ice by Phoenix Cry Piaro Shui's cold temperature and then shattered. He had a slight advantage in the battle, but at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao did not even look at the battle over there, but his face revealed a sinister smile. I said earlier that those who want to kill me have to be ready to be killed by me at any time. You can raise your butcher's knife to me, so don't blame me for killing you. His voice was cold and firm. The sword domain disappeared, leaving behind hundreds of corpses on the ground. Lying there in a disorderly manner, each of them had at least dozens of sword holes on their bodies. Although this was the most direct and simple way to use the sword domain, it was still incomparably powerful. Zhong Tianda was furious. Corpse Granny was furious. However, the two of them couldn't even protect themselves now. They could only suppress their anger at the bottom of their hearts. The raging flames of anger almost completely burned them, but they were unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. They had really suffered a double loss. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also lost all of his subordinates. This transaction was really a huge loss. This Ling Xiao really can't be provoked. The one-eyed pirates offended him and were completely wiped out. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm led by Zhong Tianda had offended him, and they were all wiped out. The people of Emerald Ripple Island offended him, and they were all wiped out. Yes, it's simply terrifying. In a sense, today's matter had nothing to do with Zhong Tianda at all, but Zhong Tianda provoked such a fiend just to make friends with Water Spirit Temple. Emerald Ripple Island is even more miserable. Mo Xiaoyu wanted to rob Ling Xiao's things and offended Ling Xiao, which led to a series of sacrifices. Not only did a large number of promising disciples die tragically, even the inner court elder Poison Soul Venerable was killed. Now the Vice Island Master, Corpse Granny, is also injured and seems to be in danger. Everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. If Ling Xiao was a fiend, perhaps no one would object. Those who offended him really didn't have a good ending. I heard that Piping Island, one of the 7 martial arts sect islands, was destroyed because they offended Ling Xiao. Will Emerald Ripple Island be the same? That's hard to say, but Emerald Ripple Island is really in trouble. Think about it just now. Venerable Poison Soul Venerable and Corpse Granny led a group of people from Emerald Ripple Island here. How domineering was that? Venerable Poison Soul Venerable even said that he could kill Ling Xiao without anyone's help. How long has it been? Not only is Venerable Poison Soul Venerable dead, but those elites of Emerald Ripple Island are also dead. I think Zhong Tianda is also finished. He has lost so many people and offended such a malefic person. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will definitely not spare him. I'm afraid that Princess Yun Ya will gain the upper hand in the internal strife this time. Everyone sighed, and Mang Tian's face was a little ugly. He didn't know if he should attack Ling Xiao now. This kid was just like a hedgehog, with thorns all over his body. If he attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. Instead, he would attract needles all over his body and stab himself to death. Hua Fuguang's face was full of joy. She had made the right choice. Listening to her sister and choosing Ling Xiao was the wisest decision she had ever made. Otherwise, at this moment, the Twin Flowers pirates might have become the victim of Ling Xiao's rage. After killing the people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm and Emerald Ripple Island, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. He directly jumped onto the iron-armored airship of the One-Eyed Pirates and put it into his Mountain River world. His storage ring might not be that big, but his Mountain River world was very big. Then, he also put away the airship of Emerald Ripple Island. He was going to take these two airships back to the Ministry of Works of the Celestial Empire for research. With this technology, it would be much more convenient in the future. These two ships could both sail and fly. It was simply too wonderful for words. On the other side, the battle was still going on. However, after seeing Ling Xiao put away the two ships, Corpse Granny and Representative Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding warriors were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao really didn't give any face to his opponent. Not only did he kill the other party's people, but he also took away their airships. Putting aside Emerald Ripple Island's airship, there should be a lot of valuable things on the ship of the One-Eyed Pirates. This was equivalent to taking away all of them. He was simply rich. Interesting. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he also made a fortune. If someone told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Corpse Granny, Zhong Tianda, and Representative Yang had already thought of retreating. Because if they continued to fight like this, sooner or later, they would be the ones to suffer, not Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a black carriage appeared on the long street. This carriage didn't run, but flew. And it wasn't horse-drawn, but pulled by a person. The person pulling the carriage was actually a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm. A person who could make such an expert work like a cow or horse was definitely not a weakling. Therefore, this black carriage also immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the current battle was too stalemate and even a little ugly. Therefore, the appearance of something new would always attract the attention of many people. Chapter 1235. There were bodyguards on the left, right, and back of the black carriage. They were also at the Grotto Heaven realm. Their strength was on par with the person pulling the carriage. They even looked almost identical. In any case, very few people could recognize them. Some people in the crowd had already recognized the identities of these four people. Aren't they the four slaves, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, of the Black Python clan's first master, Python 5? Eye, ear, nose, and mouth were the names of these four people. It was said that Python 5 had once killed the parents of these four people, but he kept them alive and personally taught them martial arts. Now, not only did these four people not intend to avenge their families, but they were also loyal to Python 5 and were willing to be his foremost loyal dogs. Could it be that Python 5 is here? Many people were surprised. Eye, ear, nose, and mouth had always been by Python 5's side. If they appeared, how could Python 5 not appear? Greetings, First Master. Python Tien also walked out from the crowd. Since the First Master was here, it would be unreasonable for him to not show up. Get up. I'm just here to ask for something. Don't mind me. The curtain of the black carriage was lifted, and a tall man walked out. Python 5 looked very ordinary. However, the aura of an overlord in his body could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Every movement of his was filled with an air of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Every look in his eyes was so sharp and ruthless. You want something? Python Tien was stunned. He thought that Python 5 had come to help Representative Yang and Zhong Tianda after receiving his report. He did not expect that he was only here to ask for something. He was a little disappointed, but he did not dare to ask anything. He just stood aside and waited for Python 5's orders. Python 5 was too terrifying. He never showed mercy even to his own people. If someone dared to disobey his orders and betray him, that person would definitely not be able to escape death. He had always exuded an extremely strong domineering aura. Therefore, no one in the Black Python clan had ever dared to betray him because those who betrayed him would have been killed by him before they could do anything. His most common saying was, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." This person was the typical type of existence where those who submitted to him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Therefore, when Ling Xiao crippled Mang Xiao this time, many people thought that Mang 5 would definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, Python 5 didn't make a move afterward, which made many people a little puzzled. Today, Python 5 appeared again. People seemed to understand that it wasn't that Python 5 didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. It was just waiting for an opportunity. Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao. He was here to look for Ling Xiao. He wanted something from Ling Xiao. Is Her Highness Moon Maiden all right? After Python 5 opened its mouth, the first thing it asked wasn't how Ling Xiao was or what it wanted. Instead, it asked about the Moon Lady. She's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Back then, when I met her, I was still an ignorant youth. I was around your age. Python 5 wasn't like those boorish guys. Although his name was tacky, his speech and behavior revealed a kind of majesty and rigor. Many people didn't know who the Moon Maiden was, so they were even more surprised. Python 5 was actually so respectful to this person called the Moon Maiden. Could it be that this person had helped him before? It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. After a moment, Python 5 smiled slightly and said, "People still have to admit that they are old. You really shouldn't let Her Highness Moon Maiden out." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He could tell that Python 5 was blaming the Moon Maiden. "Little guy, you crippled my son Mang Xiao's cultivation, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. There was nothing to hide. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. "It's good that you admit it. Seeing that Her Highness Moon Maiden once guided me, I won't pursue this matter." Python 5 chuckled lightly. He seemed to be quite magnanimous. "Pursue? Great Master, you seem to have made a mistake. Your son wanted to kill me, and I only crippled him. This is already giving you face. I should be the one to not pursue this matter. I should be the one to be magnanimous. What right do you have to pursue this matter?" Ling Xiao could tell that Python 5 wasn't here to chat with him today. He was here to cause trouble for him. Since the other party was here to cause trouble for him, why should he be polite to this guy? Ha 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 ha. You're really arrogant. However, if you think that you can be unscrupulous and commit crimes just because you have Her Highness Moon Maiden as your backer, then aren't you looking down on the world too much? Python 5 laughed out loud. "Great Master, you didn't come here today just to talk nonsense, did you? If that's the case, then there's no need to talk about it. I've heard enough nonsense today, and I don't want to hear any more." Ling Xiao suddenly interrupted Python 5's laughter. "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Python 5's eyes revealed a touch of awe-inspiring coldness. Although he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously, whether Ling Xiao died or not didn't mean much to him. However, if Ling Xiao was stubborn and wanted to go against him, then he wouldn't mind killing this untactful boy. "You got an ancient bronze seal at the Black Wind House's auction yesterday, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao suddenly became vigilant. Python 5 suddenly asked about the ancient seal. What was going on? Could it be that the treasure that was being talked about on the streets really had something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal? And this Python 5 actually wanted the Imperial Jade Seal? Well, how about this? Sell the ancient bronze seal to me. I'm willing to buy it at double the price. What do you think? Python 5 said with a smile. He didn't know whether Ling Xiao knew the secret of the ancient bronze seal, so he didn't dare offer too high a price in case Ling Xiao realized something. That wouldn't be good. However, Ling Xiao already knew what he was thinking. If he didn't hand over the ancient bronze seal, Python 5 wouldn't let him off easily. But so what? Right now, he had a trump card. Even without the help of the Moon Lady, he could still escape easily by relying on the power of a Yuan Venerate. What could Python 5 do to him? Sneering in his heart, Ling Xiao straightforwardly shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't lack those spirit stones, and I also like that ancient bronze seal. I think it's really quite fun, so I won't sell it." The Imperial Jade Seal was something that Ling Xiao had to obtain. Only with the Imperial Jade Seal could he truly establish a nation and have a real chance of conquering the world. He had already made a great ambition to re-establish a powerful human race dynasty in the mystic realm. How could he leave the Imperial Jade Seal? Many people were puzzled when they heard Python 5's request. Chapter 1236. It was just an ancient bronze seal. Why would Python 5 come personally to buy it from Ling Xiao? There seemed to be a secret behind this. Otherwise, why would Python 5 do this? Keep watching. People were paying more attention to the situation here. Even the few people who were fighting over there had their ears pricked up to listen. Python 5 was not an ordinary person. Since it was something that he wanted, it must be extraordinary. What if it's 10 times the price? Python 5 gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to offend the Moon Lady now, so if he could solve the problem with spirit stones, it would not be a problem. 10 times the price. That was only tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was not attractive to Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was something that he was determined to get. How could he give it away so easily? I've said it before. I like the ancient bronze seal very much. Even if you offer 100 or 1,000 times the price, it will be useless. This time, Ling Xiao decided to make things clear. Wanting to buy the Imperial Jade Seal with money was tantamount to a fool's dream. There was no way he would give it away. You don't want spirit stones? Well, I'm willing to exchange a mortal-grade spiritual weapon with you. With your cultivation speed, it won't be too late for you to use a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. Don't you want it? Python 5, this fellow, was really willing to pay a heavy price. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even if you had low-grade spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. He was actually willing to exchange. However, the more it was so, the more people felt strange. What was Python 5 thinking? Why did he have to do this? In fact, the reason why Python 5 was willing to pay such a high price was that he guessed from Ling Xiao's attitude that Ling Xiao might have already known that the item was the Imperial Jade Seal. If he did not pay a high price, it would be impossible to get it. TSK, a mortal-grade spiritual weapon is really extravagant. It's a pity that you don't seem to understand human language. I've said it before, I'm not exchanging it. Even if it was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, he would not exchange it, let alone a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. After all, as long as his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to get his hands on a divine-grade spiritual artifact sooner or later. In fact, he might even be able to forge one himself. However, the Imperial Jade Seal was not only a magical treasure, but also a symbol of imperial power. There was only one of it. If he lost it, it would be difficult to get it back. Senior Python 5, what are you doing? Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry could not help but ask as the pressure from the attacks lessened. Lady Piaro Shui, this matter has nothing to do with you and the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Python 5 glanced at Phoenix Cry and Piaro Shui indifferently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "There are some things in this world that the weak are not qualified to possess. Those things are not good for you. Instead, they may cause you to lose your life. Many people wanted my life, but they were all disappointed." Ling Xiao still shook his head and said, "Boss, you don't have to be so alarmist." A gloomy expression finally appeared on Python 5's face. He felt that he had already given the Moon Lady a lot of face, but this Ling Xiao was completely stubborn. Since he could not talk, he could only use force. A child who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit is not a good child. If it were not for the Moon Lady, do you really think you are worthy of me talking so much nonsense to you? Python 5 said coldly. You also know that what you're saying is nonsense. Then don't say it, lest everyone becomes unhappy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You don't know what's good for you. A strong murderous aura was released from Python 5's body. He directly turned into a ferocious beast and pounced on Ling Xiao. Deterrence. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the thing, and I can let you leave the city of sin safely. Otherwise, the city of sin will be the place where you die. Nonsense. Ling Xiao did not give any face to Python 5. He said in a cold voice, Isn't the Black Python clan a clan of robbers? Anyway, robbing and killing are not unfamiliar things. You probably do it every day. Why are you being so hypocritical today? Are you afraid of Sister Moon Lady? If that's the case, then there's no need. Sister Moon Lady doesn't need to deal with a lowly trash like you. Python 5 hated it when people called him AB***. Although he was born AB***, now that his clan was becoming more powerful, he began to think of clearing his name. He did not want to be AB** for the rest of his life. If someone dared to say that, it would be like exposing his scars. He would never forgive them. Therefore, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, Python 5's voice became colder. No matter what you say today, I want that ancient bronze seal. Either you die, or you hand it over. This was a threat that left no room for negotiation. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but be shocked. Ling Xiao was really something. He had offended Emerald Wave Island, One-Eyed Pirates, Water God Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now even the Black Python clan. The strongest person sent by Emerald Wave Island was only an 8th Grotto Heaven Realm corpse granny. However, the leader of the Black Python clan, Python 5, was a real Yin-Yang realm expert. Could Ling Xiao still be alive? Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Python 5, you keep saying that you want to turn over a new leaf and never do those evil things in the past. Why does it seem like you're just talking nonsense today? What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? Princess Yun Ye easily slapped the representative of Yang Kingdom away. The two of them almost stopped attacking each other temporarily. They were also attracted by the dispute here. The one who spoke to Python 5 was Princess Yun Ye. Only she dared to say that. That's right, that's right. Python 5's way of doing things is too dirty. It's easy to change a leopard's spots. Even if he keeps saying that he wants to wash his hands of evil and turn over a new leaf, in fact, he is still a thief and a prostitute. He has always been shameless and despicable when doing things. If you believe that Python 5 can turn over a new leaf, you might as well believe that a rooster can lay eggs. People were talking about it. Although they did not dare to speak loudly, they were quite disdainful of Python 5's approach. 5 masters of the Mang clan, why are you wasting your breath on that brat? Just kill him and loot his storage ring. That's all. The representative of Yang Kingdom said loudly, when did you become so wishy-washy? Like a little old woman with her feet tied up. That's right, Python 5. Although I don't know what you want, if it were me, I wouldn't be so polite. Corpse Granny also said. Python 5 still looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, you should understand that if I join forces with them, you will have no chance. Even if the Moon Maiden helps you, I am not afraid. Do you really want her to take the risk? Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 and felt a little annoyed. Chapter 1237. Ling Xiao was very angry. This time in the City of Sin, he had only bid for a few items according to his goal, but he had been threatened and mocked time and time again. Everyone wanted his life. They all said they wanted to kill him. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, let alone him. The current situation made him very unhappy. These people who threatened him all had powerful forces behind them. They were used to being high and mighty and being above others. When they met the weak, they would never think of reasoning with them. They would only do things according to their own way of thinking. If they didn't listen, they would threaten them and attack them. In these people's eyes, Ling Xiao was a weakling. Naturally, he would be bullied and looked down on by them. Ling Xiao understood this too well. Even if he had many powerful people around him, he wasn't strong enough. Others still wouldn't take him seriously. If he was strong enough, if he could reach the level of the Moon Lady, who would dare to provoke him in the City of Sin? Not to mention asking him to give up anything, they probably wouldn't even dare to say anything disrespectful in front of him. Strength. It was strength again. Ling Xiao once again felt the urgency to increase his strength. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. The Imperial Jade Seal is very important. No matter who it is, you can't give it away. If Python 5 dares to attack, I don't mind destroying the City of Sin. At this moment, the Moon Lady's voice entered Ling Xiao's ears. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady. However, if you can avoid doing anything, please try not to do anything. After all, you are my final trump card. Ling Xiao really didn't want the Moon Lady to take any risks. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve this matter himself. He looked at Python 5 and said, I told you, I don't need Sister Moon Lady to deal with a lowly piece of trash like you. Python 5 frowned. He didn't want to do anything because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Although Ling Xiao said that he didn't need the Moon Lady to do anything, would the Moon Lady let Ling Xiao die? The corners of Python 5's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. He no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the crowd and loudly said, I'm sure everyone must be confused. Why would I be so interested in a bronze seal? This guy. Ling Xiao instantly understood Python 5's plan. This fellow probably wanted to reveal the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal to the public. In that case, many people who were originally willing to help Ling Xiao would probably covet the Imperial Ruler's seal. In that case, the Moon Maiden would have to face even more enemies. At that time, Python 5 would be able to reap the benefits. Vicious. Cunning. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless person who walked out of the Communist Party of China. Python 5, what's going on with that thing? I'm quite confused too. You can't be so crazy over a meaningless ancient bronze seal. Corpse Grandma, who had stopped fighting, asked with a frown. In fact, this question was also what the others wanted to ask. They also wanted to know what the ancient bronze seal that Python 5 had always wanted was. Because that's the Imperial Jade Seal. The human king established the world and left behind the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. As long as the two are combined, one can obtain supreme fate and become a king, an overlord. Python 5 spoke the secret of the ancient bronze seal word by word. What? That's the Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's words were too clear. Those who didn't hear it clearly had problems with their ears. The Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's voice still echoed on the long street and didn't dissipate for a long time. The ancient martial art practitioners were extremely shocked. It was the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if this kind of thing didn't have any practical use, its symbolic meaning alone was enough to be called a priceless treasure. Not to mention, it was rumored that the human king had hidden his cultivation notes in it. If one obtained it, it would undoubtedly save a lot of detours on the road of cultivation. Boiling, absolutely boiling. The entire street seemed to be restless, and the gazes that were directed at Ling Xiao became fervent, as if a hungry wolf cub had seen a delicious meal. No wonder this Python 5 didn't hesitate to throw away his reputation and come personally to ask for something. It's actually the Imperial Jade Seal. Basically, no one doubted Python 5's words. After all, if it wasn't for the Imperial Jade Seal, how could Python 5 do such a thing? He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation and turn all his previous efforts into nothing. Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She finally understood why she had such a strange feeling about this person. She felt that this person had a king's aura that was different from that of ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Now, she finally understood. This person had once obtained the 9 cauldrons aura at the martial arts ceremony in the Holy City. Now, he had also obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. In this way, he had handled both of the human king's sacred items. Naturally, he would have some of the human king's aura. Hua Fu Guang even suspected that Ling Xiao's rapid improvement had something to do with the human king's 9 cauldrons. Everyone had greed, and Hua Fu Guang was no exception. However, at this moment, she was thinking that perhaps she had chosen the right master. To be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the City of Sin was in itself a kind of luck. After all, treasures would choose their own masters. Hee. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to have such good luck. However, it might turn into bad luck. The corpse grandma laughed coldly. She cultivated the martial arts passed down from the immemorial sorcerer tribe, but it wasn't complete. If the Imperial Jade Seal really contained the human king's cultivation notes, then it would definitely contain some information about the immemorial sorcerer tribe. In this way, the martial arts problem that had been troubling her for a long time would be easily solved. The greed in her eyes became more obvious. What was the point of killing Ling Xiao? Obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was the right path. Zhong Tianda's eyes were also flickering. His breathing almost became rapid. The Imperial Jade Seal. It was every warrior's dream to become an emperor. If he obtained the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could rightfully compete for the position of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's president. At that time, no one in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would dare to provoke him, let alone Princess Yun-Ya. His smile became brighter and brighter, like a sunflower in full bloom. Representative Yang was also thinking about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was now one of the most powerful forces in the first 3 continents, but it was obviously not enough. If he wanted to continue increasing the strength of the Water God Temple and his own status, then obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was a must. On the Long Street, almost all the warriors were imagining themselves obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal and taking out the cultivation notes from it. Some people didn't dream of becoming an emperor, nor did they want to conquer the world. All they wanted was the human king's cultivation notes. However, the cultivation notes were in the Imperial Jade Seal. Could they get it? Python 5 looked at this scene with a smug smile on his face. Ling Xiao, didn't you refuse to give it to me? I'll screw you over. Chapter 1238. Python 5 sneered in his heart. I, Python 5, am indeed afraid of the Moon Maiden. But now, I won't fight for the heirloom seal or deal with you. I'll tell everyone the secret of the heirloom seal and let them help me deal with the Moon Maiden. Then, I'll be able to reap the benefits. Needless to say, this guy's plan was very sinister. But would his plan really go so smoothly? The news of the heirloom seal's appearance might spread out of the City of Sin today, and the entire Divine Phoenix continent might know. Even the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island and 5 Immortal Island would covet the heirloom seal. Although Python 5 was a yin-yang realm expert, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. It wouldn't be easy for him to reap the benefits. Perhaps Python 5 had already thought of this. If Ling Xiao handed the heirloom seal to him because he was afraid of those people fighting over it, that would be the best outcome. He could then hide and study the human king's cultivation notes and the royal aura of the heirloom seal. Python 5, if you think you can force me to hand over the ancient bronze seal, then you're underestimating me. Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 indifferently. He had completely seen through Python 5's thoughts. Moreover, Ling Xiao was well aware of the consequences of holding the heirloom seal. But now, it wasn't time for him to hand it over. Unless the Moon Maiden was in trouble one day. At that time, he would hand over the heirloom seal without hesitation for the Moon Maiden. This thing might be important, but how could it be more important than the Moon Maiden? What a stubborn brat. Do you want to die? Python 5 frowned. Ling Xiao's words had shattered his fantasy. It seemed like he could only use force. He hoped that there would be someone in the crowd who would fight with Ling Xiao for the Imperial Jade Seal and kill him. Because he knew how powerful the Moon Maiden was, he didn't want to fight. At least not now. Whoever kills Ling Xiao today, I, Python 5, will willingly give up the heirloom seal. At least in the City of Sin, no one will dare to touch you. Python 5 suddenly said loudly. He was starting to sow discord. A shameless person like you is best at turning hostile. Do you think there will be idiots who will believe your words? Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 with disdain. We, the 4 freaks of the City of Sin, are willing to believe in the 5 masters of Python. 4 strangely dressed people jumped out from the crowd. These 4 people all had strange appearances. One was missing an arm, one was lame, one had only one eye, and one had no ears. Anyway, they were all disabled people. However, the expressions on their faces did not look like that of a disabled person at all. Instead, they looked ferocious and vicious. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were all at the first Grotto Heaven realm and were extremely powerful. The things they do in the City of Sin have always been cruel and merciless. Though they were beggars in name, the things they do are all robbers. Among the 5 leaders of Python, we can only deal with Ling Xiao. We'll have to trouble you with his helpers. The leader of the City of Sin's 4 freaks said to Python 5 with a smile. Don't worry. You 4 focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. Don't worry about anything else. I will clear the area for you. Python 5 definitely had this capability. Other than the Moon Lady, no one else here could be compared to him. As long as he makes a move, Cold Plum, Yun Ya, Feng Ming, Piaro Shui, or anyone else, none of them can defeat him. Hee, thank you. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin were not stupid. They were just greedy. They knew that even if they get the Imperial Ruler's seal, they will be hunted down. However, they couldn't resist the temptation. Plus, they have already thought of a way to escape after getting the item. There was a 60% chance of them escaping. This was already worth fighting for. Python 5 waved his hand and a black curtain descended. It directly isolated Ling Xiao from the City of Sin's 4 freaks. Cold Plum tried to break in a few times, but she failed every time. Python 5's curtain should be his Grotto Heaven realm. As a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he naturally has his own Grotto Heaven realm. It was even more mature and powerful. Okay, 4 freaks of the City of Sin, you can start fighting now. Oh right, that guy should have put the Imperial Ruler's seal in his storage ring. Just take all the storage rings he has. Python 5 even gave special pointers. Thank you, Python 5. After we kill this guy, we will naturally search for him. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin snickered. Without anyone's help, Ling Xiao alone was no match for them. This made them very excited. Perhaps today, the Imperial Ruler's seal will truly belong to them. Boom. Boom. Cold Plum was still trying to break through the black curtain. Her face was getting paler and paler. She was going to give it her all. Cold Plum, stop. I am fine. Ling Xiao had to say this. Otherwise, with Cold Plum's temper, even if she were to die in the black curtain, she would use her last breath to save Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wouldn't allow her to do that. He wouldn't allow his woman to suffer like this. Moreover, he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. 4 Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses were indeed a huge challenge for him, but they weren't undefeatable. 4 freaks of the City of Sin, today, I, Ling Xiao, will turn you into the 4 dogs of the City of Sin. 4 dead dogs. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 4 people in front of him. Injuring the woman by his side was unforgivable. The Tai Chi eye flashed with black and white light. An ancient and heavy door with a terrifying aura opened. Heavy footsteps could be heard from within. Then, a dead person walked out. It was still the huge skeleton soldier, but the armor on the skeleton soldier's body was more complete. The weapon in its hand was also a divine rank artifact. Within the skeleton's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. Powerful and terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret soul technique because every time he used it, it would be very uncomfortable. But today, against 4 Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses, he had no choice but to use it. Tai Chi Eye of the Divine Tomb. The huge skeleton soldier stood in front of Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao jumped up and stood on top of the skeleton soldier's head. But this was only the beginning. If it was just this skeleton soldier, it wouldn't be able to defeat 4 Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses. After all, its strength was there, but it didn't have a brain. Ling Xiao wanted to control it to fight. Soul leaving the shell. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll was no joke. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the day-wandering realm. But because the primordial spirit wasn't very useful before the object-controlling realm, he didn't show it off. In fact, he had never stopped cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll to improve his soul. What he displayed today was the day-wandering realm's primordial spirit. Not only could it freely travel between heaven and earth, but it was also much stronger than the soul-leaving shell realm and night-wandering realm. Chapter 1239. Part of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit split out and entered the skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton soldier's body was huge. If Ling Xiao's primordial spirit wasn't as strong as a day-wandering realm cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, there was no problem. When his primordial spirit entered the skeleton soldier's body, the scarlet light in the skeleton's eyes became even brighter. Not only that, but the weapon in the skeleton soldier's hand also turned into a giant sword. A giant sword that looked exactly like the shadow sword. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were shocked when they saw this giant creature. This was because the skeleton soldier's strength had already reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. This was also the realm of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Very few people knew that Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had always been weaker than his primordial spirit. Although his cultivation kept increasing at a very fast pace, it was still very difficult for him to close the gap between his primordial spirit and his primordial spirit. This was because his primordial spirit was increasing at a faster pace. In the past, he had the help of the mountain river martial spirit. Later, he had obtained part of the human monarch's primordial spirit. Now, he had even cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to increase his cultivation and strength, he would have relied on his primordial spirit to end the battle faster. In fact, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the harder it was for his enemies to see through him. Only then would he be able to live better. Today, he had used the Eye of the Tomb of the God of Sin and his primordial spirit. That was because he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would have to die. Or he would have to use the trump cards that he didn't want to use: Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, Moon Lady. The onlookers were also surprised by the giant skeleton soldier that Ling Xiao had suddenly released. Ling Xiao had surprised them time and time again. They were a little numb to it. This kid's new tricks were simply endless. What are the 4 of you afraid of? That skeleton soldier is just big. If you're afraid, let me know and scram. Don't embarrass yourself there. Python 5 saw that the 4 monsters of the City of Sin were a little hesitant, so he tried to provoke them. He didn't want to see these 4 guys scared off before they could even make a move. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin exchanged glances. Their faces were full of viciousness. Then, they split into 4 directions and headed towards Ling Xiao with sharp blades in their hands. They were Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Although they were only at the 1st Grotto Heaven realm, their opponent was only a 10 directions Heaven realm martial artist. If he was truly frightened, then how could he continue to live in the City of Sin? How could he survive in Jianghu? The elemental energy domain exploded in the air, forming 4 elemental energy blades, chopping towards the skull of the huge skeleton soldier. Because Ling Xiao was there. They knew that the skeleton soldiers were controlled by Ling Xiao, so as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the skeleton soldiers would naturally be unable to move. With the 4 of them working together, let alone a Heaven Realm martial artist, even a 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to take it head-on. Of course, that was only for ordinary martial artists. Ling Xiao was different. Because he was not ordinary. Roar. The huge skeleton soldier let out a muffled roar. Its body suddenly exploded into the air from the ground. It waved the huge shadow sword in its hand and slashed around its body. The huge sword energy formed a ring, scaring the 4 freaks of the City of Sin into dodging. However, the attack came too quickly. They only had enough time to block it. The 4 of them were originally attacking, but at this moment, they were knocked back by the huge ring of sword energy. Every one of them retreated more than 10 meters, crashing into Python 5's sky before stopping. This kid is tricky. Use all your strength. The leader of the 4 freaks of the City of Sin hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. He had finally called out his martial spirit. The other 3 called out their martial spirits as well. The shadows of an elephant, a bear, and an eagle appeared behind them. The martial spirits of the 4 freaks of the City of Sin were actually 4 animals. However, this was not the end of it. The moment their martial spirits were called out, they chose to possess their bodies. The 4 of them transformed into the appearance of a tiger, elephant, bear, and eagle. Their bodies also became much larger and the handicaps on their bodies were naturally gone. Of course, this was not all. As Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, the 4 freaks of the City of Sin worked together to create a Grotto Heaven Realm. It was a dense forest and a majestic mountain. This Grotto Heaven Realm was the best way to improve their martial spirits. The skeleton soldier once again landed on the ground. It stood there silently and observed the changes of the 4 freaks of the City of Sin. The red light in its eye sockets continued to flash. Ling Xiao sat on top of the skeleton soldier's head and calmly watched all of this. The strength of the 4 freaks of the City of Sin was not to be underestimated. Individually, the 4 of them were not very strong. However, when the 4 of them worked together, they could make a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's heart palpitate. He had truly met his match. And it was a very interesting one. Roar! The skeleton soldier roared again. Behind its previously empty back, a huge pair of wings grew out. The wings were black and white in color and looked extremely ferocious. What is going on? Could this be Ling Xiao's martial spirit? It doesn't look like it. Is it a summoned creature? Why do I feel like this is some sort of Ling Xiao's ultimate skill? Did you notice? The skeleton soldier's movements are very similar to Ling Xiao's. No matter what it is so powerful. Why don't I have something like this? Everyone looked at the giant skeleton soldier with the wings on its back. They were all envious, jealous, and confused. Because they had no idea what it was. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He had already given 60% of his soul to the skeleton soldier to use. Therefore, even though he could still move his original body, it was best not to use too much energy. Or else the side effects would be too great. Who cares what kind of monster it is? With the 4 of us working together, I don't believe we can't kill it. Against the giant skeleton soldier, the 4 freaks of the City of Sin transformed into 4 beasts. With the help of the Grotto Heaven Realm, they all pounced on the skeleton soldier at the same time. Of course, their main target was still Ling Xiao, who was standing on top of the skeleton soldier's head. The voice came from the skeleton soldier, but it sounded more like a thicker version of Ling Xiao's voice. Though the voice was low and hoarse, it was even more dominating. A soaring aura burst out, and the huge shadow sword in the skeleton soldier's hand chopped down once again. With such a giant sword, slashing was more effective than stabbing. Vroom tilde tilde the air began to vibrate violently. The giant phantom sword in the skeleton soldier's hand began to spin faster. On top of the blade, black and white light intertwined. This giant sword was like a saw that cut through space and trapped the 4 freaks of the City of Sin within it. Not good. Seeing this, Python 5's expression changed. He pointed with his left hand and was about to attack Ling Xiao. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill the 4 freaks of the City of Sin. If that happened, then his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly. Chapter 1240. Originally, Python 5 thought that the City of Sin's 4 freaks would be able to kill Ling Xiao with ease. But he didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a trick up his sleeves. Seeing that the City of Sin's 4 freaks were in danger, how could he not help? Now that the pharmacist was dead, who would challenge Ling Xiao? How would he force the Moon Lady to waste her energy? Python 5's only fear was the Moon Lady. He wanted people who could kill Ling Xiao. Then, the Moon Lady would step in and use those people to waste the Moon Lady's energy. In the end, he would kill the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was his savior. But at the same time, she was his inner demon. He thought that if the Moon Lady was alive, she would hinder his training. After all, in his mind, the Moon Lady was far too powerful. So powerful that she was undefeatable. But when he pointed his finger, nothing happened. In the sky, a ray of light shot down and his attack was easily dissolved. Python 5 frowned and his face turned white. He couldn't be wrong. The one who helped Ling Xiao must be the Moon Lady. He was extremely annoyed. What was so good about this Ling Xiao? Why would the Moon Lady help him? In the sky, Ling Xiao's eyes were still closed. Currently, 90% of his soul had been split out. Only 10% was left to control his body. The other 90% was used in battle. The giant phantom sword mercilessly tore through the void and violently slashed towards the city of Sin's 4 freaks. Even the paradise territory could not affect the power of this sword. The eagle flew away, the tiger ran away, and the bear was scared. Only the elephant monster was too slow and couldn't avoid this terrifying attack. He thought that Ling Xiao's attack this time would be the same as the one before. Little did he know that at the beginning, Ling Xiao only split out 30% of his soul. Now, he split out 90%. 90% of his soul was 3 times as powerful as before. The giant elephant monster was split in half by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the city of Sin's 4 freaks, the elephant monster, had died. Fighting 1 against 4, Ling Xiao was able to kill one of the Paradise Realm cultivators without being injured. This was another miracle. It was another result that left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, the skeleton soldier was no longer an undead summoned by the eye of the tomb of the god of sin because it had 90% of Ling Xiao's soul. Its body complemented Ling Xiao's martial arts, and its battle prowess became terrifying. Everyone didn't know how to describe their shock, because summoned creatures weren't rare in the sealed world, but there had never been a method for a summoned creature to display their own martial arts. But Ling Xiao actually did it. What was going on? His long hair danced in the wind. His robes were whiter than snow. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he still looked very domineering. The ferocious skeleton soldier shook off the blood on its weapon. Suddenly, a red light flashed in its eye sockets and it spoke in human language. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. If you want to steal something from me, Ling Xiao, then be prepared to lose your lives. His cold and deep words caused everyone's hearts to tremble fiercely. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. Although the heirloom seal was precious, it wouldn't be worth it to lose one's life for it. The Eye of the God of Sin's Tomb? What a beautiful name, what an artistic soul secret technique. If I can obtain it, that would be great. Corpse Granny stared at the huge skeleton soldier and felt her body tremble with excitement. To her, the existence of undead was also the source of strength. Although she cultivated the witchcraft of the ancient sorcerer clan, in the end, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao's secret technique. Previously, she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, she wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. It would be a pity to kill such a brat. After dodging the skeleton soldier's sword, the tiger, bear, and eagle monsters shrank in a corner of the sky and trembled. Looking at the expressionless skeleton soldier that looked like a monster from hell, and then looking at the bear monster that was split in half by the blade. They didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, only fear and trembling. Too terrifying. This was only a 17-year-old young man. How could he have such powerful strength? The attack just now was definitely not a strength that a 10 Directions Heaven cultivator could display. It should be at least a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Ling Xiao cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At first, he only wanted to improve his soul power because he knew that the strength of the soul was true strength. Whether a martial artist could escape the cage of the secular world and truly set foot on the peak of martial arts depended on whether the soul could reach a certain height. But what he didn't expect was that with the strengthening of the soul and the cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he found that the things that the essence soul could do were definitely not as simple as just using soul secret techniques. When the soul was strong to a certain extent, not only could it control all things, it could even revive the martial spirit. What was the martial spirit? There were many answers in the mystic world. Casually flipping through a book, there were thousands of explanations. But Ling Xiao firmly believed that the martial spirit and the soul were closely related. This time, he controlled the skeleton soldier as an experiment. When his soul became stronger, he didn't mind using his own soul to control the martial spirit. The mystic world's martial arts, in the end, were the martial spirit and the bloodline. The martial spirit seemed to be more focused on the cultivation of the soul. The bloodline was more focused on the cultivation of the body. These two were the key to determining victory and defeat. Martial arts, godly weapons, they were all used to pave the way for these two. Through the skeleton soldier's eyes, Ling Xiao calmly looked at the three Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists who were scared out of their wits. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The four monsters of the City of Sin were really going to become four dead dogs now. When you attacked me, you probably didn't think that you would be using your lives to bear the responsibility. Die. The skeleton soldier raised its huge shadow sword once again. On the sword blade, a golden light burned, and a huge golden crow gradually took shape. Giant transformation, golden crow soaring sun. A giant golden crow was released from the giant sword and completely filled the sky above Python 5. The three survivors of the four monsters of the City of Sin couldn't avoid it. At this moment, they could only cry and shout in the sky, slapping and crashing. Python 5, let us out. Python 5, let us out. This kid is crazy. He's crazy. We're no match for him. We don't want to fight anymore. They regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. With their strength, they shouldn't have had any greed for the Imperial Jade Seal. But greed had corrupted their hearts. Coupled with Python 5's instigation, they really thought that they could kill Ling Xiao and take the Imperial Jade Seal. But now, when death came, they were truly afraid. Another blood-curdling shriek rang out in the sky as two more of the remaining three monsters were killed. The tiger and the bear weren't fast enough. Chapter 1241. Even though Python 5 had released the sky screen, the tiger and bear monsters were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's attack. They died tragically under Ling Xiao's sword. Under the sword of this ferocious-looking skeleton soldier, the dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists did not even have the strength to fight back. They did not even have the time to escape. The eagle flew away. After all, his speed was still a little faster. He rushed out of the sky screen and flew high into the sky. He did not even dare to look at his three dead brothers. The only thing he could think of now was to escape. At this time, he was already scared out of his wits. He had long lost the courage to continue fighting. His heart was filled with the fear of being killed. A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had actually fled. If this matter was told to others, no one would believe it. However, right here, under the gaze of countless martial artists, he really did escape. However, would Ling Xiao let him go? The skeleton soldier stood there, the shadow sword in his hand aimed at the eagle monster in the sky. A huge crimson sun all was condensing on the tip of the sword. Perhaps because of the skeleton soldier's huge body, it was very easy for the crimson sun all to condense. Boom! The crimson sun all pierced through the sky. The eagle monster was directly hit, and even its corpse completely disappeared. The crimson sun all exploded in the sky like a bright firework. This caused countless people to be dumbfounded. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would not stop there. The broken fragments of the crimson sun all fell from the sky and suddenly pierced the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of Python 5's four bodyguards. Ling Xiao knew very well that this sneak attack would not kill Python 5. However, it would not be a problem to kill the four bodyguards of Python 5. First of all, the four of them would not have expected him to suddenly attack. Secondly, the power of the fragments of the Crimson Sun all was now enough to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Clap, 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 clap. The four bodyguards' eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were lying on the ground at the same time. Their throats had been burned black by the fragments of the Crimson Sun all. You actually killed them. Python 5's face suddenly darkened. The death of the City of Sin's four freaks was merely a setback to his plan. He wasn't really angry. What he didn't expect, however, was that Ling Xiao would kill the four bodyguards who had been following him for a long time without saying a word. These four bodyguards were rare experts of the Black Python clan. Other than him, Python Feng, Python Sky, and Python Yuntu, these four people were the strongest. But today, the four of them were killed so easily. After a moment of shock, Python 5's anger burned. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Not only will I kill them, but I will also destroy the Black Python clan. I'll make you all disappear from the city of sin." A voice so cold that it was suffocating sounded from the skeleton soldier's mouth. "I gave you face earlier, so I wasn't willing to become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, you just had to force me. You, Python 5, brought the destruction of the Black Python clan upon yourself." As he spoke, the red light in the skeleton soldier's eyes intensified. It even seemed to be emitting crimson flames. However, these flames made the Black Python clan warriors feel waves of coldness and fear from the bottom of their hearts. More and more people gathered on the long street. Naturally, a large number of Black Python clan warriors were among them. They saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing the city of Sin's 4 freaks. They also saw the corpses of the warriors from Emerald Ripple Island and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company on the ground. Ling Xiao, such a small young man, had actually done something incomparably shocking. They even blamed Python 5 in their hearts. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Why? Just you. Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Who told you that I can't find help? Are you saying that only you can use the human wave tactic and I can't even find a single helper? Ling Xiao sneered. You're shameless. Python 5 scolded. Shameless? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it shameless for him to ask the Moon Maiden for help? So what if Python 5 bullied the weak and relied on the strong to bully the weak? Who was the shameless one? No wonder he was born in the military. It turned out that he liked to distort the truth. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, Sister Moon Maiden, you can do it now. I want the Black Python clan to disappear. Ling Xiao's patience was limited. He had never thought of destroying the Black Python clan before. However, when Python 5 announced that he had the heirloom seal, he had already made up his mind to destroy the Black Python clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. At this time, Corpse Granny, Zhong Tianda, and the Swallow's representative retreated to the side. They were all treacherous people. At this time, no one would help. What they hoped most was that the Black Python clan and Ling Xiao would both be injured. In the end, they would be the ones to seize the heirloom seal. Ling Xiao seemed to have recognized this point. He ordered Cold Plum to deal with Python Feng, Hua Fuguang to deal with Python Tian, and Princess Yun Ya to deal with Python Yun Tu. Phoenix Cry, Piaro Shui didn't intervene this time. Her purpose was to protect Ling Xiao, not to become enemies with other organizations. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she wouldn't intervene. However, it didn't matter anymore. Without experts like Python 5, Python Yun Tu, Python Feng, and Python Tian, the Black Python clan was a leek waiting to be harvested for Ling Xiao. They were no threat at all. Dong. Dong. The skeleton soldiers walked towards the Black Python clan's warriors. The onlookers began to flee. This was a terrifying battle. They didn't want to be involved just because they wanted to watch the show. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my Black Python clan's people, I will destroy your celestial empire. At this time, Python 5 could still maintain a high and mighty attitude. He ordered Ling Xiao around as if Ling Xiao was his subordinate. Python 5, you don't seem to understand the situation. Are you qualified to order me around now? Protect yourself first. Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 disdainfully. He was indeed no match for Python 5 now, but he didn't need to deal with all enemies by himself. Why wouldn't he use a powerful helper like the Moon Maiden? The Moon Maiden in the sky had long been unable to suppress her murderous intent. So many people had come to make trouble for Ling Xiao today. She wanted to kill everyone from the beginning. However, Ling Xiao stopped her because Ling Xiao wanted to train. She had been suppressing her anger until now. In the end, Python 5 dared to provoke her. He was really unlucky. In the sky, a ray of moonlight fell and directly hit Python 5. Fortunately, Python 5 dodged quickly and only lost an arm. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Moon Maiden. Run. Python 5 finally understood the terror of the Moon Maiden. This woman was still as terrifying as before. Even though his cultivation had reached the yin-yang realm, he was still not worth mentioning in front of this woman. The only thing he could think of was to run away. There was no other choice. The Moon Lady chased after Ling Xiao relentlessly. She wanted everyone who had attacked Ling Xiao to taste the taste of pain. Corpse Grandma, Zhong Tianda, and Yang's representative were also frightened by this scene.